A man's foot was turned into mincemeat from a concentrated magical explosion at ground level. While taking in the pain, he started wondering about the life choices that brought him here. Was he too greedy by taking on the unreasonable request of the gnome to go here? Was it the lack of other Tier 3 adventurers that made him forego the usual safety measures? Or perhaps he did not anticipate what they were going up against well enough. He could only cry out in pain while trying not to fall down as the horror unfolded before them. Their opponent was supposed to be some type of magical knight. The spells used against the skeletal beings were a dead giveaway. Someone like that should have to rely on others the most. Gathering mana and casting spells should have not been that easy. Yet, there was no downtime or indication of something happening. The spells just took shape and exploded all over the place, just like the front of his foot. His plan was standard. Keep the mage locked down with the help of his party members. The arrows were supposed to bring the mana shield up and force the spellcaster on the defensive. As long as he was focused on defending his body from taking damage, an opportunity would arise. Even if he was using enchanted armaments, it all defied logic. Magical armor was supposed to only provide basic defense, a mantle of mana, and some buffing, with perhaps a few secondary spells as a means of attacking. What they were seeing before them was not even close. The crimson armor lit up like a Christmas tree as a strange bluish field of energy exploded around them. Soon after, a vast array of spells took form that they could only describe as overpowering. Shit. What are there? The ground is shaking. Doge it. It must be a binding vine spell of some sort. No, watch out. There are spikes coming out from the walls and ground. A scene that no one was expecting was playing out before them. Even before they could reach the magic caster and contain his spells, they were already upon them. It was all as if their opponent predicted all of their actions and had lured them all into a trap. Strange dark green vines with sharp ends appeared from under them to grasp their strongest warrior in place. His larger frame and heavy armor didn't allow him to react fast enough to this quickly cast spell. Not all was lost, as the spear user just needed to change the trajectory of his attack to blow away the vines. This, however, would allow the mage knight to gain some space that they worked hard to create. When freed, their tanker instantly used his shield, along with a defensive skill, to deflect the rocky spikes from above while retreating. Everyone was ready to get hit by some more spells. But instead, the man in the crimson armor didn't move. The large shield that he was holding previously was slammed into the ground. His sword, which was also covered in some runes, just floated to the side without any indication of attacking them. What is that fucker doing? I don't know, but be careful. He is probably trying to lure us into a trap. Look at those strange things floating around his back. A moment of respite was given to the group. As the barrage of spells stopped, something felt strange, as it didn't make sense for him to halt his counteroffensive. After the explosion that caused an injury to the letter's foot, the momentum shifted. Yet now, on the other hand, the 5 adventurers were able to assess the situation. Their opponent's armor was glowing, runes were everywhere, and were probably the source of his power. Surrender. What? You should surrender. You can't win this. What is this fucker talking about? Before they could come up with a winning strategy, the man spoke out. His echoed through the cavern. They were in a strange fashion, and were obviously backed by magic. In response, the group quickly attempted to cover their ears. Various skills and spells could travel through sound waves and affect a person's senses. In this case, however, they were just being overly cautious. If you surrender now, your lives can be spared. You will be given a fair trial, just as the law states. This I guarantee on the name of the Valyrian household. Don't listen to him. He is just trying to confuse us. The group wasn't buying it. From their perspective, it was some kind of trick. This knight was probably just trying to lower their guard before using more spells. It was also possible that he wasn't sure of his victory and was trying to buy some time. The bastard uses magic. He might have been able to contact that party that was in the mines. I bet he is just waiting for them to arrive. One of the archers quickly screamed out while pointing his bow at the unmoving knight. If what he said was true, then this group had to move fast. The group in the mine could become a problem, but knowing that they were rushing over here wasn't all that bad. In the mind of the leader, it was a blessing in disguise. Good try, but we weren't born yesterday. You're just trying to buy some time for your friends to arrive. Thanks to your stupidity, you just revealed your plan. My plan? The man sipped on a healing potion while smiling, as he was given enough time to recover from his foot injury. The armored man's tone indicated some confusion, but from the standpoint of the party leader, everything was already obvious. The best chance they had at getting out of there was by leaving this man's corpse behind. While the party attempted to recover it, They would either avoid them inside the dungeon or prepare another trap. You think I wouldn't realize that you contacted your friends from the mine? Oh, so you figured it out. But what will you do with that information? There is no point in telling that to a dead man. You should have never come here. So that's your answer. That's disappointing. I don't really enjoy killing people. But you leave me no choice than and I do it. The talks had died down, and the second round had begun. This group of 5 didn't change their tactics that much as they were ready to use arrows to halt him from casting. The most visible difference was that their leader had taken center stage and started attacking along with the 2 other warriors. In their minds, their opponent was just bluffing. One way or another they would overpower him and then make it out alive. One small thing evaded their notice, and that was the location of the wolven companion of this armored man. They assumed that it was guarding the gnome somewhere inside of the dungeon. More than likely it was somewhere within the tunnel from which their enemy came out. Thus it was quite surprising to see it a lot closer than they had anticipated. The moment the armored man mentioned the wolf's name, it appeared out of the shadows. It was followed by a strange runic glow produced by plates of metal that looked like armor covering its body. It all culminated in a mass of flames escaping its mouth that headed straight at the 2 archers near the dungeon level's exit. Shit, how did that thing get here? It evaded my detection skill. The 2 archers, in their confusion, were unable to properly react to the enemy attack. The one that was closer to the flames screamed out in pain as it engulfed his entire body. To make things worse, before the other one could make some distance, something grasped his ankle. It looked like a strange red whip made of crystals, and before he knew it, he was getting pulled in towards the erupting inferno. Erg. What the? You should probably focus on your opponent instead of looking behind. The warriors looked back before hearing the man respond in a cold voice. When glancing back, they suddenly saw 4 floating cubes moving up into the air. They had seen them dispatch some undead, so they became weary. So they needed to take care of the problem instantly. Their tanker quickly charged at the man that had placed his shield down on the ground and attempted to bash him with his own. What the? To his surprise, the enemy did not even attempt to use his defensive weapon. Instead, he just caught the charge with his right hand. The man was an experienced warrior and had gone through many trials and tribulations. Even then, he did not remember such a big difference in strength existing, even when he slammed into larger monsters. It was as if he collided with a massive wall made of iron that he could not even move by a millimeter. It became quickly clear that the discrepancy in levels must have been staggering. Even when he attempted to push, it was only his own feet that were descending into the rocky ground that began to crack under the weight. The only thing that he could rely on were his allies, so he continued to persist while waiting for a familiar spear tip to appear next to his head. The sound that was supposed to trigger was not there. Instead, the 2 just saw the spear tip connecting with a barrier of light. It rippled around the weapon's point, as if it was quickly dispersing the energy from the destructive skill his companion always used. Then suddenly the ripple stopped in place and started flowing back to the point of impact. Shit, pull it out. I can't. Before the 2 knew it, both of them were flying back through the air from the recoil. They weren't sure how the spell or skill worked, but it somehow reflected the attack performed by the spear expert back to them. The impact was also enhanced several times, as it should have not been enough to send both of the high-level warriors flying as easily. Fucking die. Their leader came flying in the moment they were catapulted away. His 2 blades attacked the armored man that continued to just stand there without even using his shield or sword. The expert swordsman's long and short sword lit up the room in a mass blade energy. There was a tremendous amount of skill and speed involved, yet something wasn't right. How is he so fast? The man continued to try, but for some reason, he could not even connect with the bulky armor. It didn't make sense for someone of comparable size to their tanker to be able to dodge this well. All of his moves were being seen through, and before any of them could land on something, that large armored body just moved out of the way. Was it the difference in skill or perhaps levels? When he interacted with the man, he seemed rather young and lacking. Could it have been impossible from the start? We need to help the leader. Stop spacing out, and let's go. The 2 warriors were surprised by the evading capabilities of their enemy, but perhaps if they joined up together, a miracle could happen. They nodded at each other and charged forward, but a strange crunching sound from behind them brought them back to reality. In their desperation, they had forgotten about their 2 backline supporters that had to contend with the wolven creature. Jack. When they looked back, they could see the man's neck between the monster's teeth. His blood was dripping down onto the rocky ground, while their other archer's body was already turning black from getting swallowed up by the flames. I told you that you should have surrendered. I'm sorry, but I'm not lenient enough to give you a third chance to survive. All of them quickly looked back to the armored man that was doing something. The 4 cubes that were previously floating around him started moving forward. They hovered in front of him while combining into a larger rectangular shape. Their sides came together while producing visible electrical discharges before settling together. Soon after, the blue mana mantle that the man was constantly producing started getting sucked up by the new flying rectangle. A pulse of energy flew forward, shoving them back by a few meters. As the thing continued to charge, even when they attempted to get in closer, it repeatedly produced a wave of energy, while also devouring more and more of blue particles, escaping the man's body. It's doing something. Shit, spread out. It probably can't get us all. Panic spread through the group. Their eyes showed fear for the first time during this short fight. All of them finally realized that the knight they were facing was not like them. He was a true monster. Even when it came to Tier 3 class holders, there was a pecking order. And this man here was on the top. There was nothing they could have done, but only running remained. With 3 of them still alive, it was now a free-for-all. He could at least not catch them all. So running away was their best bet. Anai. Only one word left the man's mouth as the whole area lit up in azure light. The 4 combined cubes produced a massive forward cone of energy that engulfed everything in front of them. The screams of the 3 platinum adventurers were quickly drowned out by the screeching sound of mana particles colliding with everything in sight. Expert swordsman has been slain. Expert spearman has been slain. Expert shield bearer has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. This was a lot easier than I anticipated. Am I actually a lot stronger than I previously thought? Roland looked at the 4 cube-shaped hovering weapons drop down to the ground. Their front sight had partially melted, and they were now unable to make use of their runes. The spell was a rudimentary mana-based attack that just magnified its output by the amount of mana given to it. With the help of his mana overflow skill, he was able to fill them all up to the brim. With the boost, the attack engulfed the entire chamber. The 3 warriors attempted to flee, but it was impossible as the attack was far too wide. Even the shield bearer was unable to do anything about it. Roland watched the man defend himself with a skill that melted away in a matter of seconds. Then the man started engulfing his armor that was supercharged. While the mana was not fire-aligned, the man had been similarly cooked inside of his armor, with parts of his flesh turning to ash. His 2 companions fell to the same attack, and even with their increased nimbleness, were unable to do anything about it. What? You're fine, aren't you? Anai started howling from the other side of the room, where a round shield was still surrounding his body. Thanks to Roland's research into mana wavelengths, it was possible for him to do something about friendly fire. By inputting Anai's mana pattern into his armor, he was able to substantially reduce the damage his tamed beast would suffer. Anai just needed to surround himself with a simple mana shield to receive no damage, but apparently, he was still not happy about getting blasted. He shook his head at Anai and continued to jump around in dissatisfaction. His mind was in another place though as he was contemplating his previous tactic. He quickly realized that the 5 men posed no threat to him at all. The surprise foot explosion was not needed, and neither did he need to watch out for the 2 archers in the back. It was possible for him to just waltz into the room from the start. I bet it has something to do with their classes. They didn't even have master variants. Thanks to this battle, he had made a realization. His strength with this armor on had propelled him into a category of its own. This party of adventurers was between the levels of 180 and 90. With how easily he was able to dispatch them, he could probably take on larger groups with ease. I guess adventurers are a lot weaker than knights, which makes sense. Roland grasped the shield that was left over by the armored adventurer. The damage created by his spell had made the metal crack and turned it into junk. His misconception was attributing Emerson's base level to these people, but considering that their classes, levels, and gear were inferior, there was no way that they stood a chance. I can't really use any of this. I think I overdid it. To someone that loved collecting materials and then turning them into profits, the whole battle felt like a waste. Everything was burned by the wide area attack, including the spatial bags that these people were going around with. Yet in the wake of his improvement, he still felt reassured as finally, his struggles were paying off. There is not much left. I guess it's not the same as hunting monsters. Woof. These weapons and armor they were using were mostly made out of cheap mithril alloys. No wonder they melted so fast. After his victory over the Platinum Adventurer Party, Roland was going through their equipment, or more precisely, through what was left of it. The group was composed of lesser Tier 3 class holders that apparently didn't have that much money to buy proper equipment. It made a lot more sense now why they had the alchemist with them, as he probably made the battles against the undead a lot easier. Why all of them were doing down here was still a mystery, as the area had not truly been explored. To be on the safer side, an adventurer party wanted to wait for a stronger group to go through all the areas beforehand. The Adventurer Guild would commission maps from such adventurer parties that would go for quite the penny. Yet, not everyone was concerned about safety and wished to be the first one to discover unearthed riches. I wasn't trying to peek. It's fine. They won't be bothering you ever again. From the outer appearance, he was somewhat similar to his old boss. But that was where the characteristics ended. He could not see that old fart putting himself in this much danger, and also failing at it miserably. The two Tier 3 elven bodyguards that were around him could have easily dispatched the Platinum Party here. After analyzing the situation, the small man walked out from behind the rock he was hiding. The battlefield wasn't all that bloody, as his spell had mostly burned away on the flesh of the adventurers. It left most of the cavern sterile and devoid of any blood or guts. So what were you trying to achieve by coming to this dungeon, Mr. Rastix? Oh well, you know, I was just trying to get some rare ingredients. Rare ingredients. Roland somehow knew that this would be the answer, but wasn't sure why the gnome decided to come here. Were the items on this level so important to risk his life? Could he have not been able to get them with the help of gold? Considering his profession should have given him enough money, things didn't make that much sense. Name: Rastic Silbebanin, 156 lira. Classes: T3 Master Alchemist 6 lira, T2 Alchemist 50 lira, T2 Potion Maker 50 lira, T1 Herbalist 25 lira. HP: MP, SP, 910 610, Strength, 30, Agility, 43, Dexterity, 102, Vitality, 81, Endurance, 72, Intelligence, 166, Willpower, 104, Charisma, 13, Luck, 16. He is a master alchemist, so he shouldn't have monetary problems, unless he got himself into some kind of large debt. These were the stats of a non-combatant. People like this alchemist didn't receive any type of multiplier when reaching a higher tier, nor did their base stats increase much. Even though his intelligence was high, it did not translate into casting spells or a very large mana pool either. They retained the tier 1 multiplier, and could not really compete with any monsters above level 50 that had gone through their second evolution. One hit from a skeleton in this dungeon could turn this guy into paste. What was he looking for here? If he was here alone, then perhaps his contract with a company similar to the one he joined in Adelgard had ended. Roland didn't really need to lose time to speculate, as the man was right before him. Thanks to his current position and performance, he was sure that his new little friend would come clean rather fast. What rare ingredients are worth losing your life for? I don't think these adventurers had anything like that on them, nor did I see anything in that crypt. Oh well, you know. Damn fine. Roland was a lot bigger than this small gnome here. Rastix was also not stupid, and knew that a quick search would give away all of his secrets. There was no way to run or hide anymore. If he lied about what he had in his backpack, then his safety was at risk. I'm waiting. Worf. Anai snorted from the sight as he moved in closer. He planted his posterior behind the gnome, who almost had a heart attack from the thud. It was certain that there was no place to run for Rastix, who was also probably not sure about Roland's true intentions. Even though he was identifying himself as a knight, his true identity could have been different. The item was indeed in the backpack, and it was brought forward slowly. Now be careful. This thing should be touched without proper protection. This is a cursed item. Cursed King's Remains Cursed Item Unique Curse of Decay. His identifying skill didn't tell him much about this thing, and it was not really related to his own profession. It looked like a skull taken from a lit monster with a dark gem placed in the middle of the forehead. It made it look like a sideways eyeball, and was radiating some cursed energies. When examined by Roland's Eye of Truth, he could somewhat identify a wavelength on the opposite spectrum to divinity, something that perhaps an evil god would attune to. Well, yes, it is something like that, but what? It has a decaying curse on it, and a particularly strong one. If someone touches it, their face could melt off. You want to make an elixir out of this? Of course. After it's purified, it can become so much more. Just think about the possibilities. Elixirs, tinctures, even magical alloys and devices. The possibilities are boundless. Rastix was using a type of special glove to hold this skull in place. Anai had backed away as a pungent odor filled the air, and it was clear that this item was powerful. It wouldn't be surprising if even a Tier 3 class holder like himself would succumb to the curse and quickly perish afterward. He had heard that alchemists use various special ingredients to produce effects in their line of work. The gnome probably had specialized identification skills that allowed him to confirm what this thing could be made into. That's enough. Put it away before something happens. Haha, don't worry. My hands are very nimble. I'm sure that they are. Put it away. Roland waited for the cursed object to make it back into a strange sack, with some magical symbols over them. They weren't runes, but something else. And after a quick look, he realized that they had some type of curse dampening properties. After it was placed away and back in the gnome's backpack, an uncomfortable silence covered the area. So, are you? Am I what? Are you going to kill me? The gnome looked quite distraught. Now that he looked at his face, the man was exhausted. Probably after the continuous close calls during this trip, he was close to losing it. His willpower stat wasn't all that high, so it wasn't strange. While the item was presented to him, Roland felt that there might have been more to it. Either he wasn't telling the whole truth, or it was worth more to an alchemist than their life. No, I won't. Instead, I'll escort you back to the mining area, and from there you'll be guided back to the city by some of my people. Just give me a moment. Roland activated his helmet, which made his eyes glow a bit to get in contact with the group of 5 that was rushing over here. You can stop. I took care of everything on my end. Just return to the mining area and wait there. Yes. The gnome wasn't sure what to make of the large man speaking to himself, but considering that mana was involved, he quickly realized that it was some kind of audio transference magic. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. Roland ended his quick conversation with Myrtle and turned back to the gnome. The small man was looking at his with a strange expression plastered over his face and seemed to want to ask something. What? Are you perhaps the Albrook Master Runesmith? The Albrook Master Runesmith. Roland parroted the reply as this was the first time he had been referred to with that kind of title. Rastix here was an outsider, which meant that someone had to have given him this information. This begged the question, why was he looking into his name? And also, who was keeping tabs on his movements? Or perhaps has the Master Runesmith made that armor you are wearing, Sir Knight? It's quite the exquisite piece if I do say so myself. Has my name been spreading? But as a runesmith and not as a knight. It was somewhat confusing, as the name Wayland should be more synonymous with the head knight position than with the runesmith one. However, this gnome here was part of another way of life that probably considered crafting as its focal point. It wouldn't be strange if he focused on the runesmithing part of his fame more. Is it true? It must. This must be my lucky day. I know this is a strange thing to ask, but could you tell me where I can find Wayland the runic craftsman? He's not hard to find, but what do you want from him? Roland was a naturally distrustful person and worried overly too much over everything. The previous battle that he could have easily won without much effort was an example of his caution. Would he trust a strange gnome that he only met? No, he wouldn't. It was probably good that his new friend didn't realize that he was talking to the person he was searching for. Perhaps it would be possible for him to get his true motives of searching him out. Haha, so he does live here. I almost thought that those rumors were false. Thank the goddess this whole trip might not have been in vain. Right, we need to move, stay behind me and try not to fall behind. There are a lot of undead in this dungeon. While he was trying to gather some more information from Rastix, a bunch of red dots appeared on his map. Either the monsters had respawned or were returning to their original locations. Roland had enough fighting for today, and just wanted to get back home. Escorting this gnome to the mine area was his next goal, and perhaps during the trip there, he could figure out what the little man wanted from him. More undead. Of course. Lead the way, Sir Knight. Don't worry, I won't be a burden. I still have one of these. Rastix took out a dark bottle with a potion that Roland could easily identify as something used for lowering presence. It would make whoever drank it harder to detect by monsters, and worked similarly to an invisibility spell. While it wasn't the best to have a conversation while wandering through a dangerous dungeon, with the help of his mapping device, it wouldn't be a problem. So then do you believe it? They just kicked me out of the academy, just for a little experiment. A little experiment. Well, the explosion produced some toxic fumes, and a few people had to be brought to. But, that's just a little setback in the pursuit of the truth, don't you think? I guess so. But what does this have to do with you wanting to meet the city runesmith? Don't worry, Sir Knight. It will all make sense in a moment. Now where was I? Yes. After the small accident, my true journey started. A Nai that was forced to have the gnome ride on his back was not looking too happy, but there was no other choice. The small man was far too sluggish on his own, and it was easier to avoid unnecessary battles if he just remained on a Nai's back. Both of them couldn't wait to drop him off at the mine before they went insane. The story he was retelling made him out to be some kind of mad scientist. He sugarcoated a lot of events, but it was clear that the man loved to experiment with exotic ingredients. A lot of times he produced failed products, but sometimes there were some breakthroughs. At least that was his side of the story, as eventually he was kicked out of the Alchemical Academy, which was similar to the Mage Academy. People learned the way to make potions and were required to study many recipes. The herbalism class allowed them to combine many ingredients into simple ointments and when they achieved the potion maker class, the paths to alchemy was open. Alchemists didn't need to have mage classes or a mana sense to create elixirs. They just gained specialized skills to take care of the busy work. Classes like arcane alchemists existed that could infuse mana and spells into these elixirs. This was not a requirement to produce them, as it was possible to go around the issue with the right items. As the story continued, Roland started realizing what this gnome wanted from him, and it would require his cooperation. What am I supposed to do? The Alchemical Guild is led by a bunch of decrepit old farts. They are incapable of thinking for themselves and don't understand my genius. Roland was not sure what to make of this person. Just like the Dwarven Union specialized in magical enchantments, the Alchemist Guild focused on potions. It was made up of mostly gnomes that just liked making elixirs and smelling herbs. If this person had been blacklisted by the guild, he had to be some kind of troublemaker. But I guess the Union treated me the same. The reason why he came to this city was obvious, as alchemists and runesmiths had a synergy with each other. Thanks to the mage sense that a runesmith possessed, he could help in the creation of various ingredients for the alchemist. The alchemist could then provide the runesmith with various concoctions, and even help create unique alloys for magical items. So that's why he came to me. The Alchemist Guild and the Dwarven Union have close ties with each other. I bet he was not able to find a runesmith to work with him because of that ban. What better partner than a runesmith that is hated by the Union as well? The fact had become obvious. The man wished to team up as a last-ditch effort of getting some help from a runesmith, while Roland would have probably accepted the help a few months ago. Now that he had squashed the drama with the dwarves, he had other options. He would need to decide if it was worth placing an incident-prone alchemist near his workshop and risking his home burning down. So what do you think? Do you want to work together? Work together. Oh, sir, and I as well. He has gotten so much bigger. But if I may ask, that's true. Luckily, the tunnels are wide enough to even fit him through. And if you want to ask about the adventurer party, there wasn't much left from them. Luckily, some of the adventurer cards survived enough to identify their group. I see. Will you bring up this issue with the guild? Yes, I'll be heading there now. Roland arrived at the entrance to the mining area with Anai trotting slowly behind him. Myrtle and her party looked somewhat astonished by the lack of damage to his armor. This group was probably a bit stronger than the lesser Tier 3 Platinum party he took out. They were aware that the party of 5 who had ventured into the dungeon beforehand. Their levels were similar, and they would not come out unscathed from a proper engagement. Even though their classes were of the lesser kind, a lot of things could affect a battle between the adventurers. One small slip-up and any one of them could have ended up dead. It was even more likely for something to go wrong when you were engaging others inside a dangerous dungeon like this one. One stray undead monster could cause a shift in the outcome rather quickly. Some of them assumed that Roland had perhaps lured them into a trap that lowered his achievement slightly. Nevertheless, if he was able to destroy a party of 5 platinum adventurers, his personal strength couldn't be looked down upon. The party of 5 had to keep this in mind and watch to not go against the Valyrian household. If they went out of line, this scary head knight could be their downfall. Ah, and that person must be. Yes, it's the alchemist that employed those 5. I'll leave him in your care for now. Send him back with the miners that are finished with their shift. That's not a probable. Wait a minute. What do you mean when their shift is over? How long will that take? Before Myrtle could end her sentence, the gnome jumped out from behind Roland. He didn't look amused with the idea of staying in this mining shaft for longer than a few minutes. Well, Mr. Rastix, the escort party should arrive here in around 2 or 3 hours. Why don't you use one of the tents to wait? We do have some rations there. 3 hours? Rations? Are you serious? Do you want to keep a master alchemist in a place like this? Do you want me to breathe in all of this dirt? He sure got a lot louder after we left the harder levels. Roland was looking at the small shouting man getting mad. It wasn't like he couldn't act as an escort warrior, but it would have been much faster to just leave the guy behind. There was only one reason he was still thinking about it, and that was the offer he was given. The two had a lot of time to converse, and the gnome used this time well. There will be other alchemists arriving in the city, and I can use the resources of the Union, but there was a big difference between buying up alchemical concoctions and having them tailor-made. For instance, the silver gray suit that he was wearing could still be enhanced. A proper master alchemist should be able to remake it with better materials and even fit it to his physique. Then there was also the insight into the manufacturing process of alloys. There were many ways of producing these. There were probably ways of making his suit lighter and allowing it to retain all of its functions. Having a master alchemist to bounce off ideas along with a master runesmith in the Dwarven Union could enhance his craft by a tremendous amount. There were some downsides of this partnership. One of the more obvious ones was this man's attitude problem. He seemed cordial at first, but after the danger had passed, it was clear that he had a stick up his ass. Perhaps this personality trait was responsible for him getting tossed to the side by his peers. Was it wise to work with someone that was a ticking time bomb? What if the next thing that exploded was his magic shop? Maybe I should have someone look into his background before I make a decision. It is possible that he was just targeted by a jealous competitor. Roland knew a thing or two about irritating people in the same line of work. He had almost been run out of the city by the jealous Dwarven Union that could still stick a dagger into his back if he didn't take them seriously. With these variables in mind, he needed to decide as opening a multi-purpose store with everything in it was one of his newest ideas. Thanks to his more modern mind, he knew that people were lazy and liked when everything was in one place. The day and age of malls and huge stores had arrived in the world he came from. If he managed to have magical potions along with magical weapons and armor in one place, then people would flock. Why would they spend half a day in the market if they could just pick up everything in one place instead? Getting an alchemist would just be a start. A good tailor, a cobbler, and a leatherworker would be the next step. I'm kind of only covering the heavy armor and weapon side of adventurer gear, but there is so much more ground to cover. Roland was somewhat limited in his craft, that had to usually stick to metallic constructions. There was, however, a lot more that he could enchant besides metallic items. There were mana-resistant threads that could be made into mage robes, and later enchanted with runes. It was the same with leather that came from monsters that had naturally resistant hides. It was also possible to integrate smaller metallic plates into lighter armor that could later be replaced quite easily. Other alchemists will probably instantly join up with the Union or create their own guild. The other gnomes don't like to directly work with others. I might not even have a choice unless I make an inquiry with the Union directly. There was a lot of bureaucracy that went around in the background. He didn't really know anyone within the Alchemist Guild. The probability of them sending one of their masters over to his store was extremely low. Then there was the problem of Tier 3 class holders having a big ego. This gnome wasn't really that much different than the rest. Everyone at that stage in their life wanted to run their own operation. Rastix here, on the other hand, probably didn't have many places to go. If the guild he was kicked out actually comes to Albrook, then he might suffer the same fate as me when the Union arrived. He might not have any other choice maybe. I can get a good deal out of this. In his head he already had a few ways of keeping him in check, and with a binding contract, it wouldn't even cost him that much. Wait, are you really going to leave me here? I'm sorry, but I'm kind of busy. Don't worry, we can catch up on our conversation later. Just come visit me at my workshop, tomorrow or the day after. Roland had gone through this scenario in his head several times while walking here, and decided to give it a shot. However, during a negotiation, it was better not to show all of his cards. If he gave Rastix the impression that he didn't care about him that much, then the gnome would probably lower his initial deal. When backed into a corner, people were willing to sell themselves short. Don't worry, Mr. Rastix. You are in good hands. Just take a moment to rest. Sir Wayland is right. You don't look too good. When was the last time you have slept? The last time. Myrtle took it upon herself to act as a concerned mother. While she continued to speak, Roland continued to walk away. Before the gnome knew it, he was already at the secret passage area. I'll see you later, Mr. Rastix. Get some rest in the tent and come back with the miners. Before his new acquaintance could raise a protest, he finished along with a nigh behind the passageway. With now everyone gone, he could give out a sigh and have some time to think about his next stop, the Adventurer Guild. Anai tilted his head to the side as Roland started looking at him. The Ruby Wolf needed an update inside the guild, which meant that he would need to go through a checkup. Something like that would normally entail going through his own platinum rank test, as using a tier 3 companion monster had to be reported if he was ever to bring him inside of the city. Luckily, with his status, he could somewhat avoid that difficulty. After food was mentioned, Anai started springing forward. While he could eat monsters, the undead skeletons and their bones weren't tasty or nutritious. At least down here he could hunt some salamanders whose meat came pre-cooked. Soon both headed to the upper levels and used various shortcuts to cut their trip to only a few hours. Welcome back. I'm home. To his surprise, Elodia was waiting with a warm meal and a smile. His fatigue seemed to instantly fade away, but before he was able to grab some warm stew, he was hit by a ladle. You want to eat in that armor? And you smell like a graveyard. Go take a bath first. Sorry. After getting pushed out of the kitchen, he quickly cleaned himself up so that he could enjoy a warm meal. Jorg, along with Marcy, joined in as it was dinner time. The half-dwarven youth had arrived to help with Anai's stable project. Even though Burner wasn't here, the young man could start preparing the logs and planks needed for the construction. Even though he was a stonemason, polishing wood wasn't a hard task. Days like this made getting through hardships like the recent one in the dungeon worthwhile. To allow for them to continue, there was a lot more work to be done. The sun was still up, and he was not that tired. Thus, before the day ended, he needed to get through one more hurdle. I haven't talked to that baldy in a while. Is something bothering you? NB plus or minus LIN. No, I just need to go to the Adventurer Guild and report the incident with the Platinum Party. Those people give the rest of the adventurers a bad name. I hope the guild master will start taking things more seriously from now on. Elodia frowned as she had previously worked at the guild. She knew how lax the guild master there was. There were also occasions where he bent the rules and went back on promises. One of the things that she didn't forgive him yet was how he annulled the contract when the union interfered with it. While she understood the reasoning behind it, there were certain things that were more important than money. I hope to. Well, that bald bastard can't ignore me anymore. Just don't call him that to his face, or things might escalate. I don't think he would attack a knight working for the city lord. But if it's that guy, then maybe. Roland started recalling a few instances where Guildmaster Orden had acted rudely in front of Arthur. At that time, the young lord had absolutely no power and was reminded of it. The man didn't like to move without giving a reason or a deal to increase his profits. Why he was so dead set on making money was still unknown, and Roland wasn't sure if it was a good idea to get too involved. People that craved status and power were the most dangerous to be around. Orden was clearly one of them as he sunk his claws into a lot of money-making outlets in the city. The union that supplied the adventurers with weapons was just a part of it all. He obviously also had connections to the Thieves Guild, which would need to be brought up. You've been citing for a whole 10 minutes now. Maybe send one of your men there instead. One of my men. Aren't you a Valyrian knight? Shouldn't you have a squire? A squire? Roland looked at Elodia with a blank look on his face as he realized that he perhaps considered taking in an assistant. Even Sir Gareth and Sir Morian had some people to take care of some busy work. Considering that he was on the surface an honorary noble with some land of his own, there wouldn't be anything strange for him to have a few people hanging around his home. If not a squire, then why not use them instead? He was now getting ready to head into the city, and was standing outside his home with Elodia. Just as he was about to go, a small patrol of 4 soldiers was making their rounds here. With his current status, he could have some guards patrol even this more remote area. A plan to lay out a road was in the works. With the help of earth magic, it wouldn't even take that long. You make a good point, but I know you don't trust them. But isn't there one person that is more trustworthy? Is there someone like that? Who she had in mind went above his head, as he wasn't really focusing on such an issue. The head knight position was also just a cover-up that he hoped to abandon in a few years. There is one rowdy boy in particular. Ever since he heard that you've become a head knight, he has been asking about it. Do you mean Finn? Besides Marcy and Jorg, there was also Finn. He was the only orphan with a battle class, and was supposed to have become an adventurer. His level was quite low, and it would take some time before he reached a high enough level to enter the dungeon. His warrior class and proper training could allow him to gain a squire class later. Roland had been brought up in a noble house with knightly traditions, so he knew what he needed to unlock that option. Yeah, for some reason he was too shy to ask you about it. If you have some time, could you have a word with him? Do you want him to become a knight or adventurer? Neither if it was possible. Both choices will put him in danger, but perhaps the former is the lesser of two evils. Knights usually weren't put in as much danger as an adventurer. They spent most of their time training their skills while under the employment of a noble. Their expenses were covered, and they didn't need to constantly delve into dangerous dungeons. Instead, they usually fought monsters above ground in larger groups, which also lowered the chances of them being killed. The biggest downside was that they couldn't really decide their own fate. While an adventurer could always run away when things got too hairy, a knight could not retreat unless their leader said so. I see. If he wants to join up with the new recruits, then it might be better to start now than later. Take care then, and try not to get into a fight with the guildmaster. Why would I get into a fight? I'm just going there to clear up a few things. Sure. Roland received a peck on the cheek from Elodia and finally headed toward the city. The platinum adventurers that attacked him belonged under the eye of the Adventurer Guild. The guild was responsible for them, and as the head knight, he could not just let it slide. And then I just smacked them straight in the jaw. You should have seen the stupid look on that moron's face. Stop lying. I saw him the next day, and he looked fine. I bet you just passed out in a ditch somewhere and dreamt it all. Buahaha, that sounds like him. Hey, are you calling me a liar? What if I am? What are you going to do about it? Why, you little, I made bigger shits than you. 2 men were glaring at each other. The loud one was on the larger side, which made him feel superior to the man that was confronting him. The other people that were gathered around them didn't do much to stop them, and instead just egged them all on. I wouldn't let him talk to me like that. Yeah, are you just going to take it? Are they going to fight? Fight, fight, fight. People started cheering while looking from the sides. Some had large mugs filled with cheap beer, while others started moving away to not get involved. One man looked like an average warrior, while the other was a more nimble rogue or archer. The larger man seemed to have the advantage when it came to plain fisticuffs, but one well-placed punch could turn the tide quite easily. Hey, what are those people doing? Someone needs to stop them. Those idiots have been getting rowdy lately. It's all thanks to the guild master's bright idea of expanding the bar area. Just leave them be. We'll just subtract the damage from their earnings and give them a penalty. An elven woman shrugged while talking to a new co-worker that had joined up a few months ago. The flood of new adventurers had allowed them to expand the whole guild. That was starting to fit the name more. There were slight problems with the new people that continued to join. The new adventurers continued to get into fights while trying to assert dominance over the others. Everyone wanted to be the alpha wolf in the new budding city with a higher-ranked dungeon. The scuffle was taking place in the newly expanded eating area. There were a lot of benches and tables placed in a larger room. Adventurers could order proper food and drinks while waiting around for their party to assemble. It was more or less an inbuilt tavern for them to spend time in. However, whenever alcohol was introduced, things tended to get rowdy. In their haste to meet the demands of the new customer base, they had to skimp out on protection services. There were no bouncers around to toss people out, and not many would take on a job like that. Fighting seasoned adventurers in a bar setting was a good way of landing in a clinic with missing teeth and broken bones. There was no way of knowing how strong a person was, and accidents always happened. The two men started sizing each other up before attempting to land a few blows. The smaller gentleman was fast on his feet and was able to land a couple of body shots, while also evading large haymakers. His opponent wasn't as quick, but even one of those large swings would be able to take him out. Is that all you got? Stop moving. Is running the only thing you are good at? It seemed that the two were somewhat equally matched. The faster fighter was unable to make any substantial progress, while the other continued to tank all the hits. Probably the one that could land the first big shot would be victorious, but before a winner could appear, the door to the Adventurer Guild opened up. What is this? Make way, you fools. A voice called out from behind the door, but was ignored by the rowdy adventurers. No one was paying attention to the people coming in, nor did anyone care. With how long the fight was taking, they started taking bets and became invested in the scuffle. Their shouts drowned out the man that was speaking. Have they lost their mind? What's the problem? Why have you stopped? See, Commander, it's nothing. I'll have these adventurers moved out of the way in no time. The man that was shouting started trying to shove some of the people out of the way, but instead of them moving, he was the one that had to back away. Fuck off. I'm watching the fight. Don't you know who this is? An idiot. I don't care. Now fuck off, I don't care who His tongue started twisting as he noticed something. It wasn't that he was afraid of the man who was dressed as a guard, but behind him was a strange individual. There was something terrifying about this person and how his visor started glowing red. Before he knew it, a foreboding feeling of fear took over his body. There was something about that armored man that activated his survival instinct. He was in full-blown fight mode without even once thinking about fighting. The man wearing the suit of armor didn't reply, but it was clear that moving to the side was the best option. For some reason, the people that had their backs to the people coming into the guild started feeling a chill. They all suddenly looked back to see an armored man with the Valyrian crest engraved over his chest. Instantly, they recognized him as Sir Wayland, the newest knight commander within their city. The knight didn't say anything, but instead just started slowly walking forward. One by one, the adventurers started looking back and quickly making more space. A bout of fear overtook them all as they realized that one wrong move, and their life could be in danger. Even though they were all hardened warriors, there was nothing they could do against a tier 3 knight. Fucking little shit. Stop running. To make things worse for them all, the path that this man was taking was in the direction of the fight. As all of them started parting to let him through, a lone wooden chair flew through the air. It was thrown by the warrior out of rage and headed right for the knight commander's face. Before it could collide with that helmet of his, it exploded into many tiny wooden splinters. The whole place went silent as the magical explosion was quite audible. Even the two men that were fighting finally realized that something wasn't right. Everyone had gone silent. Some of the wooden chunks remained in front of the slow-walking knight commander, who had now stopped moving. The 4 soldiers that had arrived to accompany him were stupefied by the display. In their eyes, the man that threw this piece of furniture was as good as a dead man. Going against noble houses and their knights was forbidden. There was even harsher punishment if someone like a knight commander was involved. The man was now lawfully allowed to just execute the perpetrator on sight. No one dared to even whisper out of fear. The nobility had its claws deeply ingrained into these people's minds. Most of them would rather face a berserked beast with no equipment than catch the ire of a noble. How dare you throw a chair at the commander? Apprehend that man. One of the guards that the knight commander was with pulled out his sword and pointed it at the warrior. However, before the other three could move forward, their leader raised his hand. All of them stopped in their tracks as he was obviously telling them to stop. The scared adventurers weren't sure what he was about to do. But suddenly the same hand that he raised started glowing in a blue haze. Before anyone knew what was happening, this hazy blue fog shot towards the two adventurers that were previously fighting. Both of them recoiled in horror. But as they were overtaken by the faint blue light, their bodies stopped. Everyone could see them grasping their throats while flying up into the air. The two men were being choked to death in everyone's presence. Some wanted to call out to the man performing this magical act, but after being overtaken by the strange pressure, they just couldn't voice their complaints. The quiet room was filled with strange choking sounds. As the two men dangled in the air with their legs flailing around, was death the only thing that awaited anyone that inconvenienced the nobles? Luckily for everyone gathered here, the man performing this violent act was not as vicious as he was presenting himself to be. Just as the foam was gathering around their lips, the pressure on their necks was lowered, and their bodies were tossed against the nearby onlookers. The two started coughing instantly, a sound that indicated that their lives had not yet ended. Silence still prevailed as the armored man just continued on his way toward his destination. The door leading out into the inner guild rooms was apparently his destination, and the people working here dared not to interfere. Most of them assumed that he had something to talk to with the guild master, which after this spectacle made everyone even more nervous. Only after his large frame vanished behind the door and his men also left did anyone dare to speak out. Did the guild master do something? Are those two going to fight? I'm getting out of here if those two start fighting. This whole building might come down. Why would he fight the guild master? I don't know, but does it matter? I'd rather wait outside until they are gone. Better safe than sorry. The ladies at the counters stared at the mass of adventurers clearing out of the main building hall. It was the first time for them to see something like this happening. The only people that remained were the people that worked here, and a handful of platinum adventurers that didn't seem to have been intimidated by the previous spectacle. Mrs. Solana, what should we do? Is the guild master going to be okay? The guild master. Yeah, he will be fine, I think. Wait here, I'll go check up on him. Solana, who was the de facto leader of all the receptionists in the guild, quickly left. She made her way to the back door that was used by the new knight commander in hopes of getting to the bottom of everything. She was not sure what to make of this. The man inside the armor was Wayland, an old acquaintance and the man her friend was with. After his origins arose, she was not sure what to make of it. Would the guild master be in danger? He had a low tolerance for intimidation, but going against a noble knight was probably not something he would be willing to do. Halt. Why are you blocking the way? I need to see the guild master. Do you want him to be angry? The knight commander ordered us to not let anyone through. Please leave. The knight commander doesn't own this place. Please leave. Two soldiers were left in front of the stairs going up. All attempts at convincing them to let her go up were unfruitful. There was a way of getting to the upper floor that she knew of, but there were two other guards that weren't here. They were probably stationed in front of the guild master's office or on the inside. If she attempted to sneak up there, then the next person that was choked out could be her instead. When did Wayland become so overbearing? I hope that those two are able to talk it out without any trouble. Solana retreated back to the main guild hall. She knew about the old contract and the quick dissolution of it a few years ago. It was possible that Wayland was going to use his new position to get back at Orden for it. There was nothing that she could do. Waiting was the only option that remained. I always wanted to do that. Roland entered Guildmaster Orden's office after taking care of the scuffle in the Adventurer Guild. The fight was an unexpected event that he didn't really want to take part in. If it was the old him, then moving around quietly would probably have been his main tactic. One problem arose though, and that were the 4 guards that came with him. His new role placed him in a commanding position. A knight commander was not supposed to move through the city alone. Even if he was strong enough to protect himself, city guards needed to escort him through the streets. The moment he appeared at the city gate, he was surrounded from all sides by these people. They kept things moving fast, at least but also forced him to confront the rowdy adventurers. The chair that came flying was just the icing on the cake, as he could not turn back anymore. As a noble knight commander, he could not look past such behavior. He did not want to kill the two adventurers. Instead, he chose to give them a smaller punishment. After making the two look like mere bugs, his actions were somewhat excusable, and no one would probably think too much into it. They would probably assume that he was unwilling to lose more time on the two idiots. You've caused quite the commotion down below. I almost had to intervene. Maybe if you created some rules, they would stop acting like little kids. Ho ho! Now, that is an attitude worthy of a Knight Commander. Orden's face was all smiles, and his pearly whites were out on the forefront. Ever since arriving in this city, Roland was forced to go along with this man. But now things were a bit different. His status was higher and his power as well. After defeating Emerson and the party of adventurers below, he was feeling rather well. However, his confidence was lowered after a glance at the Guild Master's status screen. Name: Orden 274 lira. Classes: T3 Destroyer 24 lira. T3 Aura Axemaster 100. T2 Aura Barbarian 50 lira. T2 Spirit Axeman 50 lira. T1 Axe Warrior 25 lira. T1 Warrior 25 lira. The man was apparently already in his second Tier 3 class. It was not one that he had ever heard about or read. He was not like that Platinum party that was only filled with experts, and the higher level was also a problem. He managed to contend with the gap against Emerson. But this man here seemed to have a lot more prestige classes than the Knight Commander. Why would someone like this come to a small city like Albrook? There was something that didn't add up after going through his status. This made even less sense when he considered that this man loved money. In a small city with a C-rank dungeon, the ceiling wasn't that high. There weren't that many opportunities for earning. It was as if he was either forced to be here or knew something that Roland didn't know. I won't take up much of your time. I just came to report an incident from the dungeon, and also some other things. After his run-in with Brilvia, the new Dwarven Union chief, he had improved his status scanning capabilities. It came out that she had a specialized runic item that reacted whenever someone attempted a scan or broke through it. Thanks to their new partnership, he was able to study it and could counter similar effects. Roland could tell that the guild master here was in possession of such an item, and fooling it was not a problem anymore. Yes, I've heard already. But what do you hope to achieve? Do you want money? Do you really want to hold the guild responsible for what happens in the dungeon? The guild? No, just you, guild master. Me. A short pause arose as the two men in the room started staring at each other. While adventurers were free souls, they still were managed by the guild. It was up to the guild to give out adventurer cards that allowed these people to make a living. If some of them came out to be criminals, it was their fault for allowing them to persist without getting punished. While both of the men in the room here knew that it was impossible to keep track of everyone, it didn't really matter. Whenever an adventurer caused havoc, the guild was tasked with taking care of it. If they failed to do so and someone like a knight beat them to it, then something like a fine would be given. You know the laws and I intend for you to uphold them. The guild will pay for the damages. Damages? You look just fine to me. Orden shrugged while smiling, and it seemed that he was trying not to comply with the order. Roland was here to show that the guild was not running the show anymore, and was just part of the larger machine that was the Valyrian house. However, without getting this blockhead to agree to compromise, nothing would be done. Do you intend to go against the Valyrian house? Go against the Valyrian house? Nothing of the sort. Then will the guild comply or... Comply? I'm not so sure. It depends on what you actually want. The guild master laughed again while also standing up. Roland met his gaze, and the two started walking forward. Soon the two ended up in the middle of the office. It didn't happen often, but the large frame of the guild master overshadowed even the bulky armor that increased his height. The whole room started shaking as a strange red aura was produced by Orden and collided with blue mana exuded from Roland's armor. Silence fell upon the room as the two men continued to size each other up. Neither one was willing to back away, and perhaps more drastic measures would need to be taken to resolve this conflict. Two men were staring at each other while not exchanging any words. One of them was Wayland, who was wearing his dark crimson armor. Thanks to its bulky appearance, he looked more comparable to the much taller and wider guildmaster. The giant of a man was part of the Goliath race, and was still dwarfing Roland, whose height had increased to 2 meters inside of this new armor. Two unforeseen forces surrounded the two men, which soon clashed against each other. These two torrents of hidden energy started pushing and tugging at each other in a bout of strength. At first, It seemed that the Guildmaster's force was superior, but suddenly it was repelled as the armor's runes lit up. Oh, are you satisfied or do you want to continue? Oh, did you figure me out? You won't attack me. Are you sure about that? Orden puffed out his chest and took a step forward. There wasn't much more than around 20 centimeters between the two. Roland's personal space was being invaded, but he didn't react. He knew that the Guildmaster couldn't really lift a finger, but if he attacked first, then it could become a problem. The man was just testing him. It was nothing more than pure intimidation to see where both of them stood. Yes, I'm sure, but if you want to surprise me, then go ahead, hit the head knight of a Valyrian noble. Be my guest. A twitch appeared on the bald man's face after he heard the response. To Roland, it seemed that this was all just posturing or a failed attempt at intimidation. In the past, the Guildmaster could probably play such games, but things had changed. His opponent was not someone he could just start fighting in his office with one hand tied behind his back. He also had no lawful reason either, and considering that Orden had been sent here for some past transgression, his enemies were probably just waiting for him to slip up again. Haha, you got me good. Thus, instead of Orden's fists landing on the glowing armor, he grasped his belly and started laughing. Just as Roland assumed, the Guildmaster was only bluffing. In the past, the power balance was too much in his favor, but now it was shifting back towards the side of the noble estate. The Union had also started favoring Arthur, and this bald man here proved already that he was unwilling to go against large organizations with a lot of money. But have you always been hiding it, or do you think that I'd tell you? Good point. Now, what do you want from me? Do you really expect the guild to be responsible for what the adventurers do down in that dungeon? I heard that you also took care of them by yourself, so what is this about? Orden asked while giving Roland some personal space. The man leaned his body against that large desk of his and crossed those tree trunk-like arms over one another. His gigantic frame was more similar to an orc's than a human's, which made the whole earlier pissing contest even more stressful. You know as well as I do that it's not that simple whenever the nobility is involved. If I do nothing, then Arthur and the entire estate will look weak. Didn't you already show that you aren't? Being a tad greedy, aren't we? Oh, now you got me interested. What did you have in mind? This wasn't the first time an adventurer attacked or killed a party related to nobles. There was one particular case that was really famous around the kingdom. A sole heir to a viscount estate went on a training expedition into a dungeon and never made it out alive. It was all in his father's territory, and some adventurers were the perpetrators. Soon after, they were at the gallows along with the guildmaster. Even when he wasn't directly involved in the case, some people blamed him for fostering the sort of adventurers that would kill a noble's son. Though most people were sure that the reason didn't really matter and the viscount just wanted people to pay. Thus, paying a small fine to keep the nobles happy would not be seen as much of a hit to the guild's reputation. It was just to remind people that Arthur was the one in charge here. Some of our accountants looked over the numbers and found that there are some discrepancies when some parts of the city are involved, one district in particular. Oh, do you mean the red light district? Yes, you probably have some connections that could help us with that problem. Me? Connections to the red light district? Who do you take me for, a man that is capable of giving an aspiring runesmith access to the Thieves Guild? Heh, don't get me wrong. I don't really care about your connections to that place. I've even used it when I had to. But currently my position is different, and they are taking money from Arthur's pockets. Roland had agreed to help Arthur out with his problems. It included getting the whole city under his full control. On the surface, it might have looked like there weren't that many problems, but that wasn't the case. The constant increase in population forced eyes away from the criminal element that had continued to grow. Under-the-table deals took away a lot of tax revenue from the city, and people were also dying in the streets. People getting trafficked and forced into slavery was something that arose in cities that nobles didn't manage well. Usually, a deal was struck where the noble's estate received some hush money. Luckily, Arthur's morals aligned with Roland's when it came to this issue. Only slaves that were once criminals or were paying of a debt were allowed in Albrook, and he wanted to keep it that way. I guess you gained some qualifications. The guildmaster started staring at Roland's armored frame, as if he was sizing him up again. Qualifications for what? To not get yourself killed. I do know some people, but you'd have to visit their guildmaster if you actually want to change anything. You mean the Thieves' Guildmaster? Yeah, even I don't know who they really are, but there are some people in the city that could probably set up a meeting, if you are up for it. For the time being, Roland had access to the guild, but this didn't mean that he would survive stepping into enemy territory by himself. Lobelia could probably ask around, and her status would increase if she managed to achieve her Tier 3 class. He didn't really want to put her in danger, though. This guildmaster was a sneaky one. Apparently, they always wore a mask, and no one even knew if it was a man or a woman. The Thieves' Guild governed all the seedy characters inside the city. While it was possible to go to war and take out all of the ruffians, they would be quickly exchanged. The plan wasn't to forbid the existence of casinos and places of pleasure. They just wanted to clean up the streets from more obvious criminals. If people chose to enter those places to spend their money, it was fine with him and Arthur. In the past, people had gone to war with the guild, and even drove it out of their city. Yet, something like that would require a lot more resources and manpower than they had to spare. To make any progress and not jeopardize the future of the city, Arthur needed to find a way to cooperate. If Roland and his side got their way, the thieves would lose out on some money. Before they could reach any kind of agreement, his side would need to show that they could not be ignored. Before that, I'd like you to give me some information. I know. Everything also needed to be balanced to not have assassins floating around the city seeking vengeance. That's why I'm asking you to give me the names and locations of the biggest bastards in the city, that no one will miss when they are gone. The scarred bastard. His name is Ivor, but he forces everyone to call him Mr. Ivor. A smile crept on the large man's face, which Roland didn't know how to interpret. Either the man would be a pain in the posterior, or he was hated by this oversized warrior. He runs all of the gambling dens in the city. All of them. MHM. Let's just say that he didn't let anyone left to compete with his businesses. Think he has a cute nickname in those circles. What was it again? Ah yeah, Ivor the Skewer. If you ask me, it sounds tacky, but I guess it brings the point across. Roland had somewhat of an idea of what act allowed the man to get such a nickname. When thinking about it, he heard of one or two incidents where multiple people ended up impaled on single sharp logs together. It could be that the man responsible was this Ivor character. Bringing someone to justice that went on a killing spree would probably shift the citizens' opinion towards their side. He doesn't really have that many friends out there. Most of the people I know want him gone, but there is a reason that such a hated man managed to remain in the place he is. I'll have to refuse. Could you tell me more about this Ivor? Is someone protecting him, or is he just strong? Strong? I wouldn't call him that. He is just a crafty son of a bitch. Money talks, and he has a lot of it. It made sense. The amount of money that went around in places like casinos and gambling dens was tremendous. Some people just couldn't help themselves and would gamble away all of their savings. He never understood those types of people, as he never liked taking chances on anything. Everything in his life revolved around increasing the odds of his survival without being risky. Before the group of adventurers attacked him, he would probably take his time to strategize over everything. Now, on the other hand, waiting several months before making his move didn't sound so appealing. Time was important, and giving enemies it to grow would only allow for more trouble down the road. It was better to squash a rat before he evolved into a lion. Sure, but I expect to be off the hook for that little dungeon incident. Orden laughed while moving over to his desk, from which he pulled out some unsuspecting-looking booklet. It looked old and used and was printed over, or at least that's what it looked at first glance. For Roland, that was attuned to magical wavelengths, he could sense that some magic was involved. The letters were probably under some type of illusion spell, and would shift to something else when activated. Do you have something to write? That won't be needed. I have a good memory, and I've been recording the whole conversations from the start. But he doesn't have to know that. Even before coming to this room, he had activated his armor to record the entire conversation he was having with the Guildmaster. Normally, Orden would have been able to tell that magic was being used, but due to the friction between the two, his scheme went unnoticed. While spells that could track previous conversations existed, they were different from his approach. Whatever items the Guildmaster was using to detect them, Roland could either deactivate or switch up the signal to go around them. He didn't want to make an enemy of this man, but it was better to have a backup plan. Soon the names of important Thieves Guild members and their addresses were at his fingertips. As the magical booklet was activated, the two men spent some time inside the office discussing the issue, and they agreed to a few compromises. I guess I can part with 100 gold coins. Just don't forget to use a fake chest when you present it. A quick deal was made of the guild paying a fine. On the surface, it would look like they paid a sum of 500 golden coins, but 90% of it would be nothing but air. Arthur would look like he put his foot down, and the Guildmaster wouldn't need to pay that much. In reality, it would make him look good with the adventurers, as on the surface, the fine would be mostly paid from his own pocket. Normally, the gold would have been taken out of the annual earnings that the whole organization made, and could even affect the wages of the workers. By paying the bulk of the fine himself, the Guildmaster would offset that and look like a saint. Thanks to this deal, Roland would be able to guarantee future business ventures, as he wasn't really keen on angering this bald muscle head. That about covers it. I have all the information that I need. Now I just need to run it by Mary to confirm everything. I wonder if she was successful. Roland left the Adventurer Guild's office, which he spent around an hour in. When he arrived at the bottom floor, a lot of people scattered the moment he and his men opened the back door. Quickly, they pretended like they weren't trying to listen in on their conversation, but the awkward movements made everything too obvious. While on his way out, he encountered Solana, who he nodded while they were passing. She headed up the stairs to probably ask about what had just transpired. He, on the other hand, had other business to do and headed towards the Valyrian estate. It's the Knight Commander. At ease. People continued to back away and greet him. Getting used to this preferential treatment was something that he still needed to work on, as it felt stiffening. His work needed to continue as well as this charade until Arthur had gained a better foothold. As he was about to walk through the door, he noticed something. There was an odd presence that wasn't there before. Only now, after he approached, was he able to discover it. Sir Wayland, the Lord is expecting you. Mary. He didn't need to activate his analyzing skill to figure out that this maid had changed. Her whole demeanor felt different and her presence almost non-existent. Other people that were walking around the estate didn't seem to be able to see her. It was clear that she had finally taken a step into the next tier. And Umbral Stalker. Never heard of a class like that one. Roland looked through Mary's status screen and tried to figure out what her new class was all about. Considering that even he, who had gone through an extensive evolution to his senses, could barely see her, the class had stealth as its main option. She didn't seem tired while moving around, so it made sense that it was some type of passive, which probably came with her new class acquisition. I wonder if her presence disappears if she disengages during combat. It would be quite the broken passive. In the past, Mary was using a tier 2 passive that allowed her to not make a sound when walking. Her presence was faint, but not something that he couldn't sense. Thanks to his armor, such skills didn't really faze him, as he could still feel mana that was being produced by a person's body. That problem seemed to be alleviated with this new class, as he could barely feel any mana being exuded. Everything in this world had mana inside of them, even rocks and trees. Thanks to this phenomenon, his eyes of mana skill could function by perceiving the world's mana flow. The amount of mana everything had varied. A simple rock would have a lot less of it than a living creature. What Mary was doing now was lowering this perceived amount to be more aligned with a rock. I need to analyze this skill. It will make perceiving assassins much easier in the future. This class was not something common, and it was probably fixated on hiding. If he was able to study Mary's skills, it would allow his armor to warn him from hidden threats. It would probably be also possible to enhance his sensors that were also placed around Arthur's villa. Even if he couldn't increase the range that much, it could be alleviated by placing more sensors. When an assassin passed through such a sensor, they would trip the alarm. Wayland, my headset of head knights. What do I owe this pleasure? While thinking, Roland arrived in Arthur's office, which looked to be covered in more papers and scribbles. It was clear that the man wasn't sleeping much either, and the empty bottles of stamina potions confirmed his hunch. This noble had developed a liking for his new head knight, and would throw strange one-liners like this whenever the two were alone. Mary, who was standing to the side, even chuckled before covering her mouth with her hand. I heard that. My apologies. He was getting a lot more respect from the cat maid at least. She had even become a bit more trusting after achieving a higher tier. Perhaps it was also because she now knew that the man before her was also a noble's son. Maybe they were just having fun teasing him, who was usually more of a serious person, but it was usually better to keep things light, so he ignored it. I see that you have also improved. Congratulations. You need to do something about that habit of yours. It's going to get you in trouble one of these days. Name: Arthur Valerian, 102 lira. Classes: T2 or a duelist, 2 lira. T1 sword warrior, 25 lira. Arthur had actually managed to get a rather prestigious variant of the duelist class. This class was poised in handling dual swords, and more specifically rapiers or fencing swords. It specialized in agility over defense and landing precise critical hits whenever the opportunity arose. Were you making secret visits to the dungeon, or did you manage to create the training chamber? The latter. I wish that I could go there. But we don't always get what we want, right? Plus, Mary also approves of that training method. Thank you for giving me the idea. It was a safe training method that nobles used for generations. Mary could just simply watch over and help out whenever things got dangerous. This method was a lot slower than just going through the dungeon, but it was also a lot safer. It was only limited by the amount of money a person had, and currently things were looking up for this young noble. You can't normally smuggle monsters out of a dungeon, but I wonder. The fastest and safest way for Arthur to get his levels up would be through feeding him tier 3 undead skeletons just like everyone else. It was also possible to immobilize a reasonably high-level monster and let people wail on it. Skills that required a person to hit something would raise faster if they were performed on a living target. I heard that some people use trolls for it. They can regenerate quickly and can eat almost everything, but the costs are high, and if it breaks loose, maybe if I extract the core and just leave enough of it intact, it could work as a dummy for hitting. I think our friend has done it again. Mary, would you be so nice to bring us some tea? This could take a while. Of course, sir. I'll be right back. Arthur smiled as Roland had gone silent for a few seconds after coming into his office. This behavior didn't go unnoticed, as the man would randomly space out from time to time while lost in his thoughts. He attributed this to bouts of inspiration that arose due to his crafting profession. It's fine. I like that unique part. It must be nice to be a craftsman, always thinking about your new creations. However, think we will have to move this along. Of course, I just wanted to speak to you about one of the city's districts. The one ruled by the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild. Has the time come? I think it's better to do this now before the problem escalates. I see. What did you have in mind? After placing some of the papers to the side, Arthur was at full attention. The problem of a rising criminal syndicate in a developing city was high. During his stay here, Arthur was far too weak to do anything about it. The fear of having his people targeted by the Thieves Guild assassins was high. Apprehending or killing one of the bosses would probably be devastating. Only now, when his footing was better and he gained a competent head knight, was it possible to act. Frist, have a look at this. Roland brought out a notebook that he prepared for this occasion. Arthur took it and started looking through the pages. These people are... They are the current bosses that rule over the Pleasure District. I think we should focus on them before they become a problem. But before that, I think we should go somewhere more private. How about we go to that room? I see. It would be better to keep this kind of information in a safer location. Very well, let's go. Soon the group started moving from Arthur's office and through the large villa. This place had gone through a lot of changes ever since the young noble moved in. One of them was the new identification system at the main gate in the entrance. Everyone would be scanned if they wanted to go in, and similar to the Adventurers Guild, their status would be revealed. This would allow them to account for any dangerous individuals that were hidden in larger groups of soldiers or ones that were trying to hide their identity. Arthur was all for installing more runic turrets, which now could be produced by the Dwarven Union. Their outer shape had been enhanced, and thanks to Roland's expertise in runes, they became even better than before. Roland wasn't sure where all this trust came from, but it at least allowed him to monitor this entire compound. While not everything was finished in the future, probably no one would be able to get in without tripping a hidden alarm. This is quite an interesting invention. How did you come up with it? I read about it in a book. The group arrived at a large room filled with various books. It was similar to the one in the old Arden estate, and the books weren't all that special. All of them headed over to an unsuspecting bookcase next to a wall that contained a secret passage. To make it move out of the way, the books needed to be picked up in a set order. Only a set few people knew about this order, and in the future, Roland proposed to switch the orders up at a steady schedule. Arthur performed this task before Mary could even move, as he was the type to enjoy these things. The bookcase slid to the side to reveal an integrated console. It was similar to the one he had in his own workshop. This one was a bit different as it did not use cards, but just went for a person's unique mana pattern. Roland looked as Arthur placed his hand on a flat panel with some runes on it. The whole thing lit up as it started identifying the person standing before it. Besides the mana reader, it also came with a feature to read fingerprints. It was a two-stage identification process that would be hard to mimic, and would later be turned into a third one when he got the retina scanner working. After the scan was performed, the wall started sliding back along with the console and then to the side. A set of stairs was revealed, and soon everyone had around 15 seconds to go through the entrance before it closed. Then at the end of the stairs was a proper door made from thick metal alloys that could rival mithril. Even Roland would need to struggle for quite some time to get through this thick slab of metal. This entrance required another password to open up, and finally, the trio arrived at their destination. A mostly empty space with a lot of junk lying around. We really need to fill this place out with something. Mary, do you know how much longer it will take to finish? The dwarves said that they need at least a week to prepare all the parts at their workshop. Good, let them prepare. They won't be able to leave after they come here. It sounded worse than it was. It was quite troublesome to let people in and out of the secret chamber. Everything needed to be made in secrecy, and only a few people would actually be allowed inside. There they would be stuck for a few days until they finished their job and let out when it was finished. When it was finished, the area would have several rooms for storing costly artifacts, and also act as a panic room, with access to all turrets within the villa. So Wayland, my friend, why did you want us to move here? It's better to organize everything before we continue. One of the rooms is partially finished, and I need a board to place the portraits. Portraits, you'll see. What Roland wanted to create is an evidence board that was usually portrayed in many TV shows about criminal cases. A large empty board was not hard to prepare, and soon it was hung up on one of the walls. In the middle, he placed a current map of Albrook, and to the side, he started pasting some sketches. They represented the criminal bosses in the city, with the one representing the guildmaster being just an outline with a question mark. So these are... Yeah, these are apparently the current underground bosses. Roland had used his good memory and recording skills to make a copy of the Guild Master's booklet. In it there were actual sketches of the people involved included with their names and battle power. It was clear that Orden came prepared when handling things in the city, and that someone on the inside was helping him. Considering that he singled one boss out of the others, there were 2 or 3 potential suspects. This is Mr. Ivor. He is quite recognizable by the large horizontal scar. He is involved with the gambling aspect of our city and usually hangs around this man, Cabber. Whenever someone needs to be intimidated or extorted, this man is usually involved. There was a nice sketch of the scarred man with a large cigar in his mouth. This was an evidence board, so Roland used some red string to connect him to the next person, Cabber. The man seemed to belong to the Goliath race as well, and was responsible for the muscle side of the business. These two usually work together. They have split the district in half, and apparently continue to push in further to the dissatisfaction of the other bosses. I see. These two seem to be disrupting the balance. Could it perhaps cause a war between their factions? That is a possibility. If something like that happens, a lot of people will get harmed. It wasn't anything new. The Thieves Guild wasn't a unified force. It was mostly composed of smaller gangs with their own agendas. The guild master at the top would only step in if things got too hairy or their position was in danger. But other than that, they would remain neutral. They received a big payout from people under them, similar to a lord taking in taxes, and usually didn't care about who was giving them the money. So, are those two people their opposition? Is that madam a criminal too? Yes, her name is Faye, but most call her Madam Faye or Headmistress Faye. She runs most of the pleasure portion of the district, and controls all of the brothels. The man with the snake mask is called Viper, and is responsible for making people vanish. Vanish? You mean? Yeah, he is an assassin and might have access to one of such guilds. It would be better to not get involved with him before this villa is outfitted. I'll keep that in mind. He has some kind of involvement with Madame Faye, but I don't have much information about that side. Maybe if Mary has some time she could investigate further. It would be good to keep ourselves informed about a potential assassination guild member. Arthur nodded and Mary did the same. While the Thieves Guild was a larger organization, there existed smaller ones. Assassination guilds were hidden away to avoid detection. Some went after very influential individuals that even the Thieves Guild wouldn't be able to protect them from. Instead, they hid away from sight. As long as no one knew who the assassin performing the task was, they were safe. The board was quickly filled up and connected through red string. On the map, Roland circled in the main buildings that housed these people. The number of people working for these people could only be eyeballed, as even the guild master wasn't sure. Now Arthur needed to make a decision. Would they attempt to cooperate with these people or strong-arm them into submission? What would you like to do? These people don't have to become our enemies. I'm sure they'll offer you quite the sum if you decide to work with them. Roland was somewhat leaning in the direction to oppose the Avildors, as he didn't appreciate the type of loitering in his city. However, it was possible to cooperate with these career criminals. They wouldn't need to lift a finger and just accept large bribes. If they started any infighting, they wouldn't have to send in soldiers or lose them in potential gang fights. The area would in a sense be governed by the Thieves Guild and become its own little country. Some cities went with this option, which was quite troublesome for its people. The ones harmed the most would be the commoners that would lose the protection of their guards. It would slowly cause an erosion of the population and a drop in favorability to the lord. Yet, some considered the money gained from bribes more than enough to endanger their people. The second option was to go against them and not allow the spread of this slow-growing disease. It would toss the guards and soldiers they employed into some danger. But that was what they signed up for. The crime dens would then be taxed in a legal fashion, and with a lessened criminal factor be used by more people that found safety in the City Watch. The second choice was the more difficult one and brought in rewards slower. Okay, I have decided. Is this really necessary? If you don't go through the search, you can't enter the establishment. Those are the rules. Fine. A disgruntled man stood in place while another larger man moved a strange medallion towards him. The medallion Inquisition was covered in strange symbols that the person standing there didn't recognize. After a moment of waiting, these symbols began shining in a sort of pulsating pattern. It was very slow and also produced a chime each time the glow was the brightest. You're clear. Please go in. HMPH. The man that had to wait grumbled, but due to the scary look on the other man's face, he didn't want to say anything. After fixing his clothes slightly, he stepped forward through the door that was previously closed. Before he could go in, the larger man smacked the metallic entrance twice while speaking out. The sound of locks popping open was then heard before it finally opened. Finally, a small cloud of smoke escaped from the room behind this door, but it didn't keep this man from going in. He was somewhat used to the environment, and his eyes were already glued to the bright lights and revealing flesh inside. After he stepped through, the door was slammed behind him, and the next person from the queue stepped forward. Just like the man before him, the medallion was presented, but there was a visible and audible difference this time around. What? I'm clean. That thing must be broken. The large man looked at the glowing symbols there were flickering widely. The closer he brought his item to the man's pockets. He was not the only person guarding this entrance. There were 3 other men of similar size and demeanor. The moment they saw their detection device reacting like that, 2 of the men grabbed this person and didn't let him flee. What the fuck are you bastards doing? Let me go. Stop squirming if you don't want to die. Quickly they started going through the area where the medallion reacted the most. The man continued to squirm around, but the strength of the 2 men holding him was not something he could handle. After rummaging through his pocket, they discovered a strange item. It was the one that their detection device was reacting to and was quickly taken away. Hey, give that back. Do you know how much that costs? Before this person could finish speaking, a fist connected with his face. His nose was instantly broken, and if he was not getting held in place by these people, his body would have gone flying into the distance. The group of people that were standing in the line started inching away, but still continued to remain in the vicinity of this act. Even after the 3 men continued to beat the person, they did not shy away from remaining in the line. Bringing in magical items such as this one is strictly forbidden. These are the rules. If you don't like them, then don't even attempt to come here. If you do, then you will end up as this bastard here. The doorman shouted out not only to the man that was getting smacked around, but also to the people in the queue. All of them were standing in front of a big building with bolted up windows and smoke coming out from the cracks. I'm sorry, please. You're sorry. It's too late to be sorry. Our boss told us to take good care of idiots like you. Take him to the back. You know what to do. 2 of the men that were there nodded as the main doorman instructed them to take care of the issue. Soon the man was hit by a fist that caused him to pass out, and the 2 large men dragged him into a secluded alleyway to the side of the building. There they continued until they arrived at an entrance behind a bulky grate. After knocking on it several times, another person appeared before them. Oh, who do we have here? He looks a bit thin. What do you want me to do with him? The usual. It was a large man. That size was quite enormous. It wasn't the height that made him large, but the belly around his waist that was pushing against the grate and making it screech. After a moment, the man opened the grate door to accept the gift from the 2 bouncers. The passed out individual was hoisted up by the fat man's strange limb that had a bloody hook on it. After attaching this hook to the man's clothes, he started dragging him inside, while the 2 men returned to their work. The man's thick size made closing the grate behind him quite a chore, but after a few attempts, he disappeared inside the dark corridor. He arrived in a dimly lit room with a strange smell around it. It was produced by the strange pile of flesh in the corner that was swarming with flies. Erg. Hey, quiet down. Next to this pile of flesh, a groan could be heard. Multiple sets of small cages were there, and inside a plethora of humanoid figures. Before the man entered the room, they were making some noise, but after he arrived and smacked one of the cages with his non-hooked hand, the whole place went silent. Doesn't have much meat on him, and not much of a looker either. His class is not good. This obese person glanced at the new person that he was given. At first, he was frowning, but after placing the man on top of a bloody table, he started to smile. The passed out individual was then quickly strapped in by several metallic clasps. After making sure that he would not be able to move at all, the large man grabbed a mug filled with some water that he then promptly splashed into the man's face. What? Where am I? What are you doing? Don't worry, you are in good hands, Lil Piggy. Daddy will take good care of you. This will be a night that you'll never forget. The man used his regular hand to grasp the hooked one to slowly unscrew it. After it was removed, he placed it on a table trolley with other strange metallic objects. They were all covered in either dried up blood or decomposing flesh. After fiddling around for a moment, he grabbed one other attachment that he promptly attached to his other limb. It looked to be a saw, and one that would usually be used in sawing through bones by doctors. It was equally covered in rust as chunks of meat that the man on the table quickly realized belonged to people. He had a good view of the pile of flesh in the corner of the room. It was filled with limbs that probably belonged to the victims of this butcher. And no, plea. SSSHHHH. I don't like loud piggies. Before the man could voice his opinion, he had his mouth blocked by a ball gag. It was tightly shoved into his mouth and instantly caused it to bleed. There were many sharp edges on it which kept him from producing any type of sound. His eyes bulged out in horror as the ugly man fastened an apron around his body, which at least covered up his previously bare chest. Now what should I go for first? The saw that was attached to his right arm started moving between his arms and legs, before ending up at the ankle region. Even though he continued to struggle, there was no way of freeing himself from this table. The sharp pain of the saw colliding with his leg brought tears to his eyes, and the sawing didn't even begin yet. His fate seemed to be set, as he would get cut up by this weird butcher. But before all hope was lost, something strange entered his vision. His body jolted as he witnessed a third person in this smelly room. Someone was seemingly floating up in the air. They were shrouded in some type of shadowy haze, which made it hard for him to identify. The fat bastard that was going for his ankle didn't seem to notice, as he was just licking his lips while looking at the blood beginning to gush. The pain to his leg area brought him back to reality, but soon it subsided as another astonishing scene played out before his tired eyes. Instead of his foot being dislodged from his lower body, the butcher's head went flying through the air. He could not see a blade or any type of magical attack being activated. The fat man's face didn't even register anything, as he still had the previous ecstatic expression on it. Soon the large body collapsed forward, and he could feel its full weight. Luckily, the fall didn't cause the saw hand to finish what it started, and instead slowly, the entire lard-filled remains slid down to the ground. He was left stupefied by what had transpired, and had no idea if he was actually saved or still in danger. The person that was floating in the air previously was not there anymore, and he could not feel their presence. A strange shadow was there. He could see a shadow being projected of a figure that was standing directly behind him. The people or creatures that were trapped in the small cages reacted to it as well. They started becoming restless, but suddenly all sound vanished. Even though the cages were still moving around, there was nothing. The trapped man could not even hear his own breathing anymore. It was as if he lost his ears. Yet, to counter this claim, he heard a voice that belonged to a woman call out to him. "Be quiet if you want to live." "Wayland, are you seeing this?" "Yeah, I can." "Were they really doing this in our backyard?" Roland asked Mary, who remained silent on the other end. The two looked in disgust at the display of missing limbs and organs placed into jars. He had heard of such places like this, but didn't think that one such organ harvesting den would be inside of Albrook. There were certain classes that could use human parts to enhance their bodies. Even some more seedy alchemists could use them as ingredients for various elixirs or cursed potions. After the talk Roland had with Arthur and Mary, they decided to stake out one of the places in the city. The guild master urged him to go there first, and now he knew why Ivor was first on the list. This little slaughterhouse was right next to one of his gambling dens. Mary, after achieving her Tier 3 class, was the perfect person for the job. Her infiltration capabilities were far more significant than what he could achieve. His armor was far too bulky and meant for actual combat than for sneaking. Perhaps in the future, he could develop a lighter specialized suit for such occasions. But for now, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Roland was not inside the slaughterhouse with Mary, but looking at everything through an enhanced golemic eye. One of the benefits of working with the Union was access to better resources, and now everything he viewed could be in high definition. He witnessed the man attempting to enter the casino with a magical item that was forbidden. There were many spells that could affect dice and random roll chance. Establishments like the one Ivor ran could not allow for such items to exist. The places were fitted out with magical sensors, and even Roland that could deactivate them could probably not get them all in time before he was found out. Perhaps this person was new in the city, and had assumed the same item would go unnoticed here. However, he was out of luck, as these people didn't play at all. They went straight to killing, instead of just throwing him out onto the street. If they just roughed him out as an example, then perhaps even Roland would be fine with letting it be. It was possible that a few bruises were not enough to keep cheaters from ruining their businesses, so they decided to become more creative. I guess instead of sending a message to cheaters, they just removed them from the customer pool entirely. Did they take the saying, "Once a cheater, always a cheater," to heart? The result of this practice against disturbers was quite gruesome. The man that Mary saved got away from it with just a small bruise on his ankle. But this could not be said for the others in the slaughterhouse. He could see various faces from within those cages. Some of them were missing limbs, while others had multiple ones attached to their bodies for an unknown reason. What's the point of placing those limbs of people? Was this guy just a psycho? Or is there some meaning to it? Now that the man was dead, he couldn't really ask him any questions. Mary did quick work of his head with those strings of hers. Her new class gave her a strange skill called umbral threads. It allowed her to create these threads from nearby shadows, and they were razor sharp. They were even strong enough for her to stand on top of them, which could be mistaken for floating. Inside a dimly lit room, they were practically invisible, but they lost some of their potency when it was bright. I wasn't expecting to find something this soon. It will take some time to get the soldiers ready. I'm afraid you'll have to wait there for a while. You want me to wait in this smelly room? Just keep the mask on. It is able to filter the air, and should protect you from any poisonous gases. If you activate the runes, it will protect your entire face. I didn't mean it like that. Why should I stay here? We have enough of that evidence that you wanted. Can't we just come back later? They might notice that something happened and clean the whole place up before we return with the guards. It would be better if you remained there and kept that from happening. But, haha, Mary just listened to Wayland. Arthur, who had access to the line, interrupted his maid who didn't want to stay there. Roland's actions were a bit silly in her eyes. A noble like Arthur didn't need a justifiable cause to raid a gambling den. For her, this whole event was a big waste of time, as they should have just gone in through the front door with full force. Wayland isn't wrong if people from the outside see firsthand what these people are capable of. Just as he said, my favorability rating with the commoners will go up. If I don't present them with anything palpable, they will start seeing me as a tyrant. If Lord Arthur wishes it, then I will carry out the command. I'm sure that you won't have to wait long, right, Sir Wayland? It shouldn't take longer than an hour. I already contacted the guard captain. Splendid. This is a night our city will not forget. Roland was still a child of the modern world. His morals were a bit different. The people from his world always presented the public with some insights into their workings. Even if they skewed things to fit their agenda, it was better to give the populace something. If they didn't, then soon news of Arthur trying to bully people out of their money would start spreading. Gambling in itself wasn't illegal, but if everyone knew of what was happening behind closed doors, then their public image would prosper. There will be a lot of civilians there. I need to be careful not to cause any collateral damage. While Mary remained in the grotesque room, he emerged from the secret chamber under the Valyrian estate. His plan of setting Arthur up as a just noble was starting. The place they were going to raid was one of the largest gambling dens in the city. It was even possible that either the boss or some other guild bosses would be there. The more people they could apprehend, the better, but possible problems could arise from their actions. I wonder what that mysterious guild master of theirs will do. Even that Baldy didn't know much about them. They would be infringing on Thieves Guild territory by their actions, and needed to also be ready for possible counterstrikes. This was the first step into an unknown dispute, something that Roland was not accustomed to. Instead of running from problems, he would be finally starting some himself with a group that he didn't really know. However, after witnessing secondhand what these people were capable of, he was content with his decision. Knight Commander. At ease, Captain. Are the men ready? Yes, sir. He looked at the group of 50 armored men before him. They didn't compare to the wooden soldier army he led into battle during his trial, but they would have to do. Taking down criminals in the city was their duty, and this would be their first official mission. Good, I'll lead the way. Keep up. Sir, yes, sir. I should be able to take out a few petty criminals without anyone getting hurt. Roland tried to pump himself up while slowly walking with around 50 armored men behind him. This would be his first actual time leading a larger group of people that wasn't composed of wood. They weren't going to war, but anything could happen. Even though they were against untrained forces, he needed to account for their levels. Normally this would be a job he'd push into Gareth's or Morian's lab, but at the moment the two weren't ready yet. Mary would soon begin their training and show them the ropes to get their levels up. Before that happened, his responsibilities would continue. Showing the underground bosses that the city was not theirs was something only he could achieve. After defeating one head knight and easily taking out 5 platinum adventurers, Roland's morale was high, and he wanted to keep the ball rolling. The commander was right, they can't see us. Hey, keep your voice down. What if he overhears you? Do you want us to spend the rest of the night running around the field? One of the soldiers whispered, cautioning the other. Ah, shit. The other soldier replied, realizing the importance of maintaining their stealth. The group of 50 knights made considerable noise, but the sound was contained within an invisible barrier. Furthermore, their presence was veiled by a mysterious, shadowy haze. Two soldiers who were whispering couldn't believe that the people they passed by seemed completely oblivious to their presence. No one reacted or caused any commotion, which was highly unusual given the circumstances. Those guys need more training. I need to design a portable cloaking unit so they can use it by themselves. A lot of crimes happened when the city guards weren't looking. It was normal for them to not be able to be everywhere, and thieves usually implemented lookouts that warned whenever a patrol approached. With the help of a few spells, it was possible to shroud his people in shadows and silence their footsteps. Even if there was a lookout, it would make discovering them quite hard. For the time being, he was producing his own runic effect, but this test was a success. Mary, how does it look? I had to take care of another person. I think that we don't have much time before they discover that something is wrong. I'll be right there. The gambling house should be around the corner. I bet some of the important clients or associates will try to flee in the middle of our raid. I'll leave it to you to take care of that. That's easier said than done. But fine. Roland cut off the connection to Mary as he approached their target. The building started coming into view, and it was becoming hard to hide the large group of soldiers. They were now in the pleasure district, and it was around 1 hour after midnight. Many people flocked to this area of pleasure, and he wouldn't even be surprised if one of the people from the crowd was armed. What the? Listen up, everyone. We will do as we discussed earlier. Keep to your squad, surround the building, and don't let anyone suspicious escape. We aren't here for blood, but protect yourself if you have to. Yes, sir. People that were in the pleasure district were astonished by a dual line of armored men suddenly walking out of an alleyway. There was no indication of them rummaging through the streets, but now their footsteps started echoing throughout the neighborhood. Usually, city guards didn't reach this area, which allowed for the seedy element to prosper. From this day forth, people would know that that was going to change. What are they doing? Are they going to arrest someone? Isn't that the new night leader or what you call it? Hey, aren't they headed in the direction of that gambling house? Yeah, that's where the lucky goblin is. Did something happen there? Beats me. But how about we check it out? A crowd began to form as the people formulated their theories about the large group of armored soldiers. Most of them knew that the gambling dens had their share of illicit activities, but usually something like this was cleared up by bribes. In their eyes, either the city lord was trying to make some kind of example, or was trying to force the gambling boss to pay a steep sum. Most of them believed that the nobles were all greedy bastards, so the thought of this just being a raid to help the common people was usually thrown out instantly. Just as expected, the peanut gallery is assembling. I hope that they will be smart enough to keep their distance. I wonder how those guys will do. Mary, we are going to start the operation. Your squad should be there soon. Coordinate with them at your leisure. Finally, before he contacted Mary, a small squadron of 8 people that were hiding in the shadows split away from the main group. These people belonged to a special unit that Mary was assembling and was composed of people with more agile classes. They could use their nimbleness to move through the rooftops without making much sound. This group didn't answer his call as they had been a special unit created by Mary herself. Probably if he ever came to blows with this maid, her small group of assassins would be after him. Should I make my own special unit? The thought of creating his personal army had crossed his mind. Having a whole faction with many soldiers was quite enticing. Even if he reached the levels of Tier 4, he would still probably not be able to go against a whole country. There were many boons when acting together within an organization, and even more if you were the person on top. While thinking about creating his own special runic knight regiment, he and his current troops finally arrived at the destination. Ignore the people that are on the outside, but don't let anyone else escape, especially if they come from that building. Yes, Commander. The 50 men shouted out and instantly brought everyone's attention to one side. The people waiting outside the gambling building started quickly scattering. On the other hand, the doorman and the bouncers that kept people from entering started backing away. At this point, the bosses on the inside were probably already informed as more of these bodyguards came pouring out. It was quite the spectacle and not something Roland had imagined ever doing. His life of keeping a low profile was now over, and his name was already being circulated in various intelligence guilds around the island. After this event was over, there was a high probability of some animosity getting directed at him. When that time came, he needed to be ready, and preparing for the future was something he was good at. Stop, you are in violation of the city law. Do not resist, you will be granted some liberties and a reduced sentence if found guilty of crimes against the Valyrian house. We are here to apprehend the owner of this establishment. Anyone that is not directly involved in this case will be able to go home. Do not resist and allow the soldiers to confirm your identities if you do not wish to be persecuted. Roland used his runes to enhance his voice. It sounded like he was talking through a microphone at a large concert. Even people that weren't involved in the raid could easily hear what he was saying. The message was clear. The people that were involved with the crime den were to be apprehended while the customers would not. While there were 50 guards to round everyone up, the number of people on the inside was still larger. They estimated that even 200 people could have gathered there, with perhaps more criminals rushing to this location to help their boss escape. He did not believe that they would lay down their weapons and surrender, but continue to stall instead. What are you doing? The Knight Commander gave you an order. Screw yourself. Who do you think that we are? Just wait for the boss to arrive. We rule this city, and not you fucking nobles. The guard captain was with him for this mission. He shouted at the person that was the main doorman, but as expected, he did not want to surrender. This complicated things as Roland did not actually wish for this to turn into a bloodbath. It would be easy to defeat these people if he activated his spells, but there were a lot of people watching. Arthur would start looking like a bloodthirsty maniac if he just allowed his soldiers to slaughter people. What's with all this noise? It's the big boss. Now you are in for it. Not soon after he asked for a full surrender, one of the bosses of this business appeared. There was a reason why he chose to attack this place. He was trying to kill two birds with one stone. The man that appeared before him looked confident and was the man responsible for the security in this place. Name: Cabra, 194 lira. Classes: T3 Metal Fist, 44 lira primary. T2 Pugilist, 50 lira primary. T2 Fist Fighter, 50 lira secondary. T1 Brawler, 25 lira X. T1 Warrior, 25 lira X. When looking at this man's status, he was reminded of another meathead that he knew. There were 3 classes that they even shared with each other. This person was part of the Goliath race and was a head taller than even Roland, that was standing at around 2 meters inside of his armor. Even if he didn't go through the status screen, it was painfully obvious that the man used his arms to fight. His fist looked like 2 boulders that had been strapped to 2 tree trunks for arms. There were many various scars all over those massive mitts, and his knuckles had a plethora of calluses. It was as if this man spent his free time punching holes into boulders that caused all those injuries. It's probably a requirement to level up his skills. Some classes came with some specific requirements when it came to leveling up skills. The Metal Fist class likely needed the person to continue hitting hard things with their hands. When looking at the state that those fists were in, he had to have probably managed to level it up to the fullest. Roland was sure that if he got smacked in the face with something of that size, his face would be caved in. That is if he took in on directly without using his own ways of dampening the blow. So you are the leader. Is the man named Ivor inside? Who are you to ask for Mr. Ivor? How dare you speak to the Knight Commander in that tone? Before the guard captain could continue, Roland raised his hand to quiet him up. The man seemed to have grown a type of fondness for his new Knight Commander. He was sold on the new leader after receiving a significant raise and some nice runic equipment. He knew that the man just wanted to show his loyalty, but he didn't really want this whole thing to erupt into one big melee. Mary, I got Cabra here. I'll leave Ivor in your hands. I'm sure that he'll attempt to use one of the Thieves' Guild passages to escape. He won't get away. I know he won't, but try to leave him in one piece. It will look better if he answers for his crimes as per law. Mr. Wayland, I didn't take you for such a law-abiding citizen, all things considered. I'll talk to you later then. Roland could hear Mary chuckle slightly after implying his involvement with the Thieves' Guild. Considering how chipper his maid partner was, there didn't seem to be any troubles inside of the gambling den. For now, it was all going according to plan. While he was confronting the big meathead here, she would go after Ivor, the real target. What if I am? Do you think that me and my men are afraid of those tin soldiers? How about you go back and suck on your mother's tit before all of you die? Cabra spoke up while walking forward. It seemed that he didn't identify the armored soldiers as much of a threat. Roland's sight outnumbered the bouncers about 2 to 1. But after a quick scan, it became clear that the new soldiers were still lacking. This growing syndicate employed old soldiers and adventurers that had probably spent at least 10 years out in the field. The people that he was training were still inexperienced, but this was just a surface-level assessment performed by a thug leader. It was perhaps true that the soldiers here were lower-leveled, but their equipment was much better. Each and everyone had various runic weapons that could turn the tide of battle at any moment. The group of criminals was still inexperienced and would soon have a rude awakening. If you possessed even a shred of wisdom, you would recognize the futility of your resistance. But alas, your intellect appears to be sorely deficient. I shall give you one final opportunity to reconsider your course of action and surrender. Roland started moving with slow steps towards the muscle-bound man. Some of the onlookers weren't sure what his plan was, as Cabber was clearly a close-ranged fighter. The city knight commander was known as a magical knight that could use spells. Most people believed that he was at a disadvantage and making a big mistake. Cabber just watched as the man approached, and his smile became wider. I refuse. If you want to meet Mr. Ivor, then tell that little noble to come himself. He does not control the city, we do. Is that so? Are you sure about that? Have you not been paying attention to what has been happening lately, or do you just not care? Bastard, you're starting to annoy me. I gave you a chance. It didn't seem that this man wanted to hold any kind of conversation, and probably was also not able to. His size and demeanor told Roland that Cabber was someone that let his fists do the talking. Even before they could continue, he threw the first punch directly towards his armored helmet. A man once said, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles." Cabber didn't respond as he found himself baffled by the situation. His large fist, which was almost twice the size of his opponent's, had been grabbed. The large man had used a good amount of his natural strength in this hit, yet it was still halted. He saw the hand going for the grab, but intended to just send it flying in the direction of his opponent's face. In his mind, there was no possibility of his well-trained attack to be halted in such an easy fashion. A strange blue glow appeared on the metal gauntlet that caught the wild right hook. The moment it collided with this light, the power that was put into it started to fade away. Right after, a strange ripple phenomenon took place. The glow started traveling from the left hand that caught the large fist upwards towards the left shoulder, then to the right one and along the right arm. It was a good punch. Now here, I'll give it back to you. The large man quickly raised his left hand to protect himself from the hit, while also grabbing the left hand that caught his previous punch. His plan was simple: take the hit and quickly overpower the knight that wasn't even using any weapons. However, the moment that fist collided with his forearm, he had a rude awakening. Everyone gasped as they heard a strange sound when the mithril gauntlet connected with flesh. The large man loosened his grip and quickly changed his plan, as he slid back into two of his men that were shocked by this display of might. Isn't kinetic energy a wonderful thing? Makes fighting against pure physical classes quite rudimentary, but not like you'd understand the mechanics behind it. I'm going to kill you. Cabber let out a giant roar as he activated a strange skill that was reminiscent of something Armin would do to increase his physical might. His whole body started shining as if it was covered by polished steel, with an emphasis on his forearms and fists that now looked like they were made from metal. The man charged, and Roland allowed it to happen. His own skill was activated, which produced a blue haze around his entire body. The punches rained down upon him, and the soldiers weren't sure if their commander could take all of it. But soon their worries evaporated. Hey, isn't this a bit too one-sided? I didn't know that the commander was this strong. They were all mesmerized, knowing they were witnessing a spectacle they would never forget. The knight commander effortlessly evaded a barrage of punches, while expertly countering his opponent. It was as if he could predict where each lightning-fast strike would land. His movements were almost mystical, and his own attacks packed the power of an ogre. In less than a minute, the opponent's enhanced metallic body was covered in fist imprints. Arg, I'll crush you to death. Desperate to turn the tide of the battle, Cabber charged forward without regard for his own safety. However, all his punches were effortlessly absorbed, leaving grappling as his only option. He managed to close the distance and trapped his smaller opponent in a bear hug, ready to squeeze the life out of him. Who are you, people? Are you from the guild? Do you know who the fuck I am? Do you? Answer me. A man with a large horizontal scar on his face was shouting in a darkened corridor. The person he was having a one-sided conversation with looked at him as if he was some type of insect. The crime boss named Ivor found himself in a state of utter disbelief and confusion about this whole situation. Just a moment ago he was sipping on expensive wine, and now he was eating nothing more than dirt. The group of bodyguards that was composed of guild members had not been able to do anything about the group of assailants. Their bodies lay on the ground covered in cuts and bruises. Most of them were dead, with only a few survivors that continued to groan as their blood poured into the corridor. "You got Cabber?" "Yes, I'm finished here. He is alive, but he doesn't look happy." "Who are you talking to?" Wait. Ivor's mind raced as the strange woman that took care of his guards ordered her allies to apprehend him. He tried searching for an explanation for this turn of events. In his mind, this must have been about money. Some kind of competitor was trying to infringe on the empire that he had built up. That's why criminals like you are no good. This has never been about money now. Silence him. I'm tired of hearing that ugly man speak. Before the crime boss could utter another sentence, he felt something hit the back of his head. His face collided with the hard ground before him, and the fall was only cushioned by his nose that cracked on impact. As his consciousness faded, his mind became a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, ranging from anger and frustration to fear and paranoia. Ivor jolted up to attention as he awoke in a place he didn't recognize. The first sensation that greeted him was a throbbing headache that was quickly followed by a sharp pain in his nose. It had been clearly broken after his previous interactions with a group of shadowy assassins. Ugh, how did they know that I was in that tunnel? As his eyes adjust to the dim light, they begin to make out the cold stone walls that confined him. He was inside a dungeon devoid of any comforts, and his wrists were bound by metallic shackles. The chains were somewhat longer, which allowed him to check his broken nose, but his mind was currently on another issue. Cabber, did they get you too? What's with that miserable state? Shut up, Ugh, it hurts to talk. His cell didn't have any doors, but bars instead, through which he could easily see his associate. Cabber, the man that was responsible for his protection, was in another cell. His arms were bound to the walls by shackles that looked a lot sturdier than the ones he was held by. Then there was his whole body, which had a lot more scarred tissue than he remembered. It was as if he had been burned by something and then healed after by a lesser healing potion. That damn monster. How did you end up like that? How many people did they bring? Just one man in a tin suit. Cabber groaned while laughing, but quickly stopped after realizing that his whole body was still hurting. The healing performed on him was done to a minimal degree. It was a common practice if a person wanted to keep their prisoners alive, but also assure that they wouldn't be strong enough to make a run for it. Only one man. Ivor couldn't believe that a strong man like Cabber was brought down to his knees by only one person. He had scouted this man for the sole reason that he was a strong fighter that kept climbing up the ranks. The sum that he needed to give out for the Tier 3 fighter was tremendous, but worth it. It was thanks to him that he could pave his way in the early underground game. Solidifying his position as the gambling den owner could only happen thanks to the man's muscles. As he continued to struggle against his restraints, the crime boss heard something. A door in the distance opened up and steps echoed in the distance. His mind raced with thoughts of escape and survival. He was at the mercy of an unknown force with all power stripped away. The realization that his reign of power could be coming to an end was starting to cross his mind. Yet he was not dead yet. There had to be some meaning behind this occurrence. The person that caught him had to want something, and perhaps a deal could be stricken. Good morning, Mr. Ivor. I see that you are enjoying your new accommodations. Before him was someone that he saw only portraits of. The noble that run the city was deemed to be meek and timid and not worthy of interaction. Paying him off crossed his mind, but he was just waiting to test the waters, as the man remained passive for quite some time. After this prolonged period of nothing, Ivor assumed that Arthur lacked the balls and power to do anything about the crimes done in the city. Yet, now he was here. a man inside a cage. Lord Arthur, if you wanted to talk, we could have arranged a personal meeting. I'm sure we can work something out. My situation, oh pray tell. Ivor saw a glimpse of hope. The noble was willing to speak to him. He was not dead yet. How the Valyrian house operated was known to him and what Arthur was competing in as well. From his perspective, this was just a power move created by the young brat. Arthur more than likely just wanted to strong-arm him into handing over some of his money. Oh, do you want to sponsor my endeavors? That's very kind of you, Mr. Ivor. The young lord is very wise. As long as he was alive, there was always a chance to turn it around. And he was not the type to forget old grudges either. Sooner or later he would get his revenge. His life was the important thing now. If he made it out in one piece, then his time would come later. Even if it took 10 or 20 years, he could wait. Well, I don't really need a sponsor like you, so I'll have to decline your offer. Thousands. I assure you that replacing me won't be easy. I know everyone in the city. No one else besides me can make so much. Please reconsider it, my lord. It is true. Replacing you will cause some growing pains and confusion, and this would affect the earnings. I knew that the lord would be wise and... Before Ivor could continue, Arthur just smiled and shook his head. I'll have to disappoint you, but it's still a no. But why? The money. It was never really about the money. I just wanted to see what kind of man you were. And I assumed this much. No remorse for what you have done whatsoever. Mary, I've seen enough. We will proceed with the trial as we have planned. Of course. Ivor gritted his teeth as he knew that all nobles cooperate with crime lords like himself. Taking in bribes was like breathing for those bastards, and everyone knew it. I need you. Maybe in the past, that was true, and I would have probably taken you up on that offer by. Now things are different. While smiling, Arthur looked in a particular direction close to the ceiling which Ivor didn't understand. Different. Well, not like this has any meaning to you. Hope you enjoy your last days here. I hope you like these accommodations. Why, you bast. Before the man could utter those words, something collided with his face. He could not perceive it, but there was only one person who could have done it. The scary woman that stood there reminded him of the person that caught him in the Thieves' Guild tunnel. Her gaze was cold, and he could not utter a word when peering into those eyes. Are you finished? Yes, the man was truly a snake. I wager that he would have betrayed me in a heartbeat. I'm glad that you didn't gamble with your life, Lord Arthur. Arthur chuckled at Roland, who replied with a gambling-related line just as he did. Both of them, along with Mary and the other two knights, were now in the main office. The guard captain had just left with the task of preparing the public court case. It would be held in the town hall where almost everyone could join. So, how is our little scheme going? Has there been a word from the guild or not? Not from the guild, Lord Arthur, but my people have managed to schedule a meeting with one of the other leaders. Which one? Was it the madam or the assassin? The former, but it wouldn't be strange if they attempted to retaliate. That's why Sir Wayland agreed to meet her. I see. I'm sorry that I have to keep you away from other work. It's fine. I expected this much. And we can't have you unprotected before the trial. Some of them might attempt to free their disgraced leader. Cabber, one of the leaders of the guild, had been a Tier 3 class holder, and the same might have been true for the man named Viper. If he was a competent assassin, then perhaps Arthur's life was at risk. While no one believed that the Thieves' Guild would do anything against a Valyrian noble, there was always a small chance of something happening. Sometimes nobles were captured and ransomed off. using your ever-growing fame. But are you sure it is safe? Are you sure you can trust that man? What if they surround you? If you say so. But be careful. I wouldn't want the rising star of Albrook to become a falling star. Are you denying your fame now? I'm sure yesterday's acts have already become legends. Ah, sure. After discussing a few more issues, the inner circle consisting of Roland and Arthur's old retainers dispersed. The noble needed to prepare a speech for Ivor's case, and the others needed to guarantee his safety. Roland, on the other hand, needed to finish what he started, and for that, he needed to visit the Red Light District again. Knight Commander, is everyone ready? Yes, sir. At the barracks, he was met by one squad of exactly 10 people. This group was made out of better prospects that he handpicked from the current soldiers. Their levels were higher than the average, and their experience overshadowed most of the others. While his plans weren't to play Knight Commander for too long, having a trusted elite troop at his command was important. Before leaving, his eyes fixated on the field next to the barracks. A lone youth was there that had recently begun his training of becoming a squire. This squire in training was clad in a simple tunic and wielding a wooden sword. His current enemy was a wooden dummy that was getting constantly hit. I wonder. His idea involved something that could be conserved and something that he had experienced. Golems were something that he could construct and repair. The biggest problem with those automatons was the world system. For one reason or another, it would not allow people to train on created constructs. They needed to be perceived by the world as true monsters for it to work. If he could somehow assume control of a wild golem, then perhaps he would be able to give his people an everlasting training dummy that let their skills soar. I guess after I'm finished with this issue, I'll see to that. There are so many ideas I have in mind, but unfortunately, so little time to execute them all. While considering future projects, he left the soldier training area. New recruits were pouring in, and soon the estate would need to be expanded. If everything went well at the destination that he was heading to, then perhaps assembling a proper castle for Arthur would not be a dream. What drew in their gazes was the gleaming crimson armor that reflected the rays of the red sun. Its polished surface reflected the colors of the surroundings, creating an even more mesmerizing spectacle. The only thing that took away from the shininess was the unusual thickness of that piece of armor, and how little sound it produced during movement. The person encased in the armor glanced at the onlookers who were fixated on him. In the past, such gazes would have made him uncomfortable, but now they were as insignificant as the air he breathed. However, there was something peculiar about those looks he was receiving. Instead of the usual fear and anxiety that accompanied his appearances as a knight, today the atmosphere was different. Curiosity had replaced the old emotions, and a sense of respect was also woven into the mix. Have you heard about what the knights have done? Yes, they've finally apprehended that murderous bastard. I heard there's going to be a public trial. A public trial. I hope it turns into a public execution. Those people deserve what's coming to them. They certainly do. I hope they burn for an eternity in the sun for what they did. Hey, be quiet. What if they hear you? Do you want to go to prison? As long as Arthur remained without power, the guards were unable to shield the people from the members of the Thieves' Guild. But now, after acquiring some proper forces, they could begin the eradication of the criminal element. Well, at least that's how it's going to look on the surface. These streets will probably never be safe. There was a compelling reason why the Thieves' Guild had successfully established its stronghold in this kingdom. Their defeat was not easily accomplished, and the nobles reluctantly acknowledged their existence. Eliminating them was not entirely impossible, but it seemed highly improbable. They resembled a hydra, with new heads sprouting to replace any that were severed. His train of thought was abruptly halted as one of the guards beckoned to the onlookers. To his men, it would be quite disrespectful if his stride was ever broken. Their behavior had started to take on an unusual aspect, as they seemed to have developed an even greater respect for him following his victory over the formidable Tier 3 opponent. He couldn't quite determine whether it was due to their fear of his newfound power, or the possibility of obtaining runic equipment for free. Nevertheless, his men treated him with the utmost reverence, never questioning his orders, which made his role as Knight Commander much easier. The guards encircling him maintain a vigilant stance, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. It appeared as though they were eager to demonstrate their dedication, hoping to earn some form of recognition. He found it somewhat amusing that a group of adult men were vying for his attention, but he couldn't deny that it hastened his movement through the city. However, the downside was that his arrival would be conspicuous from a considerable distance. He needed to anticipate encountering significant resistance if anything were to go awry in the red light district, as the Thieves' Guild would likely not remain passive. After around 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the district in question. The entrance itself was unassuming, yet held an undeniable allure. A newly created archway made from freshly cut wood marked the threshold. In the corner, a symbol of the Thieves' Guild was present and marked the beginning of their territory. The sound of distant laughter and hushed conversations trickled through, enticing those brave enough to venture within. Passing through this archway on the street, he found himself immersed in a plethora of vibrant colors and seductive sights. While there were no neon lights within this world, they were replaced by magical counterparts. The words on the signs pulsated with magical light to entice the onlookers. Silhouettes of figures, both alluring and mysterious, beckoned from behind elegantly decorated windows. The air was thick with the scent of exotic perfumes that were there to intensify everyone's desires. Directly in front of the arch was the main street, which split out into many narrow ones. They created a net of passages that a person could easily lose themselves in, and this was only the start. With time, this place would continue to evolve into something more, and an attack like he performed yesterday would not be as easy. I welcome thee, noble Knight Commander. She must be the courtesan that is supposed to guide us in. Before the soldiers could raise their pikes in the direction of the lone woman, he made them stop. With the help of the Adventurer Guild Master, he had managed to make an appointment with one of the other crime bosses. Madame Natasha was her name, and she was considered to be a non-combatant. The man named Viper was supposed to be responsible for her safety, so if something went awry, he would have to contend with some assassins. So you must be the guide. Yes, the madam is waiting for you. Please follow after me. The girl went straight to the point, and his group followed right after. There weren't many of them, but a group of armored soldiers being led by a large crimson knight was quite eye-catching. From afar, the sound of windows closing could be heard, indicating that the locals were wary, perhaps anticipating a repeat of yesterday's raid. As they made their way through, the hired muscle in the area shot them menacing glances, to which some of his men almost responded. Leave them be. We are here to talk, and not to shed more blood. Roland had to order one of his guards to stand down, as he had almost charged at a man that spat in their direction. While it would have been easy to dispatch, they were here to make a deal and to make the place safer for everyone involved. I see that the Knight Commander is a magnanimous man. The woman they were with apologized for the behavior of the people in the streets, and they continued through one of the alleyways. If any goons planned an attack, then these cramped side streets would have been perfect for it. Using his mapping device for help was non-optimal, due to the high concentration of people here. Luckily, after a few minutes and more worrisome glances, They arrived at the meeting place, which was a brothel building. From what I understand, this isn't the main brothel? The individuals Roland was about to meet harbored deep mistrust toward him. It would not be surprising if they were hesitant to use their primary location, fearing it could be obliterated. They were well aware of Roland's ability to wield destructive magic. It wouldn't be a difficult task for him to level a building, which would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to their financial interests if he were to destroy their main source of income. Welcome to the Foxian Palace. Their guide led them only to the entrance of the brothel, a place that clearly specialized in a specific niche. With a swift glance, it was evident that this establishment excelled in providing services related to fox girls. Through the windows, the soldiers could observe women dressed in short kimono-like garments, adorned with prominent fox ears atop their heads. In this world, where various beast tribes existed, the women of the fox tribe were renowned for their enchanting allure and extraordinary beauty. There was something in the air as the men could feel a strange attraction to the brothel they approached. Roland took a second to snap out of it, but he could see that his men were actually being affected by something. Probably only thanks to his extremely high willpower was he able not be shaken by this strange place. This place, is there some type of strong spellcaster within? This feels off. Roland's alarm was blaring. Yet the 10 soldiers accompanying him seemed oblivious. Their eyes glazed over and their mouths hung open, almost as if they were being drawn towards the alluring Foxian palace. It wasn't until one of the women who worked there emerged and clapped her hands that they snapped back to reality. "Welcome, noble warriors. Please come in, the madam is expecting you." The woman sported long ears that were unmistakably genuine, not mere accessories. As she turned around, everyone caught sight of a large, red, bushy tail resembling that of a fox. Though Roland sensed something suspicious, he trusted in his strong resistances and high willpower stat to shield him from any mind-altering spells. Following his extensive research on the cult relic, he had developed potent runic spells to enhance his protection. Unless he encountered the actual members of the abyssal cult, Roland was confident in maintaining his mental faculties. His men, on the other hand, would probably not be of much use. They were already acting strange even before they entered. "Mary, I'm entering the brothel now. I'm sensing that magic that attacks the mind is at play here. Mind-altering magic, like the ones from the cult. No, these aren't illusions. It's something different. It tugs at the desires of people." Mary, who remained in the estate to guard Arthur, was still on the line. If something actually happened, he could probably only rely on her to get him out. The group of soldiers that didn't have any magical protection or raw stats to resist wouldn't be much help. Thus he decided to give them an order. "Establish a perimeter around this building and monitor everyone's movement. I'll be going inside alone." "But sir, what if something goes wrong?" "I've already considered it. Just follow the order." "Why, yes, sir." The man seemed to still be slightly affected by whatever was inside this establishment. He could only attribute it to drugs or the presence of someone with extraordinary abilities. If they were capable of disorienting his men to this extent, then their tier was probably above theirs. This was something that he expected and was ready for. "Will the other guests be waiting outside? We have prepared to accommodate everyone, noble knight." He chose not to respond, understanding that silence often spoke louder than words. These individuals were not his allies, and he remained wary of potential attacks at any given moment. As he followed the woman who worked there, he made sure to activate his recording devices and kept a close eye on all his screens. Through them, he could even observe the expressions of disappointment on his men's faces, clearly displeased by being denied entry to this captivating establishment. The interior of the brothel was adorned with luxurious furnishings, creating an ambience that was both lavish and inviting. Soft, dimmed lighting cast a warm glow throughout the space, enhancing the allure of the fox girls who gracefully moved about. The fox girls, with their delicate features and striking eyes, were dressed in alluring attire that accentuated their curvy shapes. Their tails gently swayed behind them, adding an element of mystique to their presence. There is certainly something in the air. It was a good call to leave those guys outside. When on the inside, he was greeted by many gazes. There was a plethora of fox beauties everywhere and a certain lack of men. It appeared that the establishment had purposefully cleared out its usual clientele for this particular gathering. With no external influences present, Roland realized that it would be relatively simple for his enemies to manipulate the situation to their advantage. As he made his way further into the establishment, he could hear soft laughter and melodic voices filling the air. Yet, in an instant, all the women who had been gazing at him fell silent. A figure emerged gracefully from a winding staircase, exuding an air of refinement that set her apart from the other ladies. In her hand, she held a peculiar pipe, from which she took a single inhalation before exhaling a perfect smoke ring. "Greetings, honored guest, we have been expecting you. Madame Natasha is already waiting for you." Her voice brought along something strange with it, and thanks to his armor sensors, he was able to identify the source of his worries. Something was off about this woman who was presenting herself as a lesser member of this place. Is she actually the real madam? She doesn't fit the description though. She clearly belongs to the Fox Beast tribes. Something wasn't adding up. It was possible that she was a hidden expert. Cabber, whom he faced yesterday, was also a competent fighter, so it was possible that there were more. As he was walking up those stairs, he realized that her status screen had been faked. Her current class was set as an entertainer, but several layers of magical devices were hindering him from peering through to the truth. Name: Isis, 86 lira. Classes: T2 Entertainer 36 lira, T1 Performer 25 lira, T1 Dancer 25 lira. I bet that name is fake too. Is she an assassin from Viper? But she has a strange presence around her. He was unsure of who he was interacting with, but this wouldn't stop him. After his run-in with the new Dwarven Union chief, he had spent some time improving his status detection skills. The devices people used to tell if someone was going around the protections could be passed. With his current magical sense and expertise, it would only take a few moments before he had his answer. By taking his time, he would be able to avoid getting detected, but he needed to be careful. Honored guest, may I inquire if everything is in order? Yes, everything is fine. It's reassuring to know. We shouldn't keep the madam waiting for an extended duration, as she is quite occupied with her responsibilities. MHM. After a nod of understanding, he trailed behind the fox-like woman. Her hips swayed in rhythm to the music being played by one of the talented girls. The whole place seemed well established and managed. He had anticipated encountering women with hollow stares, worn out from their profession, but instead, they appeared lively and cheerful. It was not something he expected to find in the red light district. Perhaps not everyone was as bad as Ivor that was heading for the chopping block. As he reached the end of the second floor, he arrived at his ultimate destination, the room that belonged to the proprietor of this establishment. The door swung open even before the lady could guide him inside, confirming his expectations. The madam, as anticipated, was not alone. To her left stood Viper, the man entrusted with her protection. In his hand, he spotted a sinister dark dagger, emanating an aura of cursed mana. As he glanced at his mapping device, he noticed the presence of a few concealed individuals. Judging from the dot placements, they were either positioned directly above them, hidden within the ceiling, or lurking beneath the floor. If a conflict were to arise, he would likely have to contend with these individuals, but causing trouble was not his intention. Isis, be a dear and bring us something to drink. I'm sure the Knight Commander is parched. Of course. The woman momentarily removed herself from the room, which left him some time to examine Viper. Just as he expected, the man was similar to Cabber, but of a lesser level and only a regular assassin with no speciality. The lady he was to converse with was devoid of any combat classes, which caused his mind to focus even more on the Isis person. After the woman returned, he continued with his examination, which finally bore fruit. Those classes, she's not an assassin or a mage but a... Is there a problem, Sir Wayland? Did my Isis pique your interest? She is usually off the table, but perhaps for such a man of stature, we could work something out. Madame Natasha couldn't help but chuckle as she observed Roland. His helmet was concealing his face and tipped in the direction of Isis, who was actually using a completely different name. The truth was unveiled when he explored her hidden status, exposing her true identity. Name: El Hanako 247. Classes: T3 Enchantress 97 lira, T2 Blade of Illusion 50, T2 Magical Trickster 50 lira, T1 Spell Thief 25 lira, T1 Mage 25 lira. As Roland continued to observe the woman, his suspicions grew stronger. It seemed that the person he should truly be negotiating with was not the madam, but this mysterious Hanako. Her class combination was unique and hinted at her true abilities. An enchantress with expertise in both combat and trickery, she possessed the power to manipulate magic and deceive her opponents. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind as he attempted to decipher the purpose of this deception. The individual assuming the identity of Isis appeared to possess a significantly higher level compared to the person known as Viper. He had anticipated the snake-faced man to be his primary concern, yet in terms of power, he was closer to Cabr. Cabr's level did not surpass 200, and his classes were nothing extraordinary either. Name: Benjamin 186 lira. Classes: T3 Assassin 36 lira. T2 Blade Rouge 50 lira. T2 Rogue 50 lira. T1 Scout 25 lira. T1 Thief 25 lira. Did they purchase this woman as a secret bodyguard for their own protection? Her name didn't even appear on his list of suspects. In the city, there were only 4 prominent bosses who controlled the Pleasure District. 2 of them were already imprisoned in the city dungeon. Once he dealt with those 2, the trial could finally proceed. Viper, as expected, is just a nickname. But wait, there was a 5th person. Could she be? As the gears in his mind began to click, a realization dawned upon him. There had always been a 5th individual operating within the crime syndicate, known as the Thieves Guild Master. The identity of this person, who led the guild, remained a mystery even to the 4 bosses. It seemed highly likely that the person standing before him, Hanako, was actually the guild master in disguise. To the uninformed, the enchantress class could have been confused with a crafting profession like the enchantsmith. However, the 2 shared very few similarities. Roland possessed only basic knowledge about it, understanding that illusory magic played a significant role in its repertoire. With Tier 2 classes like Blade of Illusion and Magical Trickster at her disposal, Hanako would undoubtedly engage him in a battle of confusion. Work something out. He was out for but a second, but Madame Natasha made quite the proposition that took him by surprise. Isn't that right, dear Isis? I'm sure you wouldn't be against entertaining someone like the Night Sea. Oh, Mander. Natasha's response only added to the confusion. Was the guild master truly the mastermind behind everything, or was she attempting to deceive him and gain access to his bed for a quick assassination? It was difficult for him to fathom the leader of the guild willingly engaging in such activities. The madam, on the other hand, appeared pleased at the idea of establishing stronger connections with someone of Roland's high position. If that is what the madam wants. To his continued surprise, the woman in question was not against it at all. Then, quickly after, the whole situation got even stranger. The madam clapped her hands together, and on the sides, a few sliding doors opened up. From each side emerged a woman in revealing clothing with prepared alcohol. Splendid. Sir Wayland, how about we postpone our chat for later? The night is only Roland surveyed the room, now filled with an intoxicating scent emanating from the alluring women surrounding him. Isis, ever attentive, poured a glass of wine that materialized out of nowhere. It became clear to him that these individuals intended to indulge him in alcohol and pleasurable encounters. They hoped that once he succumbed to their debauchery, he would emerge as a more favorable knight commander. However, Roland was not so easily swayed. He recognized their tactics as an attempt to manipulate him, to cloud his judgment with temporary pleasures. He understood that they sought to exploit his desires and vulnerabilities for their own gain. However, this didn't mean that he would refuse. It was an opportunity to personally examine this woman. Now that they had given him the chance to speak with her privately in a room, they had made a mistake. They probably assumed that their leader would be able to charm and deceive the unsuspecting commander with her enchanting skills. It was highly likely that his encounter with her would be nothing more than a vivid dream, similar to the cult relic he had encountered before. As Roland found himself surrounded by the seductive women, he knew he had to tread carefully. He couldn't let himself be swept away by their allure, but he also couldn't afford to reveal his suspicions just yet. He needed to play along and gather more information. While gathering some strength and hoping that Elodia never found out about this, he decided to give it a try. Very well, Madame Natasha, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of intrigue. I shall indulge in your hospitality for now. No need to be shy, please relax. But isn't that helmet a bit stuffy? Madame Natasha said with a playful tone, her words dripping with seduction. She started urging Isis to take it off, which led to a bit of an awkward moment of him having to raise his hand to stop this act. While his willpower stat was quite high, if he removed his helmet, then he would become more susceptible to mind-affecting spells and skills. Thanks to his extensive research on the Abyssal Relic, Roland knew that his helmet provided ample defense against illusions and mind-affecting spells. It was a crucial safeguard that he needed to maintain. Not only did it shield him from the enchantments and manipulations that might be present in this place, but it also had a built-in air purification system. This feature allowed him to breathe comfortably even in toxic environments, like the strange perfumed air that filled the room. He suspected that the perfumes were laced with mind-altering drugs and aphrodisiacs, an attempt to weaken the willpower of unsuspecting guests. Roland was well aware that the group had likely realized his immunity to these effects, as he showed no symptoms of succumbing to their allure. "I appreciate your concern, Madame Natasha," Roland replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. "But I prefer to keep my helmet on for now. It's a symbol of my duty and commitment." "A symbol, you say? How intriguing." She mused, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Very well. If that is your preference, I won't press the matter further, but perhaps my dear Isis could make you forget about your duty, at least for NOW. Perhaps she could. Maybe we should change the location." The opportunity arose, and he seized it. He wanted to find a quieter spot where he could have a conversation with Isis, away from prying eyes. Revealing her true identity to these individuals could potentially harm their relationship, as they might be unaware of their leader's true identity. He realized that engaging in a physical confrontation with someone more than 50 levels above him would be unwise. "Oh my, the commander is quite daring. Girls, how about you prepare a room? Madame Natasha, why don't you leave this to me? My personal chambers will be the best place." "Is that so? I'll leave it up to you then, Isis. Take your time." These people were quite fast, as he was immediately taken out of this office and taken not that far off. This whole building was probably a front for Hanako, who was supposed to be the owner. If she had a private room that she used herself, then he needed to be careful. Attacking her wasn't his intent, but he needed to protect himself if the need arose. Soon the group reached their destination, and he was left alone with this potential threat. Once inside the room, Roland took a moment to survey his surroundings. It was elegantly decorated, with a plush bed, dim lighting, and a small table set with refreshments. The atmosphere was intimate, designed to encourage relaxation and vulnerability. But Roland was not one to be easily swayed by such tactics. "Please have a seat, I just need a bit to freshen up. And you should do the same. That armor must be heavy. Should I help the Lord to disrobe?" She gestured towards the side where the bed was, indicating that she had noticed one of the obstacles his armor set. If she truly was the guildmaster, it seemed she had done her homework. It was evident that he remained unaffected by the enticing scents in the room. While the woman hadn't made any attempts to activate spells yet, he wouldn't be surprised if she was simply biding her time, waiting for him to remove his protective helmet. She had a mage class and could sense the mana that his armor was exuding. "How about we stop here? This is not why I agreed to this meeting." "It's not. Was there something else the Lord wishes for me?" "Yes. How about we start with your name and why you are hiding it from me?" "Guildmaster Hanako." It was just a theory that his mind cooked up, but the moment he mentioned her name, the air around the woman changed. His assumption seemed to have been correct, as a large spike of mana surrounded the room. The woman was ready to attack. "Stop! I do not wish to fight you. I just want to talk. I am not your enemy." Roland placed a shield around his own body while holding his hand forward. If the two started a magical battle here, then the whole building could go up in flames. While it might have seemed that a class like Enchantress lacked much fighting capability, this wasn't true. Strong enough illusions could become reality and even deliver damage to the environment. It was a field that he was not fully knowledgeable in, and this woman was not yet his enemy. "How do you know my name? Did they send you here?" The woman inquired with a commanding tone, her presence becoming increasingly menacing. Simultaneously, her physical form underwent a remarkable transformation. Her ears gradually turned a pristine shade of snow white, while additional tails sprouted from her back, resembling a peacock's tail. Her once smooth and delicate hands morphed into menacing claws capable of slicing through flesh. The contours of her face took on a hybrid nature, resembling a striking blend of a fox and a human. No, I just read your status by disabling your magical items. I don't know who they are, nor do I wish to continue. Please calm yourself. You want me to believe that? Who do you take me for? Probably someone that doesn't want to blow up a building full of people in it. As I understood, some people are after you. But would they go through something like this to get to you? And wouldn't they figure out your location if you confront me here? Roland was not sure what to do. The woman started turning into some kind of menacing fox creature with multiple tails. He was not sure if this was some kind of illusion or metamorphosis spell. His attempt to calm her down seemed to work, as after his explanation the woman started thinking. There were many hidden organizations working in the shadows. It became clear that she was on the run from someone and didn't want to be discovered. If she went along and caused a scene here, then the news would probably spread like wildfire. She had to be aware that this fight would not be easy and probably be taken outside. The advantage was on his side and she knew it. How can I trust someone that I've only met? How can you prove to me that you aren't involved? Prove. Yes, prove it. Start by taking off that helmet so I can see your face. The helmet that he was wearing was a major component of his safety. He had no way of telling what he would be bombarded with if he just revealed his face protection. It needed to remain on even if he had to sacrifice the safety of the people inside this building. However, he needed to convince this woman to put away those claws, and only one thing crossed his mind. For my own safety, the helmet will stay. But instead, what if I give you a mage contract instead? A mage contract? You will offer up your mana. I see that you heard about it. Yes. I will make a vow on my mana that I am not related to whatever group you are hiding from. If that will give me some of your trust, how about it? Hanako took a step back and considered his proposal for a moment, her eyes narrowing as she assessed his offer. The mage contract was a powerful vow, something similar to a binding contract that could be performed instantly. Just like a regular magic contract, it would have an adverse effect on the caster if they broke it. Roland was uncertain about the workings of the spell, but he knew it had the ability to reveal truth in this realm. As a mage, if he uttered a false vow, his mana would become tainted, causing a drastic reduction of 90% in his mana points. Furthermore, this corruption would render it nearly impossible for him to cast any additional spells, as it would disrupt the intricate flow of mana necessary for spellcasting. The spell was created by an ancient archmage as a means to settle disputes among fellow mages. However, its usage was infrequent due to the negative consequences it carried. Only those with a clear conscience could safely perform the spell without experiencing any detrimental effects. It was one of the things Roland was made aware of with his interaction with the cat professor that brought it upon himself to enlighten the uneducated runesmith. I wonder what that cat is doing. As Roland reminisced about the cat's scolding upon discovering his lack of formal mage training, he glanced at Hanako. The woman appeared deep in thought, possibly questioning the authenticity of the situation. Roland understood her hesitation, imagining himself in her position, being pursued by shadowy syndicates. Trusting others would undoubtedly prove challenging, considering how paranoid he was by nature. The possibility of this place being encircled by his enemies would probably cross his mind. If Hanako followed the same thought pattern, then perhaps she would attempt to flee instead of continuing the conversation. He would not follow her as his own problems were already enough of a headache. Fine, perform the spell, and don't try anything funny. I'm watching you. To his surprise, the woman nodded and backed away for the time being. Her piercing gaze followed every movement as he performed the magical contract spell. Roland took a deep breath, centering himself before he began the incantation. He placed his palm onto his chest while trying not to perform any sudden actions. The room grew still as he spoke the words that he hoped the woman wanted to hear. I hereby make a solemn vow on my mana that I am not affiliated with any group or organization that seeks to harm or capture you. Madam Hanako, Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild, may my mana be corrupted, and my powers diminished if I speak any falsehoods. As the final syllable left his lips, a surge of energy pulsed through the room, the mana reacting to the powerful magic of the mage contract. The air crackled as the spell took hold, binding Roland's words to his very being. Hanako watched intently, her eyes searching for any signs of deception. A blue aura of mana enveloped Roland's body, swirling and coalescing into intricate symbols resembling runes, yet distinct in their design. These symbols hung in the air, representing the words he had just spoken. As they merged together, they pulsated with an unfamiliar energy that resonated within his being. Gradually, the sensation subsided, indicating that no falsehoods had been detected. In a mesmerizing display, the magical text transformed into particles of light that swiftly dissipated, signifying the completion of the spell. I hope this will dispel the misunderstanding between us. The woman stood there, her animalistic features gradually fading away to reveal a more alluring face. The ferocity dissipated, replaced by a sense of acceptance. It appeared that she had deemed his vow as truthful, and was now prepared to engage in a conversation. Roland felt a surge of relief, but he knew he had to maintain his solemn demeanor, and not show any signs of weakness. While one hurdle seemed to be overcome, another one loomed before him, reminding him of the challenges that still lay ahead. He pondered whether this person could be a potential ally or a dangerous adversary. Was it worth involving himself and Arthur in her unknown business? The decision weighed heavily on his mind as he prepared himself for the conversation that would determine his next course of action. Who is this person? Was he trying to get me to attack? The beautiful woman pondered, her gaze fixed on the mana contract materializing in the air. The individual standing before her was supposed to be the city's knight commander, who had come to discuss important matters. Hidden beneath her disguise as one of the brothel owners in this growing city, she was actually the master of the Thieves Guild. She was caught up in these negotiations by unfortunate circumstances. There were other madams similar to her, each with their own brothels, under the watchful eye of Madame Natasha, who remained oblivious to the true identity of the woman before her. In order to safeguard her secret, the woman had reluctantly agreed to host the meeting at the brothel she oversaw. This establishment held a unique reputation, as its fox girls possessed an innate allure that drove men wild. Their passive scent was an actual racial skill that had a mesmerizing effect. It likely contributed to the decision to select this particular venue as the meeting place. She went by the alias Isis, and it was imperative for her to maintain that facade. Without giving it much thought, she allowed the situation to unfold. Even the implicit expectation to please this man didn't faze her, for she possessed her own methods of accomplishing things. Her magic was formidable, allowing her to grant men pleasant dreams, without having to engage in physical intimacy herself. This had always been her preferred approach, and she intended to employ it once again. It was fortunate that circumstances aligned in her favor, as once she ensnared the man with her spell, it would persist as a safeguard for potential future events. The man's level wasn't all that high, but he was able to defeat a rising knight commander that she had gathered information on. To her knowledge, the man named Wayland was a tricky one. His true class remained somewhat elusive, as he often presented himself as a runic mage during his adventures. However, his actual profession was that of a master runesmith, and his skill had been verified by numerous individuals within the city. His origins remained a mystery, as he had seemingly materialized in the city, possibly assuming a false identity much like her own. She possessed ample expertise in the realm of concealed personas, and this man's behavior raised several concerns. This unexpected encounter presented an opportunity for her to extract valuable information from him. But unfortunately, things took an unfavorable turn. I hope that we can start over now, Guildmaster. Her true identity had been exposed, leaving them in a precarious situation. The authenticity of the mage contract left no room for doubt, and she possessed enough knowledge to confirm its legitimacy. Although this person wasn't affiliated with the group pursuing her, she couldn't afford to let her guard down. He held knowledge of her true name, and she remained uncertain about whom he might disclose this information to. The utmost priority now was to ensure that he would never reveal this secret to anyone else. Start over. You have me at a big disadvantage, Knight Commander. If you wish for us to start over, you'll have to guarantee me something. Your name. I assume that my word won't be enough. You assume correctly. A contract then. But what will you give me for it? I only know your name, nothing besides it, and care not for who you are or what you do in the city, as long as you follow the rules. What do you care for then, Sir Wayland? Was it? If that's your actual name. She subtly infused a touch of venom into their interaction, aiming to provoke his curiosity and prompt him to consider the plausibility of her possessing additional knowledge. Her large eyes remained fixed on him, searching for any indication that would validate her assertion. Though his face remained hidden beneath a complete suit of armor, she detected subtle cues. A slight crossing of his arms, positioning himself defensively, and a brief pause to regain composure. All these subtle signs hinted at the possibility she had suggested. Please don't change the subject. You probably know why I am here already. As long as you cooperate, then your secret is safe with me. Just like you mentioned before, Sir Wayland. How can I believe in just words? What will keep you from telling others of what you have discovered here? She replied while taking her pipe from the side. The man followed her hand as if she was reaching for a dagger instead. After inhaling, she released a puff of smoke, the ingredients inside, alleviating some of the stress that she was feeling now. She was at a large disadvantage here. Killing the man would fix the problem, but doing it here was out of the question. Perhaps after they were done chatting, she could follow after and decide on his fate there. If I kill a Valyrian knight, they might swarm this place, and I will have to leave this city. Hanako had no desire to begin anew, as reaching this secluded region had already proven to be a tremendous ordeal. The position she currently held was not acquired through fair means, as the previous guild master had to be ousted. Seizing the opportunity, she had chosen to seek refuge here, until the opportune moment arose for her next move. Presently, it was crucial for her to stay put and further augment her power. The adversaries in pursuit of her were formidable, and starting from scratch would entail a setback of multiple years. I know that my word doesn't mean anything, but I'm sure we can make a deal. I won't reveal your name, and in return, you'll help me with a few things. A few things? Do you want me to become your slave? Her eyebrow arched skeptically as she scrutinized the motives of the man before her. His words held multiple interpretations, and based on her past experiences, this usually indicated an imbalanced transaction. What? Nothing of the sort. I don't want any slaves. It would be more of a partnership. You might not believe me, but I really don't care about your origin. She knew she couldn't trust him entirely, but perhaps there was a way to turn this situation to her advantage. She took another puff from her pipe, the smoke swirling around her as she formulated a response. Very well, Sir Wayland, she said, exhaling a plume of fragrant smoke. I am willing to entertain this partnership you propose. But understand this, I won't be manipulated or used as a pawn in your game. Wayland's hidden face remained stoic, but she could sense his curiosity and a hint of surprise at her response. It was clear he hadn't expected her to be so willing to negotiate. What do you want from me? Do you need someone dead? Or does your lord require more coin? None of that sort. My only desire is to make this city safer and enable its prosperity. Individuals like Ivor cannot be allowed to retain positions of power. Is that all? What's the catch? Hanako responded while confused. Was this person an actual chivalrous knight? She had expected him to demand money or resources from her, but his request took her by surprise. He wanted her help in making the city safer by removing troublemakers like Ivor and Cabber from the streets. She searched for any hidden motives behind his words, as she did not believe that he was doing everything out of the goodness of his heart. Although his initial intentions appeared pure, there was an underlying theme of authority. By taking control and eliminating the criminal lords within the city, they aimed to diminish the influence of the Thieves Guild. This posed a potential threat to her organization, which relied on more underhanded methods, and thus they could lose a significant amount of gold in such a transaction. However, it wasn't all negative. With a safer city, individuals with deep pockets would be drawn to it, including the pleasure district. The gambling dens and brothels didn't need to resort to violence to generate profits. If everything went according to plan, the guild could actually thrive without putting themselves in any danger. After a moment of contemplation, Hanako decided to take a calculated risk. She would agree to join forces with Wayland, but under her terms. She needed to ensure that her secret remained safe, and that her organization would not be compromised. I am willing to assist you in your mission to make the city safer, if that is your true aim. Hanako finally replied, her voice steady and confident. However, I have certain conditions that must be met. Wayland's hidden face remained unmoving, but she could sense his curiosity growing. What are your conditions? Firstly, I cannot afford to have my name exposed, so we will sign a contract, which I have already prepared beforehand. The man in the armor was visibly startled by the claim, causing him to jolt slightly. Hanako had anticipated various concerns beforehand, and the possibility of her name being revealed had definitely crossed her mind. In this world, the only means of safeguarding secrets was through binding contracts, and she had already compassed one that would prohibit anyone from speaking out against her. She had several versions of the contract prepared and securely stored in her lockbox. All that remained was to have the knight sign it before his departure. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider the option of assassination or making a hasty escape. Secondly, any actions we take must be done discreetly. I cannot have my activities brought to light or jeopardized in any way. We must work together covertly, ensuring that our actions are undetectable. I agree that discretion is our priority, but could you go back to the first point? You have prepared a contract. Yes. A lady needs to be prepared for every occasion, even for snooping knights like you, Sir Wayland. She smiled in a devilish manner while exhaling some more smoke. The man had clearly not expected her to be so prepared and had underestimated her. However, he couldn't deny the logic behind her conditions. If they were to work together, it was crucial that the conditions were kept. Very well, Guildmaster. I agree to your conditions, Wayland finally replied, his voice carrying a note of resignation. But I will need to review the contract before signing it. Hanako nodded, her smile widening. She reached into the folds of her kimono and pulled out a loan key that had obvious magical symbols etched into them. She couldn't help to notice that the man had probably identified the use for this item. That only worked on the lockbox that was in a secret room leading out. To get the contract here, she would need to leave for a moment, which could perhaps be seen as an escape attempt. Now don't run away. I'll be back in just a minute. I see, take your time. I'll be here. She gave the man a wink and disappeared behind a set of drapes that led to a side room. These bed chambers led directly to a secret passage that had her true accommodations. There she had the contracts along with all sorts of different goodies that could help her with this situation. The key she presented was a bit of a test to see if he would prod for more information. If the man decided to move from his seat to examine the inside of the side room, then she would know that he could not be trusted. This contract is thorough, Roland stated, his voice betraying a hint of surprise. You've covered every possible scenario and loophole. Hanako's smile widened and her eyes glinted with satisfaction. It was clear that she had spent countless hours perfecting the writing of these parchments he went through. They not only safeguarded her interests, but also ensured the confidentiality of her secret. There was no space for ambiguity or miscommunication. It was a rock-solid contract designed to withstand the test of time. However, I'm not sure I can accept some of these terms. More than a partnership, this looks like a death sentence. With his exceptional mental prowess, he was able to skim through the fine print swiftly. The curse of decay he had incorporated into Arthur's contract seemed mild compared to what the woman demanded to be included. If he didn't make some amendments to certain clauses, he would be heading toward his inevitable demise. As it currently stood, he felt indifferent towards the woman. While she was strong and potentially a valuable ally, the thought of destroying this place and facing a horde of assassins seemed safer than signing this document. Weren't you the one who initiated this discussion about vows and contracts? My dear, will a Valyrian knight go back on his word now? I thought it was against your vow of chivalry. Roland had the urge to swiftly counter by clarifying that he wasn't truly a knight, and therefore not bound by any oath. However, he wisely chose to remain silent, as his true identity was still concealed. Everything was going smoothly, and he had no desire to entangle himself in his family's old affairs. Having finally achieved success on his own terms, he couldn't help but suspect that they might suddenly seek to exploit him for their own benefit if his identity of a knight commander was made public. That is true. How about I make a few corrections before we continue? As he delved into yet another contract, he found himself investing a considerable amount of time. Despite his extensive knowledge of drafting paperwork, this woman proved to be a formidable adversary. It became increasingly apparent that she had meticulously considered every aspect, quite possibly even more thoroughly than he had. The passage of time was so large that it drew in the people waiting outside, which brought on a misunderstanding. What are they doing in there? It has been 4 hours already. Does the man have infinite stamina? Will Isis be all right? Natasha whispered over to Viper that along with 2 other people were standing before Madame Isis's bedchambers. No sound could be heard as some type of silence enchantment had been activated. Everyone expected the magical knight to be the perpetrator of the spell, and was unsure of the safety of the member of their guild. Could he be one of those peculiar individuals? Viper voiced his opinion while pondering the issue. Madame Natasha didn't like the sound of it, and quickly asked for clarification. One of those, you know, the tortuous kind. Torture? No, this won't do. We just got rid of that bastard Ivor. We don't need to exchange one for another. Viper? Really? Do I have to? Natasha narrowed her eyes at the snake-faced man who gave out a sigh and stepped forward. In both of his sleeves, he was hiding his daggers, ready to skewer whenever it was necessary. After knocking a few times on the door, they waited, and soon to everyone's surprise, Isis popped her head out. Oh my, if it isn't the Madam and Mr. Viper. Isis, are you all right? Ho, I'm doing just fine. But this might take a while. You mustn't worry about me. But perhaps you should turn in for the night. This might take until the sun rises again. Now I must return. Can't keep the commander waiting. Is that so? Then continue? Isis smiled while chuckling, and quickly slammed the door behind her. Natasha along with the others tried to peek inside. When they did, they spotted a little bit of the commander, who for some reason was still wearing his armor. Natasha slowly looked at Viper, who just shrugged his shoulders and walked back. Does he like to keep his armor on or something? I felt that he wasn't ordinary. As long as he isn't slicing up the girls, then it should be fine, right? I guess so. Following this unexpected encounter, a rumor began to circulate within these social circles. Unbeknownst to Roland, he had acquired the moniker of the Armored Stallion, just as Isis proclaimed. Their rendezvous had extended well into the morning and beyond. As the night eventually bid farewell, both he and his companion displayed evident signs of fatigue. Thus concluded the visit of the Knight Commander, who had been unable to engage in a conversation with the madam before his departure. The following day, they agreed to converse at a different venue and to have a strictly business-oriented discussion, with the sole intention of resolving their issues and moving past this conflict. Is something wrong? Well, I don't know, have I been acting strange lately? You mean stranger than usual. Roland glanced at Elodia, his lip turning downwards, as she started to chuckle. The two of them were finally able to relax after the recent events that had unfolded. The city was on the brink of a major transformation following the exposure of one of the crime bosses. Soon, Roland would have to fulfill his nightly duties by serving as a guard during the trial. Gareth, Morian, and Arthur would also be present, with Arthur acting as the judge. Although there were officials assigned to handle jurisdictional matters, the noble in charge of the land could also take on this responsibility. Typically, they refrained from involving themselves in the disputes of the commoners, but occasionally they would step in to resolve issues between individuals. This usually required requesting an audience with the noble. There were designated dates for people to bring up their concerns, but these matters were typically handled by assistants or public officials. Roland's mind was consumed with thoughts of the impending trial, recognizing its significance in establishing a potential precedent. The intention behind magnifying this event was twofold: to demonstrate to the people that criminals would face just punishment, and to dispel any doubts about Arthur's leadership strength. Above all, they aimed to reassure the citizens that the city was a safe haven, with the guards steadfastly standing by their side. The underlying motive was to foster an environment strengthening commerce, and to facilitate the expansion of wealth. By ensuring the safety and security of the populace, they hoped to attract the attention of reputable merchants, who would be enticed to invest in the growing city. The infusion of their wealth would not only benefit the merchants themselves, but would also be shared among the entire community, ushering in a new era of prosperity. At least that was the plan. If they got there depended a lot on their relations with the Thieves' Guild that he attempted to clear up yesterday. The woman named Hanako was a mystery and a potential powder keg waiting to blow up. From the conversation he partook with her, it was clear that she was being chased by someone or something. Her level was relatively high, and perhaps soon she would even reach her second Tier 3 class, which was a feat only limited to this world's elite. If someone like that was in fear of their life, then the opponent was probably someone quite influential. I guess yes, stranger than usual. Elodia contemplated as she pierced a small tomato with her fork. Her large eyes, framed by glasses, were locked onto his face, causing him to momentarily forget about the pressing matters at hand. In her presence, the problem seemed to fade away, a sensation he never anticipated experiencing. Roland was typically not one to express his emotions, often keeping everything bottled up inside and refraining from burdening others with his issues. However, he had recently come to realize that trying to handle everything alone was exceedingly difficult. You have been wearing your armor a lot more recently, but is that because of your nightly duty? I guess you've become more open. More open. I didn't think you'd allow a person like that to work here. You mean Rastix? Has he been causing trouble? Trouble? I wouldn't say that, but he is a bit, how do I say this, eccentric. Eccentric? Roland inquired, his mind drifting back to the encounter in the dungeon. He had made the decision to leave the gnome behind, entrusting him to the group of platinum adventurers recruited by Arthur. His new little friend had appeared soon after managing to hitch a ride with the dwarven miners. Apparently, he had talked Elodia's ear off when he first arrived at their magic shop. He already has plans for the shop. I should have probably not mentioned that we were planning an expansion. Oh, I hope that he isn't causing you trouble. Should I talk to him? You don't have to. He seems like a good person. But I'm not sure how much it would cost to get all the things that he asked for. He asked for things. Yes. He made it seem that you two were already something like partners. I don't know how many times he mentioned that he was a master alchemist. Elodia let out a sigh, her thoughts probably drifting back to a previous conversation. It was becoming apparent that Roland needed to have a serious discussion with his new partner. While he didn't mind Rastix having a place in his shop, it was still his shop after all. The only reason Rastix was there was because no one else wanted to work with him. He conducted dangerous experiments that other alchemists didn't want to be anywhere near. Creating a laboratory for someone like him and ensuring the safety of others would come at a hefty cost. In return, Roland expected to receive a percentage of the potion sales, and perhaps even more. Before making a decision, he needed to know what Rastix could actually offer him in return. Don't worry, I'll have a talk with him. But I need to take care of the trial first. Are you sure it's safe? No one tried to kill me or capture anyone here. so it should be fine. Roland nonchalantly shrugged as Elodia visibly flinched at the ill-timed joke. Both of them were well aware of how criminals like Ivor operated, often targeting the loved ones of those involved in a case. Elodia, Burner, and even the orphans could potentially affect Roland's judgment. Thankfully, he had taken precautions to ensure their safety by surrounding them with guards. Even Diana and Burner's home, as well as the orphanage, were heavily guarded. I can't help but worry about the children. Are you absolutely certain they'll be safe? Elodia voiced her concerns. They will be fine. Ivor didn't have many allies, and once he was captured, everyone distanced themselves from him. I truly hope so. This won't drag on much longer, I promise, Roland assured her. Though the toll of his responsibilities as the Knight Commander was starting to affect both his business and his relationship with Elodia, ever since he ascended to Tier 3 and had to battle Emerson, the two didn't really spend much time together. He spent more time in the dungeon than anywhere else, and was bound to Arthur's estate for more than he wanted. One major obstacle they faced was Elodia's social status, which remained that of a commoner. While Roland was tied to the esteemed Valyrian estate and held the title of a Valyrian knight, Elodia had no such privileges. If something were to happen to Roland, he knew that help from outside could potentially come to his aid, and Elodia would be left with no one to rely on except him. There was one way to elevate her status, but it involved a decision that Roland feared: marriage. There was one thing that I wanted to ask you, but I didn't really have a chance yet. Oh, what is it? His mouth went dry and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as Roland found himself hesitating. Doubts began to seep into his mind, fearing that Elodia would reject his proposal if he mustered the courage to make it. Despite others playfully referring to them as a married couple, their bond had not yet been officially solidified. There was a real possibility that she could refuse and their relationship could become awkward and strained. Roland realized that, in this moment, the fear and stress he experienced far outweighed any he had faced when confronting undead monsters. However, he knew deep down that he couldn't let things continue as they were indefinitely. If he continued to be indecisive and uncertain about their relationship, it would ultimately show a lack of respect toward Elodia and her willingness to stick by him. In his heart, he already knew the answer that she would give them, so there was no reason for not to make it official. Damn, I'm not good at these things. Just wait here. I'll be right back. Okay. Although Roland hadn't taken any concrete steps to progress their relationship, he had given it considerable thought. He had even imagined several scenarios in which he would ask the significant question and contemplated the best approach. In this world, with its diverse array of intelligent races, different cultural practices were prevalent. Traditionally, a man would approach the woman's father to seek his blessing before proposing marriage. While Roland found this approach somewhat outdated and not particularly to his liking, he couldn't ignore the existence of tradition. As Elodia didn't have a father figure to seek permission from, Roland considered alternative ways of asking for her hand. In the same manner as his modern world, nobles often used engagement rings or other pieces of jewelry to propose. During one of his sleepless nights, Roland had contemplated this option and meticulously crafted something special for the occasion. The ring was made from a unique alloy, incorporating gold, platinum, and a monoconduction gemstone nestled at its center. It was a carefully enchanted magical ring, imbued with its own special powers. It must be around here somewhere, Roland muttered to himself, searching through a hidden safe concealed within a secret compartment in the wall. After rummaging through the contents, he finally found the ring he had created. When looking at the piece of jewelry that should perfectly fit his bride-to-be's ring finger, Roland found himself plagued by second thoughts once again. However, thanks to the recent strengthening of his willpower, he managed to push aside the intrusive doubts and focus on the positive aspects. Want to help me do the dishes? Elodia asked, her attention focused on tidying up the table. Roland paused for a moment, taking in the sight of her diligently cleaning. This might not have been the most romantic setting to propose, but he couldn't ignore the restlessness building within him. He had already made up his mind, and there was no turning back now. He mustered his courage and approached her, gently requesting, "No, but could you look this way for a moment?" Filled with a combination of anticipation and nervousness, Roland summoned all of his willpower to gather his thoughts and express his feelings. The engagement ring, safely tucked away in his right pocket, served as a reminder of his intentions. Standing directly in front of his potential wife, Elodia, he took a deep breath, ready to reveal his true emotions. Elodia's head tilted up, sensing that something was amiss. Finally, she realized that Roland was about to share something significant with her. As Elodia turned to face him, Roland's heart pounded in his chest. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, wanting to express himself clearly and from the heart. He reached out and gently took her hands in his, feeling her warmth and the slight tremor in her fingers. Elodia, I have spent countless hours thinking about this moment, and I want you to know that you are the most important person in my life. I can't really imagine a future that you aren't together with me. Elodia's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and anticipation filling her gaze. She squeezed his hands gently, encouraging him to continue. I know that life can be uncertain, and we have both faced our fair share of challenges. But through it all, you have shown me unwavering support, love, and understanding. Roland took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence. He could see it in her eyes and sense it in her reactions that she was willing to accept his proposal. However, just as he was about to reach into his pocket to retrieve the engagement ring he had lovingly crafted, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sudden intrusion of two rowdy individuals, bursting through the door of his home. Hey boss, is this some kind of mistake? Why is this arrogant person here? Berner exclaimed, his voice filled with irritation. What did you just call me, you imbecile? Rastix retorted, his face turning red with anger. Mr. Wayland, who is this disrespectful individual? Are you seriously considering allowing someone like this to work in our esteemed magic emporium that we are planning to create together? Roland was taken aback by the sudden confrontation between these two. He could sense the tension between them, realizing they must have had a disagreement earlier in the day. While normally he wouldn't be too bothered by their squabbles, the timing of their disruptive entrance couldn't have been worse. His carefully crafted engagement ring was still in his pocket, and he hadn't even had the chance to propose yet. When he glanced at Elodia, she too was wearing a perplexed expression on her face. The intimate moment had been broken, and the two idiots were too busy shouting at each other to notice that they were just having a moment. A sigh escaped his mouth as the feeling of both disappointment and frustration washed over him. After building up the courage to finally propose, everything was ruined by this weird duo. The two weren't even aware of their transgression, which produced a big vein on his forehead. Soon he released Elodia's smaller hand and stepped back. It was clear that if he didn't defuse the situation, no one would. Enough. Both of you, stop this nonsense right now. His voice was backed by his runic authority skill. Even though his armor was not around his body, it was possible to activate this skill by using other runes in the vicinity. Berner and Rastix finally turned to look at him, momentarily taken aback by his sudden outburst and the pressure that was building on top of their shoulders. They both seemed to realize their mistake and immediately quieted down. Were you doing something important, Mr. Wayland? What are you getting angry about? Rastix replied while stuttering slightly. He was still new to this place and didn't really know how things worked. His status as the master alchemist made him think that he was a lot more important than he actually was. This only caused the tension build up, and the moment to be ruined to the point of not being revocable. I apologize. I didn't think that I was intruding on something important, boss. I shouldn't have let my emotions get the best of me. Berner added, his tone filled with regret as he now noticed the large frown plastered over Elodia's face, something that he was not used to. The man could not be sure what the problem was, but the piercing gaze made him feel in danger. There weren't many times when the woman of the house was mad, but when she was, anything could happen. Maybe you're not as much of an idiot as I thought you were. Rastix was unable to read the atmosphere as he started laughing after Berner started apologizing. To someone like him, it looked like Roland was directing his anger at the blacksmith, and not the alchemist that had certainly more worth. I think we'll need to continue this later. I think so too. You mustn't be late for the trial. The frustration of this entire situation continued to grow further as the two glared at the laughing gnome that had no idea of what he had done. Berner, on the other hand, started to slowly remove himself from inside of this predicament before something violent happened. Well, boss, I'll see you later. I'm sure you have a lot of work to do. With a curt nod, he watched as Berner quickly exited the room, leaving Roland alone with Elodia and the oblivious Rastix. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Roland turned his attention to Rastix. The gnome had finally stopped laughing and was now wearing a confused expression, as he was now looking up at an annoyed runesmith. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Rastix, I need you to understand something. A large hand was placed on the gnome's head. The small alchemist was half the size of Roland. Without much effort, he lifted up the small man, who began squirming around. His short legs couldn't reach the ground, as he was brought up to face level for a stern warning. If you ever enter my house without knocking again, I'll throw you right back into the dungeon where I found you. Do I make myself clear? See clear as day, Mr. Way. No, Sir Wayland. Good. Now, I have to visit the city for the upcoming trial. Until then, you'll have to find another place to loiter around. That's fine with me. I had some errands to take care of in the city anyway. After nodding, Roland released his tight grip on the gnome. Elodia, who had distanced herself from the situation, remained annoyed yet curious about what was happening. She couldn't tell if he was actually proposing or if it was something else entirely. Her disappointment was evident, but there was no time to address it now. They would have to postpone the discussion until after Roland finished his duties. Maybe choosing a more romantic location, without any troublesome gnomes nearby, would have been a better approach from the start. Has it started yet? I think it was supposed to start after midday. What are your thoughts on it? I hope he gets what he deserves. A group of Albrook residents were gathered in front of the city hall, where a significant event was about to take place. Today, a criminal named Ivor would be put on trial, and his fate would be decided by the city lord, Arthur Valerian. Many of the residents were unsure about the whole situation, feeling that it was being blown out of proportion. However, they couldn't hide their desire to see Ivor punished. They tried to force my sister to work for them. Those bastards exploited my father's gambling addiction against our family. If it weren't for the guards, I don't even want to imagine what would have happened. One of the younger men shared his story, and many others chimed in immediately after. Did you hear about what they did to people there? They were selling their insides. One of my uncles disappeared after visiting one of those gambling dens. He might have been one of the victims. The crowd recoiled in shock, but they were all aware of the news about what was happening in those places. Body parts had been discovered, and several families had already identified the remains. Some individuals were sobbing, while others glared with anger, seeking justice. A large gathering had formed, all with a vested interest in the outcome. Would the nobleman truly punish the wealthy criminal, or would it be a mere slap on the wrist? Given the gravity of the situation unfolding before them, it felt like a potential precedent for the future. "Make way!" shouted one of the soldiers, commanding the crowd to part as the group approached. The clattering of hooves and the creaking of the carriage filled the air, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. As the onlookers cleared a path, their eyes were drawn to the mysterious carriage. Its lack of windows and sturdy metal construction hinted at the importance of its contents. Speculations ran wild among the crowd, each person eager to catch a glimpse of the supposed prisoner held within. At the forefront of the procession stood Sir Wayland, an imposing figure renowned for his bravery and skill. His presence alone commanded respect, and whispers of his recent heroic deeds circulated among the people. Did you hear? He single-handedly subdued that monstrous man in a matter of moments. Yes, I heard he had no trouble defeating the other knight either. Some even speculate that he may be stronger than the other knight commanders in the region. That would certainly be reassuring. The crowd buzzed with excitement and admiration for the knight. Despite the lack of concrete knowledge about his true character, the people of the city held him in high regard. There were no tarnishing rumors surrounding him, and even his past as a skilled runesmith only added to his air of mystery. Although he had once been embroiled in a feud with the Dwarven Union, it seemed that most individuals remained indifferent or neutral towards the matter. Sir Wayland's stoic demeanor and aloofness made it difficult for anyone to truly know him. He rarely engaged in idle chatter, making him an enigma to those who sought to unravel his true intentions. This became even more difficult after he ascended to the prestigious rank of Valyrian Knight. The carriage soon arrived at the end of the road, just before the recently expanded City Hall. This building had undergone several changes, with a new courtroom now incorporated. Today, it would be used to handle not one, but two high-profile prisoners. The soldiers swiftly moved to the back of the carriage to open it up. From within, they could see a towering figure emerging, his hands and legs securely shackled. It was a formidable individual, belonging to the mighty Goliath race. His towering frame stood in stark contrast to the ordinary farmers and shop clerks who had gathered nearby. As he stepped out of the carriage, a hushed silence fell over the crowd. Despite his battered and bruised appearance, an aura of unease permeated the air. This individual was renowned and feared by all who knew of him. The chains that held him in place didn't seem like they would hold if he ever decided to run wild. "Get a move on, prisoner. I'm going to Kai." Two guards emerged from the sides, brandishing spears aimed at the man's head. The imposing figure glared defiantly, attempting to issue a threat. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly gave way. He was compelled to drop down onto one knee, as the shackles around his hands and legs emitted a pulsating red glow. Runic symbols materialized across the shackles, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Is he wearing a slave collar? It must be similar. He looks to be in a lot of pain. Good, that bastard should suffer. He is a damn murderer. As soon as the onlookers realized that the man was unable to retaliate, the noise level rose once more. Some individuals, fueled by their anger and contempt, began hurling rotten fruit and rocks at the lumbering figure making his way towards the city hall. Amongst the chaos, a stone struck Ivor's head, cutting his eyebrow and causing blood to stream down his face. Before he could express his indignation through a shout, the familiar magical effect surged through his shackles, incapacitating him once again. That's enough. Bring them into the building. Only when the Knight Commander raised his hand to produce some type of translucent energy shield did the people stop. It was clear that they wanted to make this man pay for all of his sins. But before the sentence was done, the man needed to stay alive. I must ask you to remain civil. The ones to punish him and others like him are us, and not you. The commanding voice of the Knight Commander resonated through the crowd, instantly silencing everyone present. With the Knight Commander leading the way, the prisoners were escorted into the city hall. However, not everyone was granted entry into the trial room. Only individuals in influential positions or officials representing the common folk were allowed to participate. The entire area was now surrounded by the new city guard, their armor gleaming with an unprecedented level of pristine cleanliness. Ever since a deal had been struck with the Dwarven Union, procuring magical equipment in large quantities had become considerably easier. Gradually, Arthur's personal army was taking shape, and if given enough time, his reputation would likely soar to new heights. This was easier when the people were made of wood. Roland swung open the imposing double doors, revealing the grandeur of the newly constructed juridical chamber where Arthur stood, already poised and ready. Roland's purpose for the day was to serve as a bodyguard, the final line of defense in case an escape attempt was made. However, given his prior introduction to the current Thieves Guild master, things were expected to go down smoothly. Even if an attempt was made, it would probably not be during the actual trial. The more reasonable time would be when the prisoners were being transported or held in the prison dungeon. Attacking a place like this in broad daylight was not something even the most courageous thief would do. Those two didn't really have many friends. They were still expanding their influence in the city. Plus, that woman has to keep her end of the bargain. A deal was struck with Madame Hanako, the Thieves Guild master. He promised not to disclose her secret to anyone, including Arthur, in exchange for her cooperation. The city was looking at an era free of criminals like Ivor, who traded their organs for profit. However, this did not mean that individuals who gambled their lives away would be absolved by the city. Instead, they would be transformed into debt slaves and required to work off their debts. You can't be serious, my people will kill you in your sleep. While he was thinking about the future, Ivor began angrily shouting at Arthur. The man was now a paper tiger. Everyone that was involved with him had been made docile by their new associate. It was true that some plans were made for an assassination, but no one was willing to take the deal. Murdering a Valyrian noble deep inside of their own territory was just bad business, and the money to compensate for such a dangerous mission was not there. Someone please quiet that man down, Arthur replied with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Roland was aware that his noble friend had anticipated a proper trial. Arthur had invested significant time and effort in preparing for the event, but his opponent was making it too effortless. Before Arthur could even mount his defense, his adversary began threatening the judge. Cabert, too, was not behaving any differently, attempting to remove the magically enhanced shackles instead of speaking. Both individuals realized they were trapped and chose to abandon any pretenses. Order in the court, Roland shouted while increasing the enhancement power on the man he previously defeated. His screams and grunts filled the area and caused some of the people gathered here to recoil in fright. Well, at least this won't take long. Maybe I'll get to see Elodia to continue where we left off. His mind was not fully focused on the current issue at hand, as he carried the engagement ring safely tucked away in his pocket. Although he had hurriedly left his home to be here, his thoughts remained fixated on it. Despite the increased responsibilities he had acquired, thanks to the dungeon now under his control, he knew that other knights would soon take over. Once that happened, he would happily return to his previous occupation as a humble craftsman, a role he could see himself continuing until his last breath. Although he had a rough start, He had grown to love his newfound profession over the years. He eagerly anticipated leaving this place and immersing himself once again in tinkering with his runic creations. The world had opened up to him, presenting countless opportunities to learn and experiment, and he couldn't wait to seize them. Ugh, how much longer will this take, Mr. Necromancer? A woman voiced her boredom while shouting from up top. Stop calling me that. My name is Kavak, Master Kavak to you. Damn, disrespectful underelf wench. Kavak snapped back in anger while trying to concentrate on a spell. His concentration was constantly being affected by the woman's yammering, which started to drive him insane. The group of undead minions reacted to these emotions by turning their empty skulls up to where she was resting. He, so scary and cranky. The elven-like woman whose complexion was quite dark replied while chuckling. It was pitch dark outside, but the group seemed unfazed by it. They were surrounded by nothing but rubble from a recent battle. Why am I always stuck with you caster bastards? Couldn't you at least make this more entertaining? Nonchalantly, she dangled one leg from a branch of a miraculously surviving tree. Suddenly, the ground began pulsating with power, revealing occult symbols that glowed an eerie green. Kavak continued his chants, and the spell's effects finally took hold, as the entire area became enveloped in a radiant emerald aura. Oh, pretty lights. The woman whistled in excitement as something finally interesting unfolded before her. Strange symbols illuminated the entire area, expanding across the land. In a matter of moments, shadowy figures materialized, resembling humanoid phantoms with distorted features. Hear me, spirits of the dead. Reveal to me the truth of that fateful day. Kavak commanded, forcefully striking his bony staff into the ground. His voice shifted, becoming incomprehensible to those around him. More and more phantoms flickered in and out of existence, until the entire place transformed into a small village, a mere representation of what once existed. Hey, I recognize that place. Wasn't it a temple hatchery? And look, it even shows where the abyssal relic was. The woman exclaimed with nothing but excitement in her voice. This didn't go too well with her usual partner, that didn't allow any type of transgression against their god. Show some respect for the relic. The man was larger than the necromancer, and just like the rest, a dark hood covered his face. His limbs, on the other hand, were squirming about and resembled something that should belong to a creature born of the abyss than a person's limb. Why are you getting angry at me? It's just a phantom. The relic isn't here anymore. Those Solarian bastards made sure of that. The woman retorted. I wish I had been here when it happened. The blood may have dried, but their scent lingers. It must have been so beautiful. All that death, all of that carnage. The woman grinned, rubbing her cheeks with both hands. This very place had witnessed a battle between her cult and the Solarian religion. Their relic had once stood here, converting many into their followers. Now, an illusion created by Kavak's death magic represented the echoes of the past. It showcased what the souls of their devoted believers had once interacted with, allowing the necromancer to reveal to everyone present what had once existed. Reveal to me the events of that day, Kavak commanded, urging the phantoms to present him with the answer. The spell granted him glimpses of the past, with the clarity of the image, depending on the amount of residual death energy in the area. While the Solarian Church had the ability to purify this energy, they had hastily departed from the area after a fierce battle with the cult. The conflict had escalated into the skies, leaving this place devoid of anything of value and allowing Kavak to complete his spell. Oh, it's changing. The woman's smile widened as a battle unfolded before their eyes. The green phantoms, representing their cult, clashed with orbs of light, symbolizing the Solarian Church. This was a conflict that had occurred shortly after their site had introduced their corrupted abyssal worm ships. However, this was not what the necromancer desired to see, so he pressed on with his command. Go back to the beginning. Show me what sparked this crisis. Show me who is responsible. Kavak demanded. The scene shifted once more, revealing their comrades carrying something. They were transporting something. Perhaps a new batch of followers. Kavak remarked to another member of the group, while the woman continued to act eccentrically. The rest of the group remained silent and disinterested, but the lone warlock nodded knowingly. They were all aware of the purpose of this village, a place to convert more followers by infecting them with their larvae. Someone attacked them during the ceremony, Kavak observed. It became evident that their believers had been ambushed while gathering inside the temple. Subsequent deaths followed, prompting a counterattack from the caravan. It seemed that external assistance had been provided, which shouldn't have been possible. Their relic was supposed to render intruders unconscious, making them easily detectable by the sentries. What is this? The man was shocked by what he was seeing. It should have not been possible for the affected people to be woken up, but they did, after the initial attack. Somehow they were awoken and the phantoms identified the person. They were adorning a full-body armor of some sort that was also radiating strange magics. It was possibly this person that was responsible, and somehow they affected their relic. How can this be? The warlock was shocked. How could the spell be broken? Only individuals of peculiar power were ever safe from the influence, and it didn't seem that anyone of such raw power was among this group. By the looks of things, the man with the armor was someone of Tier 2 variety. Something that should not have been possible became real. Kavak muttered, continuing the spell and going back to the beginning. A peculiar occurrence caught his attention. A few of their followers seemed to struggle with a particular part of the caravan. They were rendered unconscious and left behind as the rest retreated into the temple. This strange event piqued Kavak's curiosity, leading him to focus on it. Gradually, the truth began to unravel as the eyes of the believers revealed the armored man to be the source. He had arrived with the group and somehow awoken from the abyssal dream. So, is that our target then? All focus was on this person. Thanks to the dead phantoms of their cult members, they were able to reveal his armored form. Yet his face was still obscured. Too much time had passed or no one was able to make a glimpse before perishing. However, they now had a lead of who was responsible and a target to focus on. They arrived in a caravan that made its way to the city. We must uncover their identity and the reason behind their presence. Their investigation would lead them back to the city where the outbreak had originated. Although not many of their cult members remained there, infiltrating the weakened city would not prove challenging. The influence of the Solarian Church had diminished over time. Once they were there, their priority would be to identify the caravan and decipher the symbols it bore. With the assistance of the deceased believers, this task would be within reach. Their enemy would soon be exposed and held accountable for their defiance against their god. Mr. Ivor and Cabber, isn't it? Arthur's voice rang out, directed towards the two restrained men who sat in silence. Despite their moving mouths, no sound escaped, thanks to a potent spell cast by a skilled knight commander. This silencing enchantment proved exceedingly useful when dealing with spellcasting mages who required vocalization for their magic, as well as when managing criminals whose only contribution was malicious speech. I've extensively reviewed a multitude of documents, and I'll only be reading a selection of the charges you're facing today. Arthur's voice steadied as he took a deep breath, his words unleashing a torrent of heinous crimes upon the courtroom's gathered attendees. Charges include, but are not limited to, organ harvesting, murder, kidnapping, unlawful slave trafficking, torture, rape, and even allegations of tax fraud and cheating. Though the list of accusations stretched far beyond these, the city lord chose to emphasize the most grievous offenses. Undoubtedly, you gentlemen have led quite the eventful life. Is there anything you wish to express in response to these grave allegations? Perhaps an apology to the countless victims who have suffered due to your actions? Arthur gave a nod to his knight commander, positioned nearby, who promptly dispelled the silencing spell. The shackles bore glowing runes that gradually faded into the metal, freeing the two men to speak without the constraints of runic magic. As anticipated, the initial words uttered were laced with hate. And what exactly do you expect me to do, you noble bastard? Beg for mercy? I don't grovel. What the fuck do you want from me, you noble bastard? Beg? I sure as hell won't grovel before the likes of you. Ivor unleashed all the build-up hate that festered from the days he was locked up in the dark dungeon. His eyes filled with nothing but hate. Go fuck yourself. You know damn well, if I'm gone just another bastard will step into my shoes. Don't even try to bullshit that this is some saintly act. Everyone in this damn room knows that you and those other noble scum are nothing but cutthroat pricks, if not even fucking worse than the likes of me that you so despise. I see, quite the tale. Arthur found no need to retort to the accusations, as the man's shouts only served to further entrench his dire situation. It wasn't surprising. Ivor understood there was no escaping the current situation, and that there would be no mercy. However, the man's companion took an entirely different approach. Rather than resorting to words, he opted for a more direct approach by employing his fists. Die! He bellowed as he transformed his own body into a weapon. Despite his limbs being ensnared by shackles, the chains had enough slack to facilitate a forceful lunge forward. His status as a Tier 3 class holder still held, and the enchanted chains required a brief activation period. Cabber held firm in his belief that this delay would provide ample opportunity to inflict at least some harm upon the individual responsible for their wretched circumstances. Yet, reality would play out quite differently. After hurtling approximately a meter, his trajectory abruptly stopped against a translucent barrier pulsating with mana. A surge of electricity coursed through his entire frame upon contact, forcibly propelling him back into the very seat from which he'd launched himself. The impact shattered the seat upon impact. It was now unveiled that an invisible barrier had encased their surroundings all along, one they had been entirely oblivious to. So this is your answer. Your actions speak louder than words thus. I shall render my judgment accordingly. Ivor and Cabber, invoking the authority vested in me as lord of this city of Albrook, I pronounce upon you the sentence of death by decapitation. Your fate shall be executed tomorrow at the stroke of noon. Now remove these criminals from my sight. Arthur's authoritative voice pronounced the sentence as the two persisted in their struggles. Only after the shackles delivered more electrical charges did they give in to their fate. Subsequently, a group of 6 soldiers, led by the knight commander, ushered them away. This marked the conclusion of the first major trial, wherein the city lord had presented himself in an approachable and good-hearted manner. Not many nobles bothered to intervene when the lives of commoners were at stake. This stance helped solidify a benevolent image of himself in the hearts of his subjects. The absence of any counteraction from the Thieves' Guild indicated Arthur's complete control. Gradually, his name began to bear significance, and he was eventually acknowledged as a true noble. There, that should do it. Worf. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't like it or something? A woo. Well, that's a shame, but this is your new home now. Woof. Anai looked at a large wooden building that was suspiciously similar to a horse stable or a barn. The entrance was marked by a large, arched doorway. It allowed for easy access and ample space for the large wolf and other people. Inside there was a smell of hay and straw that had been placed down on the ground to cover up the magically created rocky ground. There weren't any stalls that could be found in a regular stable. It was just one large space with a few things besides the straw. In the corner, there was a large mattress filled out with more hay. It was large enough to contain Anai's large frame, and was probably better than sleeping out in the open. There were no shelves, nor equipment hanging anywhere. Just a large feeding pen that was divided to contain both solid food and water. Is it the feeding pen? Does it look too much like a barn? Wait, have you ever seen a barn before? Roland stood alongside his wolf companion, who initially appeared less than pleased. However, after stepping into the expansive, unoccupied beastly stable and thoroughly investigating the surroundings with a series of sniffs, the wolf appeared content to settle his hindquarters onto the generously sized mattress. The fabric of the mattress had been intentionally chosen for its durability, needing to withstand both Anai's heightened body heat and his distinct ruby mane. Likewise, the wood used was uniquely endowed with fire-resistant properties. Warming up to it. Hey, what are you doing? He shouted out the question as Anai engaged in an unexpected action. With a snort, Anai expelled flames from his nostrils, igniting the ground beneath him. The mixture of hay and straw instantaneously caught fire, resulting in flames engulfing the immediate area. Although the scene unfolded with the entire ground ablaze, the structural integrity of the building remained uncompromised. Roland maintained his position, his brow slightly furrowed. As the flames consumed the vegetation, leaving only the mattress untouched, the building remained unaffected. Don't you think he dislikes the straw? Maybe the scent was too strong. Perhaps that was the case. He looks really proud of himself. Elodia observed the spectacle from a secure vantage point and remarked on the scene. Despite the flames reaching the walls constructed from wooden logs, they failed to ignite. This at least demonstrated that the materials sourced for the construction of the wolf stable had a commendable resistance to the intense flames it was subjected to. Additionally, the large feeder positioned beside one of the walls was crafted from strong metal that remained undamaged. Think he just needs to get used to it. He does seem to like the bed at least. She directed a smile towards Anai, the large ruby wolf, as he finally settled his rear end onto the spacious bed. The sight was quite amusing, with his front legs resting on the now exposed stone floor, leaving only half of his body on the softer surface. Nonetheless, this had become his new, expanded doghouse, entirely at his disposal. Another hidden bonus was the entrance door, which opened automatically when approached. You might be onto something. Something is missing though. That too. It does seem quite empty. Maybe I made it too large, but he might get even bigger after his next evolution. As Elodia surveyed the vast open space within the stable, Roland nodded in agreement. Unlike conventional stables with individual stalls, this area was spacious and devoid of anything interesting. Isn't Anai at that age? At that age? Do you mean? MHM. She nodded with a smile, her arms encircling his as she rested her head on his shoulder. It was true that wolves, much like dogs, were pack animals. Yet, Anai didn't really have a pack to call his own. He was a tamed creature that typically didn't reproduce or rear offspring like other creatures. In this world, beings came into existence through various means. Some were born from the ambient mana that swirled around for extended periods, spawning much like in games. Others, such as goblins and orcs, could procreate just like humans or any other mammals. Beasts of the same monster family, like wolves, could intermingle, and Anai belonged to this group. It was feasible to introduce a female of his species to enable him to raise wolf pups. To ensure their transformation into ruby wolves, a female of the same lineage was necessary, a challenging task due to its rarity, and Anai's recent legendary evolution, that could complicate this issue. Speaking of which, I think the two of us need to talk. I think we do. He sensed Elodia's grip on his arm tighten slightly as he broached this topic. The trial had concluded, turning into a rather mundane affair. No one intervened on behalf of the two accused criminals, and Arthur swiftly pronounced their guilt, taking on the roles of both judge and jury. It became evident that Ivor and Cabber had amassed a significant number of adversaries within the city. Their dominion was enforced through a reign of violence and intimidation. As soon as a more formidable authority displaced them, those who had once aligned with them swiftly distanced themselves from the matter. Their rule relied on terror, which was quickly called into question after suffering a quick defeat at the hands of the Knight Commander. It was a natural rule for such a leading style. If a person with more power appeared, everything ended. There was no expectation for any attempts to free him from the prison dungeon either. Hanako, the guildmaster, had made it clear that none of her people would get involved in this risky situation. While she couldn't exert influence beyond her domain, it appeared no one was willing to handle this difficult matter. The Valyrian household's influence was simply too strong for anyone to dare rescue a well-known criminal who'd already lost their status and riches. The fate of the two killers didn't bother him much since he had other concerns. His entire estate was undergoing significant changes, with expansion moving toward the fields he had acquired earlier. This new area would be enclosed like his current space, and it would host his new partner, the Master Alchemist. The man was already deeply indebted to Roland, and had no qualms about signing a rather unfavorable agreement. It appeared he was making a final effort to restore his reputation. He carried a sense of pride, and seemed eager to prove to his colleagues that he still deserved his title. With some spare change due to his new position, Roland decided to take the man up on the offer. There was no way of gaining another master alchemist to work with him anytime soon. With some luck, his goods could achieve new heights in quality, all thanks to alchemical enhancements in the alloys. Even the silver-gray suit he sported could be refined and tailored to his preferences. The prospects were limitless, but only if his newfound companion didn't accidentally detonate his entire compound while experimenting. So why are we going up onto the roof? Isn't it dangerous? What if we slip and fall? You'll see. Just trust me and don't worry. My reflexes are fast. I'd catch you. Yet, such matters seemed trivial before the current hurdle. Following the unsuccessful proposal, he aimed to bring matters to a close this very night. The sun had set, and as requested, Elodia was staying over. Thankfully, the youngsters in the orphanage were growing older, and a few were capable of looking after the younger ones. Lobelia and Armand were still in the city, so there was no issue in leaving them alone for a bit. Here, have a drink. This is some expensive wine, Mr. Wayland. Well, this is a special occasion. Oh, is it now? Elodia let out a chuckle as she took a sip from the wine that he had requested from Mary. He wasn't really a drinker, but for occasions like this, he figured it was best to follow certain customs. He had prepared a small area on the roof for them to gaze at the stars, complete with a comfortable blanket to sit on. With some alcohol to help the conversation flow and a bit of food for when hunger struck, the stage was set. As they chatted, he managed to bring a smile to her lips and a hint of a blush to her cheeks. The moment had arrived for the crucial question, but he wasn't your typical person. He was a runesmith. Posing the question in a mundane fashion would dull the magic of the moment, so he had something distinct in mind. The concept was borrowed from his modern world, where folks used planes to create words in smoke. His twist involved using vibrant mana to create a more enchanting spectacle. As you might have realized, I'm not too good with these sort of things, so. Before he could continue, he heard a sweet chuckle from his partner, who seemed to disagree. Nonsense, you seem to be handling it just fine, as usual. Well, could you kindly direct your gaze upward for a moment? Of course. The stars are exceptionally stunning, tho. Elodia's eyes expanded as she witnessed numerous vibrant bubbles ascending into the sky. These iridescent spheres adorned the expanse, with the rooftop they stood on serving as the point of origin. The spectacle was akin to a luminous performance, with lights twirling and shifting to form an array of forms. Before long, a discernible pattern took shape as the lights seamlessly transitioned into the language of this world, coalescing to spell out a singular question. Will you marry me? The scene was undeniably a corny embodiment of romanticism, a gesture he struggled to orchestrate. Despite not being in his youth anymore, his cheeks had taken on a rosy hue. Social anxiety had been his lifelong companion, making such an overt exhibition of emotion a source of internal torment. Yet, when he stole a glance at Elodia's radiant visage in those expansive eyes, all his negative apprehensions seemed to dissolve. Her expression radiated happiness, and a few glistening tears just accentuated a response. Of course, I will marry you. What took you so long? She said, her voice laced with joy, which left Roland quite flustered as he stammered to respond. Well, you see, I thought. No need to say anything more. The enchanting display he had conjured through his own magical abilities began to take on a slightly more disorderly shape as he became lost in her eyes. Gradually, it transformed into a burst of fireworks, painting the frigid night canvas with brilliant hues. Words gave way to actions as the two lovers found solace in each other's arms. Soon the minutes turned into hours as the two consummate their marriage in the privacy of their home. Even though this was not the first time, the night felt a lot more passionate than usual. Roland's enthusiasm could not be hidden as he had left his new wife quite drained. The night of joy lasted for long, but the joy had to finally end. A new day was before them, and it brought in change in the form of a knock on the door. It must be Rastix. At least he learned to knock. When looking at the bed where the passed-out Elodia was sleeping, he started feeling a bit bad. His body had become abnormal after he acquired his Tier 3 class of Runesmith Overlord. He had to actually be careful to not hurt his wife and lose control. The difference in strength was staggering, as he could easily crush normal people's bones with his grip. I wonder. Methods existed for augmenting people's stats through elixirs and magic, with options like bloodstones, enabling the absorption of skills. Although he planned to acquire these potions to aid Elodia's lower status, he pondered the feasibility of alternative pathways to changing one's class. Roland chuckled, draping a cover over his now fiancée before departing. Unbeknownst to him, his entire face exuded a radiant glow. Instead of his customary near frown, a genuine smile adorned it instead. Congratulations, boss. It was a long time coming. I was starting to feel bad for the missus. I suppose it was. I can't quite explain why I delayed it for so long. Is something on your mind? You do appear a bit pale. Are you sure you're getting enough sleep? I'm okay. I do get sufficient sleep, it's just that my wife now wants one too. Wants one. Merely a day had elapsed since Roland presented the ring to Elodia, and here he was, back to diligent work. This world had a similar engagement system before marriage. Only after going through a ceremony performed by a priest would it be regarded as complete. Berner had followed this tradition with Diana, holding a small ceremony at a nearby church, and Roland had even attended as a witness. Now, it seemed it was his turn to step into the spotlight. The world was still a cruel place, yet after addressing the recent challenges, it seemed a bit less bleak. Yes, that shiny thing. The engagement ring. Yes, that thing. It's the only thing she's been blabbering about. The missus has been showing it of around the whole city since she got it. Oh, has she? So, did your wife want one too? Of course she did. Now I have to make one, so... I'm not giving you a raise. Maybe if you didn't spend so much on wine, you'd have some saved up. Burner's expression contorted with disappointment, his midsection wobbling a touch as he did so. Since finding prosperity at the smithy, the half-dwarf had developed a taste for indulging in alcohol. Engagement rings are usually used by nobility or rich merchants. Isn't it already a bit late? You already have a child and all. That's what I said. But then she just gave me that look. His assistant appeared visibly disheartened, possibly due to his wife feeling excluded. It seemed her close friends had received something she hadn't. Both Diana and Lydia lacked an extensive friend circle. Their lives were often consumed by work carried seamlessly from one task to the next. Elodia shouldered the responsibility of overseeing the orphanage, while Diana managed her independent smithy within the city. Her smithy's operations remained separate from his magic shop, allowing her to retain the entirety of her earnings from sales. How about we do this? There are probably some precious metals that we didn't really use. You don't need that much for a ring. Just make one yourself, and I'll help you with the enchantment and the gem. You would do that, boss? Sure, if it just gets you to start working normally. You're the best boss in the whole world. I'll never forget this. The ring Roland had bestowed upon Elodia held a unique quality, a runic enchantment imbued within its design. Roland had a tendency to worry, so he decided to put a spell on the ring that was sort of like a tracking charm. Elodia was aware of this and didn't mind. The ring could measure her stress levels and heart rate, and if something happened, Roland would be alerted quickly. There was also a fun feature. The ring could take a few still pictures. When activated, a light would shine from the gem, creating a holographic image of the stored pictures, accompanied by a sweet tune. It was a gift Elodia really liked, and it was something that other women might enjoy too. Maybe Burner's wife just wanted something like that to show off, and maybe it could even become a product that could be sold later on. Yeah, sure, now don't drop the prototype. This thing costs more than a gold ring. Those Union dwarves will also complain if they even see one scratch. I got it. The pair was managing an upgraded variant of a spider golem, a creation enhanced beyond the norm. Some of the parts were actually produced with the help of the Union. Despite the dwarves' renowned stubbornness, their mastery in crafting metallic parts surpassed all. Roland's task primarily involved drafting schematics, and the rest was executed by them with remarkable exactness. Following a comprehensive review of every detail, the measurements deviated by less than a mere millimeter from his specifications. This would actually be their first real joint endeavor. Finally, after having to perform his nightly duties, it was time to work as a craftsman again. Roland was hoping to gain manufacturing insights by studying his former adversaries, and perhaps enriching his underground workshop in the process. Brilvia, a runesmith herself, presented an opportunity for learning. She would be helping him with this new prototype he had desiccated a few nights to. I'll get a good idea of how the other runesmiths stand if I observe her. The completed prototype was carefully placed inside a sturdy box, marking the end of their work in the underground workshop. With their task complete, the two individuals finally departed from the underground. The span of a few weeks had brought substantial changes, a testament to their dedication and progress. To no surprise, a waiting carriage stood nearby, ready to transport the package to the Dwarven Union. In the past, they would have had to personally deliver such items to cut costs, but now their efforts were recognized and supported. As they ventured further, Roland admired the ongoing expansion of his compound, with an eye, now a Tier 3 monster, diligently keeping watch over the area. With this upgrade in security, there was little cause for concern. Additionally, the turrets were being upgraded, ensuring that threats like anti-magic powder would soon be rendered insignificant. This is the life. I still remember having to use that old handcart in the beginning. I made you that runic cart later though. That thing saved me a lot of time and effort. Burner observed as the two dwarves diligently packed the large box containing the golem. It was a sign that they had finally earned the respect they deserved. However, both men understood that maintaining this newfound recognition required continuous hard work. They were well aware of their relationship with the Union. As long as they consistently produced high-quality products, they would retain their contract and receive the necessary assistance. While they were adequately compensated for their work, their expenses were increasing. The costs of constructing new walls and upgrading the turrets were not insignificant. Roland found himself caught in a perpetual cycle of expansion and improvement. It would likely take several more years to establish a secure foothold, and the successful transportation of this prototype marked the first significant step towards achieving financial stability. If the prototype performed as intended, obtaining funding would no longer be a concern. It held the potential to revolutionize their business and secure a steady income stream. Although Roland and Berner were capable of creating the product on their own, the assistance of the union's facilities and skilled workers significantly streamlined the process. It made their work much easier and more efficient. Looking ahead, if everything went according to plan, the demand for these golems would skyrocket, necessitating mass production. They foresaw the need to create these golems in bulk, potentially reaching hundreds, or even thousands, in quantity. This realization brought a mix of excitement, as they understood the scale of the undertaking that lay ahead. Perhaps if everything went well, this would be the breakthrough this magical smithy needed to become a household name. We should probably go. Better if we are there to explain everything. I can't trust those Union bastards. It wouldn't be strange if some of them still had a grudge against us. Roland exchanged a nod with Berner before they set off towards the city. Unlike Brilvia, not all the other workers shared the same enthusiasm. Bammer and Doonan, although their reputation had taken a hit, still held some influence within those circles. Roland didn't want to jump to conclusions about his new crafting partners, but he couldn't afford to take any risks. The outcome of what they were creating had to be reliable, as people's lives were on the line. Most of them have at least a lot of integrity when it comes to their craft, and their fondness for gold coins can't be ignored. Either it should be fine. If this project fails, they will also suffer the consequences. As they journeyed, Roland's thoughts remained consumed by the matter at hand. At least he had faith in Brilvia's capability. If the prototype golems were to falter in their task, she would face even greater scrutiny than he would. Being a human runesmith already put him at a disadvantage in the eyes of some dwarves, who didn't view him as an equal. With an esteemed master runesmith by his side, someone who had been accepted by the union leaders and possessed formal training, the majority of the blame would inevitably be directed towards her. There is nothing better than the sound of hammers on metal. The massive doors swung open, revealing a billowing cloud of steam as Roland and Berner stepped inside the bustling dwarven smithy. The workshop was a hive of activity, with every member engrossed in their tasks, and the resounding clinks of hammers echoing throughout the space. While Roland had visited this place on a few occasions, it was Berner's first time. Even before they entered, Roland noticed the curious gazes of some of the workers directed towards them. It was evident that Berner, not being a pure dwarf, faced prejudice from those who still harbored ill feelings towards his roots. Hey, what you staring at? Never seen an assistant of a master runesmith. How about you learn how to hammer a straight piece of iron before you stare at me like that? Roland couldn't help but notice how much his assistant had grown since joining him. No longer did the judgmental glances bother him. Instead, he stared right back, unafraid. In truth, Berner's skills surpassed those of the Tier 2 workers at the smithy. With a crafting level well over 100, and having already achieved his second Tier 2 crafting class, he was well on his way to becoming a Tier 3 master blacksmith. It would take most of the workers here twice as long to reach that level of expertise. There was nothing these individuals could say or do to bring down this half-dwarf, for he had already achieved something that most could only dream of. I know that you feel enthusiastic, but try not to make more enemies. It's fine. Now come. Master Brilvia should be somewhere in the back. When going around these parts, it was better to keep everything professional. If the dwarves heard him talking to their leader in a casual tone, it could spoil their relationship. After acting like a knight commander for a few long weeks, he was already getting a knack when speaking formally. Soon both of them made their way through the stuffy room and arrived at the Union's testing facility. The Associate Master Brilvia's arrived. Open up the gate, lads. They reached a colossal gate situated at the far end of this immense smithy. On either side, they could sense the intense heat emanating from enormous cauldrons brimming with molten metal. Beyond this gate lay the enchanting section, where skilled runesmiths and enchantsmiths resided. Since the new mistress had taken over, this area had become the primary source of income and investments. High-level adventurers demanded the best of magical equipment, and here it would be assembled. Well, ye have finally brought yer arse here, Master Wayland. Good day, Master Brilvia. Was that there? Don't reckon I've laid eyes on him afore. This is my personal assistant, Berniner. Assistant. It was only natural for Berner to feel a bit more hesitant this time. The only issue was that they soon discovered he did not belong to the same magical domain as the rest, making his presence in this chamber meant for enchanting highly unusual. Yes, is there a problem? He has been assisting me for years. I trust him more than any of your people. Nay, it's all good. Every craftsman worth a damn has at least an assistant like that. The dwarven woman let out a chuckle as she spun around, playfully smacking the ear of a regular runesmith who had been gawking at Berner. As the group began to move, Roland took the opportunity to observe their surroundings. In contrast to his own secretive underground cave, this place appeared more organized. It became evident that things were different here, as the magical craftsmen did not personally craft the base items at all. Instead, their assistants would bring them highest rated items to be enchanted with runes. Quit yer staring at everything. I'm not staring. Roland, accustomed to donning his bulky armor and helmet that obscured his face, found himself exposed and free to gaze at everything around him. His eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the peculiar tools being utilized in the enchanting process. Some of the hammers were connected to unfamiliar cylinders adorned with intricate runes. Upon closer examination, Roland discovered that these were mana canisters, enabling the smiths to compensate for their limited mana capacity. Unlike him with his enhanced stats, regular runesmiths and enchantsmiths couldn't sustain the same level of productivity at their current skill level. Further ahead, Roland stumbled upon a distinct section dedicated to intricate runic engravings on smaller objects. Skilled artisans meticulously worked on delicate jewelry pieces like bracelets, rings, and pendants. He noticed that they wore ornate monocles, which were connected to peculiar glowing enchanted helmets. Above them, Roland's gaze was drawn to a series of crucibles containing enigmatic liquids that differed from the usual scorching hot metals. These substances emitted a mesmerizing magical glow, leaving him curious about their purpose. Consulting the newfound knowledge he had acquired from reading dwarven literature, he speculated that these might be a variation of liquid monastones. It seemed possible that these craftsmen had discovered a method to bypass the traditional smelting process altogether. Roland decided to further explore this intriguing prospect. Once he had established a stronger relationship with the craftsmen and gained their trust, Brilvia promised to cooperate with me after we are done with this project. I need to ask about those liquids later. While walking into another room, he continued to make mental notes about the technology he didn't recognize. While his full armor wasn't there anymore, it didn't mean that he wasn't wearing something that could record everything. His ordinary work attire still bore intricate runes, and a complex runic structure adorned his chest plate. This enabled him to gather diverse mana patterns, which he planned to study further at a later time. So this be yer clever magical contraption. Ye'll need to break it down for me. How is it gonna bring in more coin than our usual goods? Upon entering the testing facility, he observed the assistants unpacking the box and carefully handling the golem unit. However, it wasn't the sole item contained within. Numerous orbs adorned with intricate runes and other objects were also present. Now, his task was to showcase the functionality of his creation and illustrate how it could lead them to wealth by utilizing the dungeon and the adventurers within. Hold on for a wee minute, ye want us to make how many? I think 100 should be enough at first, but I can see expanding further to around 1,000. Lord Arthur, no, I thought that the Union would help me out with that. I'm sorry, but ye'll have to give me a bit o' an explanation for this, Master Wayland. Certainly, I anticipated this reaction. Allow me to clarify. Roland found himself facing a group of dwarves, with Master Brilvia taking the lead, and 3 other runesmiths standing behind her. It struck him as peculiar, considering that not too long ago, he had been in their position. The 3 of them were examining his work, but it was evident that they didn't fully grasp the depth of his creations. as he had incorporated his advanced Tier 3 knowledge into them. The focal point of interest lay in the spider golem, commonly referred to as an arachnid construct by the dwarven craftsmen. While there were numerous existing models, they typically adhered to a standardized design. However, the one Roland was showcasing was extensively tailored to meet his specific requirements and desires. Among the significant alterations, a notable feature was a designated slot for inserting cylinders. This space served as the receptacle for the runic batteries he intended to incorporate into the city's future development and his growing connections with the dwarves. One of the most formidable challenges in the realm of magical machinery lay in the realm of energy supply. Various approaches had been explored to address this concern. Elikin's fluid and crystals offered a straightforward solution. In many ways, it resembled gasoline, which was widely used in the modern world that Roland originated from. However, akin to the finite and costly nature of the resource in his own world, Elikin's fluid and crystals were also limited in supply and required expenses for refinement. The small mine they had discovered within the dungeon held insufficient reserves to sustain the entire city. Magicians employed alternative methods to address this energy dilemma. A prime example was the construction of magical towers in regions abundant with mana. Wizards and mages sought to emulate nature by erecting these imposing structures in such mana-rich places. The heart of these magic towers possessed the unique ability to harness ambient mana from their surroundings, thus serving as their power source. This mechanism bore a resemblance to Roland's generators, but on a grander scale, and with significantly higher associated costs. Unfortunately, the scale of these magical towers made it unfeasible to create smaller versions, restricting their applicability to only a handful of select locations. A third viable option entailed the utilization of legendary artifacts. These fabled items were imbued with such an abundance of mana that they could serve as an enduring wellspring of power. As far as Roland knew, the capital located at the heart of the kingdom relied on one of these legendary artifacts as its primary source of magical energy. Additionally, there existed more antiquated methods, such as invoking demonic rituals that tapped into the forces of chaos. As Roland pondered the diverse array of magical energy sources, his relatively straightforward generators seemed like an inherently advantageous solution. Unlike the grand magical towers, they weren't confined to specific locations and came in various forms and sizes. Roland was familiar with wind energy and geothermal sources, but he knew that his world offered numerous other options. Harnessing the power of dams and water currents was just one additional choice among many. Another potential energy source that Roland was aware of was atomic power, although he wasn't particularly well-versed in its workings and was hesitant to experiment with it. While he speculated that magic could potentially enable the splitting of atoms, introducing such a profoundly destructive force into this world was not an easy decision to make. When the theory was out there, many others would try to harness this power. He could see people like Rastix experimenting with the theories and potentially causing many deaths. Thus, sticking to regular runic batteries that had a similar capacity to regular mana fluid was enough. Let me bring your attention to the golem. As you can see, it has no power source, but one is not far away. Roland lifted a cylinder. It was approximately the size of a half-liter water bottle. The other craftsmen had already examined all the items that had come in the box, yet the runic battery seemed to leave them uncertain, with many of them unsure about its purpose and function. "Are ye telling me that we contraption's the power source?" Brilvia raised an eyebrow as she scrutinized the runes on the cylinder. Her surprise was entirely understandable, given that it was far too weighty to serve as a conventional power source. Typically, there should have been a canister designed for pouring in mana fluid, and she might have accepted it had the cylinder been hollowed out. However, in its current state, it didn't quite add up and left her perplexed. The demonstration was underway. His battery made its way into the designated hole. The moment it connected, the wild golem started brimming with magical power. There were no latches to keep the power source from falling out, as it was just magnetized from all sides instead. No one would be able to get it outside without ripping out chunks of the golem along with it. The Union chief was taken aback when she witnessed the activation of the spider golem. She began posing questions, as it appeared to be a contraption that shouldn't have been functional. She diligently inspected the golem with various magical devices and tools, and after a thorough examination, she eventually reached a conclusion. Roland acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, I call it the runic battery, and it doesn't rely on substances like mana fluid or any specialized components. Everything it needs is embedded within the runes themselves. Brilvia comprehended the profound significance of this invention and recognized its extraordinary value. It held the potential to completely transform the realm of runic crafts. He responded while shrugging. Roland had a clear understanding of how the world operated. He knew that even with a groundbreaking discovery, immediate implementation wasn't guaranteed. Mana fluid and mage towers would likely remain prominent energy sources for the foreseeable future. His runic batteries were merely an additional option, one that could potentially transform cities lacking mana-related regions. However, their adoption would necessitate substantial investments in infrastructure, such as wind turbines and other generators. Only after Albrook underwent a transformation into a city of runes powered by these batteries would the true significance of his discovery be fully recognized and embraced. Also, I think you won't prattle this secret on to anyone. Ah, I see what you mean. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement for Brilvia and her team of runesmiths. As this new runic technology solidified into a proven concept, hordes of individuals and organizations would flock to her workshop, seeking the proven secrets of its success. In exchange for her guidance on future projects, Brilvia anticipated receiving substantial sums, potentially amounting to thousands of gold coins. However, she understood that her ability to provide such valuable advice hinged on Roland equipping her with the necessary tools and knowledge. Ye cheeky bastard, what else are ye plannin'? Not really much, but the runic batteries are just part of the plan. I need your workshop to help me to produce parts which I will mostly complete myself. So that's the catch. I guess you can call it that. The two crafting masters didn't delve into the specifics, but it was a practice common among seasoned experts like them. They entrusted the bulk of runic enchanting work to their subordinate runesmiths, while reserving the more secretive and intricate runic structures for themselves. Roland's primary strategy, for the time being, involved maintaining exclusive knowledge on how to finalize the runic batteries and generators. He planned to safeguard this information by encrypting only the crucial components, without which the entire structure would be non-functional. This approach allowed him to ensure his continued involvement was essential and prevented adversaries from reverse engineering the technology without his critical input. While this probably wouldn't last forever, it would give him enough time to make it worthwhile. Now, in addition to the batteries, I'd like to discuss this prototype and its potential for generating income within the dungeon. As I mentioned earlier, I require your workshop to manufacture 100 models precisely according to the schematics I've provided. 100 of these. I don't think that'll be a bother, but what do you want 'em for, there? Roland began by discussing the runic batteries, recognizing their considerable intrigue. However, he emphasized that while they were a significant part of the equation, the real heart of their endeavor lay in the creation of magical automatons. To achieve their ambitious goals, they needed a substantial number of units and additional devices to maximize their efficiency. The success of the entire plan hinged on the Union taking the lead in manufacturing the bulk of these magical machines, as Roland alone couldn't manage such a large-scale operation. Roland acknowledged that in the future, if he could establish a factory run by golems, such a task might become trivial. However, in the present circumstances, he recognized the importance of garnering all the assistance he could get. Now then, you've probably seen those orbs there. I call them runic sensors. We'll probably need a lot more of them around for the golems. With the revelation of some of his secrets, the dwarven craftsmen were now fully attentive. Innovations were a rarity in this world, where most people clung to traditional practices to minimize risks. Every time something new made its way into their midst, it was met with a healthy dose of skepticism. Roland's disclosures had piqued their interest, and they were now eager to learn more. They don't need to be precise orbs, and your assistants should be able to create copies without our involvement. As time passed, Roland found himself immersed in explaining the intricacies of his work to his newfound collaborators. It was an unusual experience to engage with individuals in the same field and to be at the forefront of it. Brilvia, while continuing to question his decisions, maintained a sense of reason and respectability throughout. There were no snide remarks or manifestations of dwarven superiority. Instead, it seemed that she regarded him as a peer, acknowledging him as a fellow master runesmith. The extensive business meeting carried on for a good half of the day. Roland was bombarded with a multitude of questions, some to which he didn't possess a definitive answer, while others he could expound upon at length. Through this encounter, he gained valuable insight into the workings of the dwarven craftsmen and their keen appreciation for lucrative ventures. Following his detailed explanation, they wholeheartedly embraced the idea and reached a unanimous agreement to commence the mass production of the models. What's with that tone? Just call me Brilvia. We are now good friends, you and me. How about we head to the tavern later while my boys go through the plans? Is that so? I won't be keeping ye any longer then. But next time, join us in the tavern. Berner, who was accompanying him, appeared somewhat disappointed, as he always sought an excuse to join in on these drinking occasions. Oh, we aren't going, boss. I won't stop you if you want to go, but what will your wife say? You're probably right. Perhaps if they all continued to work together, then Berner could find some acceptance in the dwarven circles. Even though he was trying to hide it, he was very much more a dwarf than a human. I'll be waiting for word from your forge then. Send the initial products as fast as you can, so we can get started. Don't ye worry, Yersulf. I'll put a bit o' fire under their backsides. I'll show these daft fools what real work's all about. The new master runesmith appeared highly motivated, and it seemed her workforce would have to endure her newfound enthusiasm. Producing components for 100 golemic creations was undoubtedly a challenging undertaking. While Roland would have been interested in observing how the new Union chief managed such a large-scale operation, he had other pressing matters to attend to, including his fiancée, Elodia. Something like a wedding was on the horizon, but he wasn't sure when the right time to schedule it was. Now that he started working on a new project, it would require him to focus for at least a few weeks or even months. When working the kinks out, the golems were not the only products being made, as the dungeon would be getting some enhancements as well. Good to know. I'll be waiting for the shipment then. There were definite advantages to having a higher profile, with respect and reverence being among them. The orphanage that now stood before him was a place that harbored numerous orphans on the cusp of reaching the age of 10. In time, they would likely venture out into the world, each seeking to make their own mark. Despite the potential for chaos, he believed it would ease his nerves if they relocated closer to the vicinity of his home. As he contemplated the idea, Roland heard a girl's voice calling out to him. He instantly recognized it as Lobelia's, and alongside her, two other young girls were chuckling and smiling. Instead of replying, he simply nodded and made his way towards the entrance. While the notion of relocating the orphanage was taking shape, he knew he still needed to persuade his fiancée to fully embrace the idea. Abandoning one's home, steeped in memories, wouldn't be an easy decision. However, if he could win over the children, he hoped that Elodia might quickly follow suit. Another great day for adventuring. A great day? What's so great about it? A youthful woman let out a sigh, promptly followed up by a wide yawn. The gentle rays of morning sunlight cascaded over the rough terrain as a quartet of adventurers journeyed toward the entrance of the dungeon. They weren't the sole group drawing near. Numerous other parties of comparable size were also converging on the same destination. This had become the customary morning ritual for all, a profession they had been dedicated to for several years. Cheer up, Kara. We are now silver adventurers. We have proven ourselves to everyone, and the best part is respect. Respect? No, money, of course. We can now finally afford things like this. Rudy raised a large sword up that none from the party had seen before. There was a triumphant grin plastered on his face as he presented this new prized possession. A magical runic bastard sword. The air seemed to shimmer around the weapons, casting an otherworldly glow that danced around its intricately carved surface. The sword was an awe-inspiring blend of artistry and power, a testament to both the craftsmanship of its creator and the magical energies it contained. The hilt of the sword was crafted from polished ebony, adorned with a pattern of engraved silver runes that seemed to pulse faintly, as if imbued with a life of their own. The crossguard was nice and firm, and protected his hand that was now wrapping itself around the hilt. The blade itself was forged from rare alloys, which were said to conduct mana better than the norm. Oh, did you get that from Sir Wayland's shop? Heard that he hasn't been making that many items recently. Yeah, he went back to work. This one was on display, so I just needed to get it. It can hold twice the normal amount of charges than a regular runic blade. Only twice as much. Why not triple? The girl responded playfully, finding amusement in the young man's exaggerated reaction to his new sword purchase. As the group reached Tier 2, they decided to utilize the dungeon as their training ground. However, despite upgrading their equipment, they found their progress starting to plateau. Like many other silver-ranked adventurers, their advancement had come to a standstill. The dungeon structure had undergone a transformation, transitioning from divided floors to one expansive open space. This change introduced new adversaries, initially starting with flaming salamanders, but escalating to flame golems. Venturing recklessly or without caution in this unforgiving dungeon could easily lead to a fatal outcome. Moreover, the presence of bandit groups added another layer of danger. These opportunistic criminals preyed on injured adventurers, creating a constant threat that loomed over every aspiring adventurer's head. It was widely acknowledged that the majority of people never progressed beyond the silver rank. The income they earned from defeating weaker Tier 2 monsters was sufficient to sustain their livelihoods. After enduring years of challenges as novice adventurers, some individuals were unwilling to exert the same level of effort and opted for the path of least resistance. However, this particular group had not reached that point yet, as their aspirations extended far beyond mere mediocrity. So, where shall we venture today? I propose we continue hunting salamanders. They are relatively easy to defeat, and their meat fetches a good price too. Salamanders again. Why not venture beyond the river? I've heard rumors of lava slug nests there. A well-placed ice bomb should do the trick. The group of 4 adventurers, all ranked silver, gathered in front of the dungeon. Kara was cautious, preferring not to rush, while Rudy was eager to forge ahead. He believed that the more challenging the monsters they faced, the faster they would level up. Though the risks were present, he was convinced they were worth taking. Guys, if we keep battling those salamanders, we'll never make any real progress. How can we reach the gold rank without confronting stronger foes? I'm confident we could defeat the golem if we tried. Rudy turned to Myron, whose armor and shield had been enhanced to withstand fire. What good is that shield and armor if you only use them against salamanders? I bet they could withstand a few blows from a golem too. Even Sansa and Kara, who had been more cautious in their approach, were starting to be persuaded. They had spent a significant amount of time proceeding with caution after an incident that nearly cost them their lives. Since then, they had taken the safer route, avoiding any major crises. Now, however, they were growing restless and yearned to test their limits and see just how far they could truly go. I don't know. What if we get stuck like last time? There probably won't be anyone to save us. You're worrying too much. We are much stronger now than we were back then, and we also have all this magical equipment. The group deliberated further, their attention eventually shifting towards the entrance of the dungeon. In the wake of the Lick's escape, there was a noticeable increase in the number of guards stationed around the entrance, as well as a surge in the presence of other adventurers. With the discovery of Tier 3 monsters, the city's population had grown significantly. "Hey, what's happening over there?" Kara inquired, gesturing towards a sizable crowd gathered before a stage where a group of dwarves were showcasing something. "Are they attempting to peddle their wares once more? Perhaps we should disregard them. It's likely just another worthless trinket or some such thing," Rudy suggested while trying to push through the crowd that had formed. However, before they continued further, he spotted a familiar face among the dwarves. The person there was someone that all of them knew. Berner, the assistant of the city runesmith, that was now known as the Knight Commander. "Hey, isn't that person from the runic shop?" Rudy asked while Kara and the others stopped to look. She nodded in affirmation, confirming his question, and now their collective gaze was fixed upon the scene. This particular group held a deep appreciation for the city's runesmith, as they had been the beneficiaries of affordable magical weapons and cost-effective repairs. These offerings had propelled their dungeon exploration at an accelerated pace, and played a significant role in their attainment of Tier 2 classes. If the runic shop had something to sell in this gathering, their attention was fully captured, eager to hear what was being presented. "What are those? Some type of armbands? Damn, there are too many people, I can't really hear what they are talking about. It seems they are handing out some samples of a magical item. It's supposed to act as protection in the dungeon." Sansa responded to Rudy's attempt to maneuver through the crowd, using her heightened sense of hearing to discern the details of what was transpiring. It became clear to her that the dwarves were distributing a magical armband, supposedly imbued with a protective enchantment of sorts. "What? They are giving out free samples. We should get some." Rudy eagerly embraced the opportunity, and the rest of the group followed suit, expressing their agreement with nods. A large box containing numerous armbands was available, and soon other adventurers began selecting their own. When it came to receiving complimentary items, individuals in this profession required little persuasion. Curiosity piqued, Rudy glanced at the metallic armband encircling his wrist, noticing intricate runes etched upon it. He attempted to infuse it with his mana, but no discernible effect manifested. Thus he turned to the person that was there for the and asked, "What is this armband supposed to do, anyway?" They mentioned something about it activating automatically when the time is right, and something to do with assistance arriving. Sansa proceeded to explain, drawing upon the details provided by the dwarves during their announcement. However, due to the sizable crowd and the commotion, it was challenging to discern the true purpose of the armbands. Nevertheless, this lack of clarity did not dampen their enthusiasm. After all, the items were imbued with magic and were being offered at no cost. Even if the armbands didn't exhibit any immediate effects, the group remained unfazed, confident that they could potentially sell them for a modest sum at a later time. "Why not? Think they will explode or something?" Contrary to the rest of the group, Rudy opted to fasten the armband around his sword arm. He possessed unwavering trust in the craftsmanship of Wayland the runesmith, and believed that, with the assistance of Wayland's team of dwarves, there was nothing to fear. The group, now equipped with their armbands, ventured into the depths of the dungeon, encountering unfamiliar faces along the way. "Hey, aren't there a lot more of those dwarves here? They don't look like they are part of any adventurer party. They also don't look like miners. Are they blacksmiths?" Kara directed her question to the group, her gaze fixed upon a cluster of 10 dwarven men, who were diligently hammering a metallic contraption into the dungeon wall. The structure resembled a storage locker, albeit of modest height. It appeared that their intention was to embed it within the wall, leaving a portion protruding outward. Kara noticed a small door on the front of the contraption, but it seemed too narrow for anyone to pass through, except perhaps a gnome or halfling. "What do you think they're doing with that peculiar thing?" Kara asked, her curiosity piqued by the dwarves' actions. Her party members had no idea what it was about, but the runic shapes on the outer shell told them that it might have something to do with the armbands that they received. Additionally, the presence of other mysterious boxes being transported further fueled their curiosity. Despite their uncertainty, they pressed on, focusing on their duties as adventurers, eventually forgetting about the armbands they had acquired. After a few days had passed and the dwarven activity in the dungeon subsided, the group decided to venture deeper into the lower levels. Their initial objective was to continue hunting for salamander meat, but as they progressed, they couldn't resist the allure of exploring further. Eventually, they stumbled upon a secluded cave teeming with a new type of creature, volcanic slugs. This particular area was well known among adventurers for its abundance of easy experience, thanks to a group of these slugs confined within a tight space. Remembering Rudy's previous declaration, he had obtained a runic ice bomb specifically for this occasion. With anticipation in the air, the group prepared themselves to face the volcanic slugs, eager to put the runic ice bomb to use and make the most of this opportunity. Are you sure about this? What's not to be sure about? We just toss it in, and the slugs die. Easy experience and materials. Fine, just be careful. Rudy's confidence was infectious, and the group readied themselves for the encounter. They donned their magical gear and advanced cautiously into the cave, where the volcanic slugs writhed and hissed in the searing heat. The cavern was sweltering, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of molten rock. As they neared the cluster of slugs, Rudy reached into his bag and retrieved the runic ice bomb. The magical device gleamed with an icy aura, a stark contrast to the fiery surroundings. With a swift motion, he hurled the runic ice bomb into the midst of the slugs, where it exploded in a burst of frosty energy. Within moments, the once menacing creatures were reduced to shattered, frozen husks. The adventurers stood triumphant amidst the icy carnage, their victory over the volcanic slugs, a testament to their growing prowess. Haha, what did I tell you? You were right. This was easier than I expected, replied Kara while wiping some sweat from her brow. Don't get too comfortable. We've still got to collect the valuable materials from these slugs and be on our way. As they began to harvest the valuable components from the slain slugs, they heard a distant rumbling. It started as a low growl, but quickly escalated into a deafening roar. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and rocks and debris fell from the cave ceiling. What's happening? Sansa exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Before anyone could react, the wall of the cave nearest to them exploded outward, and a horde of enraged volcanic slugs poured into the chamber. They hissed and spat streams of molten lava as they advanced, their fiery bodies glowing with rage. Myron yelled while activating his runic shield effect that provided a frosty shield. The adventurers scrambled to defend themselves, but the sheer number of volcanic slugs was overwhelming. The fiery creatures closed in, and the battle turned into a desperate struggle for survival as they began their escape. There are too many of them. We must escape. Rudy's voice echoed as he conjured yet another runic ice bomb. With a swift motion, he hurled it towards the horde of shell-less slugs, their slimy forms writhing in the dim light. Realizing that the sheer number of these grotesque creatures made it impossible for the bomb to incapacitate them all, he swiftly pivoted and broke into a sprint. Escape was their sole option, and fortunately, the exit was just a short distance away. I told you that it was too soon to come here. As they raced out of the cave's treacherous depths, Kara's voice rang out, her urgency pushing them forward. Fortunately, the sluggish creatures they'd encountered weren't renowned for their speed or intellect. They hoped that if they could maintain enough distance, the pursuing monsters would eventually lose interest. Yet, when the group emerged into the open air, an unexpected adversary lay in wait. It took the form of a colossal creature crafted from volcanic rock, a formidable opponent, known as a volcanic golem, a being often seen as the final boss guarding the entrance to the lower levels. Without hesitation, the volcanic golem swung its colossal arms at the first unfortunate soul in its path, Myron. Despite Myron's quick reaction as he summoned his magical shield, the sheer force behind the creature's attack sent the burly man hurtling backward. He soared through the air for several meters, before crashing into a massive boulder with a resounding thud. The situation had taken a dire turn for the group. Behind them, a relentless swarm of lava-spewing monster slugs, pursued them with unwavering determination. In front, a colossal 5-meter-tall volcanic golem, a foe far beyond their current level, unleashed its formidable attacks. To make matters worse, Myron, their primary tank and defender, lay incapacitated, his formidable strength temporarily taken out of the equation. The prospect of carrying him by the remaining 3 members of the group seemed like a Herculean task in their desperate circumstances. Fear clenched at their hearts as they desperately scanned their surroundings for any escape route. Rudy, driven by the instinct to aid his fallen comrade, made an attempt to divert the volcanic golem's attention, but the massive creature seemed determined to reach Myron, charging relentlessly. Their loyalty to their lifelong friend ran deep, compelling them to make a stand against this formidable adversary. As the slug monsters began to pour in, the absence of a confined space made the ice bombs less effective in repelling them. The grim reality set in. They were facing a battle that was not only daunting but potentially fatal. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and resolved to persevere, unwilling to let their comrade meet his end in this perilous situation. However, unbeknownst to the group, a small armlet that had been securely fastened around Myron's wrist continued to emit a subtle, glowing radiance, a phenomenon that had been ongoing for quite some time. Their moment of revelation arrived as 2 peculiar arachnid creatures suddenly materialized from the distant shadows. These enigmatic beings wielded potent magical abilities, which they promptly unleashed with pinpoint precision. Initiating rescue maneuver. Please stand back and evacuate to a safe location. A woman's voice emanated from the 2 metallic spiders, urging them to flee. Shortly thereafter, a 3rd spider materialized and commenced an assault on the slugs, launching magical arrows that inflicted significant harm upon their bodies. In no time, the quartet had reached a safe distance, and their 4th member had at last awakened. Similar scenarios were unfolding in various corners of the dungeon, shedding light on the golem's creator's scheme. They intended to employ the golems as paid bodyguards, offering their services to inexperienced adventurers in exchange for a fee. I think we need to adjust the reaction time. Maybe put in an algorithm that will predict it more accurately. What be this here algorithm? It's a processor set of instructions. Let's just say it's a set of rules the magical automaton has to follow. Pulsating runes lit up the 4 now dark chamber that a few people had gathered in. A solitary sentinel remained stationed outside, ready to dissuade any would-be peekers. Within the chamber, a total of 5 individuals were present, with Roland being one of them, while the remaining 4 hailed from the Dwarven Union. This chamber acted as a vital nexus for gathering and disseminating information regarding the dungeon's activities. That's the gist of it. This golem might have killed one of them if they arrived a second later, but perhaps we should just give the adventurers some input as well. Input? Brilvia inquired as she wasn't sure where he was going with it. What proved even simpler was relying on the adventurers themselves. If they ever felt overwhelmed, they could activate the armlets they had been provided with, a sort of panic button that would summon assistance. Naturally, having the golems arrive would incur a fee that they would need to settle later on. Roland's money-making scheme was surprisingly straightforward. He aimed to capitalize on the hundreds, and eventually thousands, of adventurers who frequented the dungeon. The production cost of the armlets was minimal, allowing them to be distributed free of charge. However, when the golems intervened to rescue adventurers from formidable opponents, a substantial fee would be required. The dungeon operated like a natural Darwinian system, where only those who accumulated sufficient experience and put in the effort could reach higher levels of power. The presence of golems in the dungeon meant that more individuals who might have otherwise perished during this process would now survive. These survivors might not be as seasoned as the veteran adventurers of old, but this didn't concern him. The greater their reliance on the golems and his products, the more profit they would accumulate. He was still a craftsman and a businessman at his core. As Roland explained his plan to Brilvia and the other dwarves, they began to see the potential benefits. "Ye have got yourself a clever plan there, Master Wayland. It'll be much easier if we just concentrate on improving the golems instead o' that algorithm that ye speak o." "I think that would be best for now. We are already stretching ourselves thin." Roland and Brilvia exchanged knowing nods, well aware that there were moments when cutting corners became a necessity. If only they had a rune mage to assist in refining the golem's operating systems, everything would have been much smoother. However, the dwarven craftsmen excelled in crafting the hardware, leaving Roland occupied with his other ongoing projects and pressing concerns. It was somewhat peculiar how little interest they showed in delving beneath the surface of the golem's mechanics. Their strong preference was to adhere faithfully to tradition, seldom entertaining deviations from the tried-and-true designs. "I guess if you agree, then we'll go with that method. Let us instead focus on bringing enough golem units to cover the whole dungeon." "I agree." The trio of runesmiths found themselves utterly baffled by the workings of the mapping device, and Roland had no intention of sharing its inner workings without proper compensation. "Now then, how is the storage facility working? I'm glad that ye asked. Come this way and see for yersel." More dwarves were hard at work diligently expanding the golem storage area where all the constructs were kept. This vast storage space had the capacity to house nearly 100 golems, but there was a clear need for expansion. The new extension was being built deeper underground, away from the dungeon's vicinity, to avoid replicating the fully metallic chamber they had just passed through. "Your men work fast." "Aye, when it comes to buildin' underground, there's neithin' better than a dwarf's pickaxe. It's what me mum used to say." Merely storing the golems in a large open space was insufficient. They needed to be readily accessible to the adventurers when required. Numerous smaller spaces like the one they were in would be created on each level, interconnected through smaller tunnels to allow the golems efficient mobility. Additionally, some of the secret tunnels Roland was aware of would be utilized to expedite the process. These golemic creations would possess the ability to open hidden runic walls, a feature the dungeon had in abundance, making navigation considerably more convenient. Ye mean that geothermal contraption? Realizing the immense potential of collaboration with the Dwarven Union, Roland decided to move forward with his alternative power generator concept. They were stationed above a dungeon that was an active volcano which he wanted to use. While there might not be natural reservoirs of water that could be heated up, that was hardly an issue when magic was at their disposal. His newfound companions were already acquainted with his runic batteries and the wind generators that allowed them to charge up. Roland didn't particularly concern himself with the prospect of others discovering his runic battery or generator designs. Even if someone obtained the exact blueprints, it would still take years for the technology to be fully implemented. Moreover, he couldn't envision many other runic craftsmen eagerly adopting untested and unfamiliar technology on a larger scale. Roland's foremost priority continued to be his advancement within the city and the simple pleasures of a peaceful life. What others did beyond the city's boundaries or how they utilized his creations held little sway over his interests. While a more hands-on approach might have potentially generated greater wealth and fame, those pursuits were not the driving force in his life. He cherished the moments spent with the people and things that held a special place in his heart, content in the pursuit of a life filled with those he held dear. Good, then keep me informed, and I'll get back to my side of the deal. Expect a new shipment of runic batteries soon. Roland's primary responsibility was overseeing the operation of the mapping device and supplying the essential batteries for all the golems. Thanks to his proficiency in rune copying, this task was relatively straightforward. With a single well-placed strike on each component, he could quickly complete the structure, while the dwarves handled most of the physical assembly. The small group of Tier 2 runesmiths bore the brunt of the labor, a role they appeared to relish. The more they worked, the sharper their skills became, and the quicker they advanced in their levels. Everything was progressing smoothly, affording Roland some much-needed free time to ponder other matters, such as the ones awaiting him back home. Awoo! Hey, what did I tell you? Stop bothering an eye. Upon his return home, Roland was met with an entirely different scene. Instead of the burly dwarven men and the clang of work, he was welcomed by the joyful laughter of children. They frolicked outside the main compound, their energy unrestrained as Anai and Elodia diligently supervised the little rascals. Oh wee. One of the children recoiled, their finger oozing blood after poking Anai's tail. As the child teetered on the verge of tears, Elodia shook her head in disapproval. Just then, another girl made a dramatic entrance. The compound walls were notably high and an electrified fence guarded them, but these obstacles posed no challenge for the young lady. She seemingly materialized in the air, executing a graceful somersault over the defenses and landing soundlessly right next to the child on the brink of tears. Adventurers don't cry over such trivial things. She rebuked the child, her voice gentle yet encouraging. She called out to the young boy who was on the verge of tears. His age was around 8 years, which meant that he still lacked his first class. The young lad nodded and managed to hold back his tears as he gazed at the young woman with the long ears. She smiled warmly at the child, ready to offer further words of encouragement. But before she could continue, Elodia swiftly intervened with a smack to the back of her head. "Stop setting a bad example for the kids and use the door like any normal person would," scolded Elodia. "But big sis, don't big sis me, you know what you did." The young woman was none other than Lobelia, the half-elven archer who had attempted to rob him during his initial foray into the black market. Not too long ago, both she and her brother Armand had achieved their Tier 3 class progression, solidifying their status as skilled and elite adventurers. While they still needed to attain their platinum adventurer rank, Roland couldn't foresee them encountering any significant obstacles on that journey. Name: Lobelia 151 lira. Classes: T3 Silent Master Marksman 1 lira, T2 Silent Arrow 50 lira, T2 Bow Rouge 50 lira, T1 Thief 25 lira, T1 Archer 25 lira. Lobelia's class, a somewhat rarer version of the Master Marksman class, lived up to its name, excelling at precise long-range attacks, which wasn't limited to just bows. Her expertise extended to throwing knives and crossbows, enabling her to utilize a variety of class skills. This realization sparked an idea in Roland about how to craft her new runic equipment. With her having reached this level of prowess, he understood the need to take her more seriously. Both she and her inquisitive brother stood among the few individuals he genuinely trusted not to betray him in times of uncertainty. Oh, isn't it Big Brother Wayland? She had displayed the magical runic ring to numerous women in the city, igniting conversations and curiosity. Surprisingly, several men had later visited his shop in search of similar magical jewelry pieces. Hey, come back here. I wasn't finished talking. Lobelia swooped in and swung her hands around his neck. She peeked out from behind his shoulder while sticking out her tongue at her older sister. Roland didn't really want to get involved in fights between these two, so he instantly started trying to calm both of them down. Why don't we all calm down? How about we go inside and eat something instead? That's a good idea. But let's wait for that big oaf to get here. He should be arriving soon. Hey, don't make decisions on your own. Hey. Roland patted Elodia on the shoulder as he got closer. A group of orphans was crowding around the biggest attraction, which was the large red wolf. Anai's usual residence was in front of the store as he acted as a secondary bodyguard. His imposing form caused even the Platinum adventurers to act civil and respectful, I guess. Both Roland and Elodia gazed at the children, each lost in their own contemplations. Roland had proposed the idea of relocating the children to this place, believing it to be safer than the orphanage. While the city was relatively secure, the orphanage was vulnerable even to a Tier 2 thief. Outfitting it with too many unmonitored runic devices posed its own set of risks. Moving the children to a new residence closer to his estate seemed like the more secure option. However, the final decision rested with Elodia, as he could only offer a solution to the problem. Do I really need to go? He'd truly appreciate it if you were there. Though he might not express it openly, he holds a deep respect for you, perhaps even looks up to you. Look up to me. Him. That's hard to believe. I suspect he just wants to flaunt his skills as usual. I genuinely believe you should give him the benefit of the doubt. If not, then please just do it for me. Roland and Elodia strolled along the path leading to the Adventurer Guild, engrossed in a conversation. They had received invitations to participate in an unexpected Platinum rank-up test, an event that usually wouldn't pique Roland's interest, since it had little impact on his life. However, this time was different because someone he knew well was among the participants. Fine, but we'll leave if he starts gloating. Lobelia had refrained from pressing for an advancement test, preferring to wait in the hope that he would speak a few kind words to hasten her progress. She knew that, with the support of the new Knight Commander, the rank could easily be bestowed upon her without any difficulty. On the other hand, Lobelia's older brother Armand had been quietly scheming. He hadn't returned to report or flaunt his Tier 3 status. Instead, he disappeared for several days. Then, out of the blue, he reappeared before his family and instructed them to assemble at the Adventurer Guild. Regrettably, after his proposal, he had become an official member of this family, which also encompassed a sizable group of orphans residing within the city. Fortunately, Many of them had already reached an age where they could support themselves and were gainfully employed. This didn't mean that Elodia wouldn't pull him into some uncomfortable family gatherings later. It wouldn't be astonishing if they began utilizing his home as the primary rendezvous spot, thanks to its abundant land and available space. Before he knew it, he'd find himself relegated to a corner of his own home, attempting to dodge conversations with family members he knew nothing about. His life was beginning to come full circle, and this was just the start. Well, if it isn't the bride and Groom. Oh, don't be silly. Upon their arrival at the Adventurer Guild, they were welcomed by an old acquaintance. Solana, the Sun Elf, stood outside to receive them on their way to the training facilities. The moment she spotted Elodia, she skipped over with a radiant smile gracing her face. It brought back memories of his initial arrival in the city. Roland had once believed that Solana was excessively friendly, suspecting a hidden agenda. However, his now fiancée didn't share his suspicions. She had shared stories of Solana's genuine concern for her. She remained thankful for the way other women at the reception had allowed her to work overtime, even when some of them could have used the extra income. It was evident that the two were true friends who had stayed in touch throughout the years. Oh my, you are absolutely radiant. No, I'm not. I'm glad that you showed up. I wanted to have a nice chat about some things only ladies allowed though. I won't be long. Elodia replied in a somewhat apologetic tone. It seemed that she wasn't sure about something, and that something probably involved Armand. It's alright, take your time. I'll go check on that fool and make sure he doesn't injure himself. Thanks. After receiving a peck on the cheek, Elodia and Solana strolled away toward the guild. Roland anticipated that the two would likely catch up on old times, and perhaps discuss the wedding. The date and the guest list had yet to be decided. However, Roland's vision of a small, intimate wedding seemed threatened as some of his nosy acquaintances began expressing an interest in it. One of them, Arthur, was particularly enthusiastic about turning it into a grand spectacle for the masses. It was a rare occurrence for a knight commander to get married, and Arthur saw it as a chance to host a party. He probably wanted to invite all the influential people in the city and talk business, but Roland wasn't too keen on it. This place sure went through a lot of changes. While pondering the future, Roland found himself lost in memories of the past. He recognized this familiar route as the one he had taken when attempting his Tier 2 rank-up test. Back then, his opponent had been Armand, and he hadn't taken kindly to being defeated by an unknown upstart. However, the open field from those days had vanished, replaced by a closed building housing various facilities. As he passed through the entrance gate, nostalgia washed over him, reminding him of the simpler times. The larger arena within the building served as a stark reminder of the Adventurer Guild's financial success and the rapid expansion of its influence. The Adventurer Training Ground had transformed into a sprawling facility that resembled a small colosseum or something similar to a stadium. The first thing that caught Roland's attention were the high, arched ceilings that allowed sunlight to stream through the open central section. It was evident that this structure had been crafted by skilled magicians, as the open-air roof had the ability to be sealed shut. For individuals like Roland who had arrived here a few years earlier, it was easy to discern the changes that had occurred. The area where he had once battled Armand occupied the center of the complex and had undergone a transformation as well. What was once surrounded by a simple fence had now been fortified with a proper wall adorned with additional enchantments. Around the newly fortified wall, There was a section that resembled a stadium track for running. Running remained a method for acquiring specific skills, and many of the new adventurers sought to develop their abilities here. Farther back, there were actual seats that ascended and provided a view of the central area, akin to an arena. Based on his knowledge, the guild occasionally hosted battle events that enticed spectators to place bets. However, this section served a different purpose. It was designated for conducting battle tests, just like the ones Roland had undertaken in the past. I see, so Armin will be facing him. This could actually be interesting. Maybe I'll find out what that Baldi has up his sleeve. As Roland continued to take in his surroundings, he couldn't help but ponder the upcoming battle. There was a clear reason why Armin had kept everyone waiting for the big reveal. He intended to showcase his newly acquired skills in a rank-up battle before an audience. Roland had explicitly instructed both Lobelia and Armand to maintain strict silence about how they had managed to achieve their elevated levels. He had no intention of anyone tracking him down to create holy items to combat the skeletons. Trusting Lobelia wasn't a concern. The real challenge lay in her brother's reliability. Although Armand harbored no ill intentions, it wouldn't be out of character for him to accidentally divulge such information. Fortunately, his position as a knight commander granted him the ability to deny any claims. The prospect of the Solarian Church probing into allegations of holy artifacts was something Roland was set on avoiding at all costs. Haha, I'm just that talented. No can do, my friend. It's a trait secret. Armin's usual habit of flexing his imposing arms drew the attention of some of the women present, which was a common occurrence. Being a Tier 3 class holder, he was part of the elite, and it wouldn't be surprising if many admirers made their interest known soon. I hope he can keep it inside of his pants. He did manage to remain childless for so long, so this shouldn't change anything. In this world, items like condoms did not exist, but there were alternative contraceptives that facilitated intimate relationships. Ancient alchemists had already developed potions that provided protection for a woman's womb against unwanted intrusions. Additionally, there were enchantments that individuals could wear to achieve similar effects. Roland and Elodia had opted for this enchantment, which enhanced their intimacy and pleasure, but came at a higher cost to maintain than modern world alternatives. These solutions were one of the reasons that the red light districts could mostly operate cleanly without any of the working ladies being burdened by a surprise. Classes: T2 Fist Berserker 50 lira, T2 Pugilist 50 lira, T1 Warrior 25 lira, T1 Brawler 25 lira. A Frenzied War Monk class. Roland opted to slow his pace as he neared the group of adventurers. He wasn't particularly interested in getting to know them, and his new position as a knight commander added a layer of discomfort. Instead, he focused on accessing Armin's status screen and examining the class he had acquired after passing his ascension trial. It was evident that Armin had joined the ranks of the Berserkers, a class that came with a significant drawback. Frenzy was an advanced form of the Berserker status that bestowed significant stat boosts to the user across the board. It was considered superior because when not used to its fullest, it allowed the person to maintain their sanity more effectively. However, if employed for an extended period, it could lead to an uncontrollable, mindless rage, transforming the user into a ferocious berserk monster. In this state, their stats would continue to surge even further, enabling some people to employ unconventional tactics. I've heard that they sometimes deploy lone berserkers to clear out monster encampments on their own. As long as there are enemies nearby, the frenzied state will persist, and the stat increase is nothing to underestimate. There were tales of frenzied monks taking out swarms of monsters and even entire battalions of soldiers. Armin's class should have granted him the ability to harden his skin to an incredible degree, a class that benefited from wearing less armor and thrived on sustaining wounds to fuel their passive abilities. The real challenge lay in managing the relentless rage, usually achieved through the use of potions or the intervention of priests skilled in calming magic. It would have been better if he told me this sooner. I might have been able to prepare something. Wayland, you have finally come. Muttering under his breath, Roland reluctantly approached Armand and the group of individuals he was conversing with. Aside from the irritated Tier 2 archer, there were approximately 8 women clustered around Armand, evidently vying for his attention and favor. To his dismay, his foolish brother-in-law was waving enthusiastically in his direction with a silly grin plastered across his face, compelling Roland to approach the group. Fortunately, before things could escalate further, reinforcements in the form of his sister-in-law, Lobelia, arrived. "Hey, you big idiot! What are you causing such a commotion for?" As Lobelia scolded Armand from what seemed like an elevated position, it became apparent that her new class had bestowed upon her a level of nimbleness and agility she hadn't possessed before. She moved gracefully, akin to a spider monkey, effortlessly leaping from high places and traversing through forests without making a sound. With her presence and ability to manage the situation, Roland felt relieved and could simply revert to his default mode of nodding and grunting. Make way before the great Knight Commander. However, instead of improving the situation, Lobelia made it even more awkward than before. She promptly disclosed Roland's noble status to everyone present, causing the previously chatty adventurers to abruptly fall silent, clearly uncomfortable in the presence of someone of his stature. Not everyone was acquainted with his true face, due to him usually wearing armor to cover it. "What are you? Just leave it to me." After winking, she turned to the group and started talking. "How can you all be so discourteous in the presence of the Knight Commander? Have you already forgotten about the recent trial?" We apologize for the intrusion, Knight Commander, sir." Armand, of course, didn't take the whole thing too well, as he was just about to flex his muscles before the group of beauties. "You're just jealous that my class is more unique than yours," Armand retorted, which made Lobelia reply instantly with a raised voice. Soon the two were back to the old ways of arguing. Their shouting served as an effective deterrent, keeping others at bay. Amidst their dispute, Roland spotted a certain imposing figure in the distance. The man was as white as a brick house and as tall as a barn. It was the bald guild master. Whatever the reason, the upcoming battle promised to provide valuable insights. While Roland believed that his brother-in-law stood little chance of winning, it might afford him the opportunity to gauge the guild master's fundamental strength and compare it to his own. He had come prepared for this occasion, equipped with his runic eyes and other runic gear that would allow him to examine this old acquaintance in detail. While he wasn't sure whether the guild master was a friend or a foe, Roland believed that being prepared was always the wisest course of action. Soon, both burly men had locked eyes on each other. They wore peculiar grins that made it evident that engaging in battle was one of their favorite pastimes. The anticipation in the air was palpable, as the showdown between Armand and the guild master finally drew near.